Solovyov in Tsarist Russia in 1796. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376. Pushkin's debut was a hit. During the days of reorganizing the Mariupol Hussars, due to the arrival of spring, many nobles in Moscow also went to St. Petersburg. In summer, the new capital of Russia is more suitable for people to live in, but Moscow in the hinterland is not so good. Speaking of it, this place is hot in summer and cold in winter. Although there are always hotter and colder places, those who have the conditions are still willing to come to the Baltic coast, where the climate is cooler. Some people also want to go to Crimea and Odessa, which has become popular recently. You know, on this side of the Kerch Strait, opposite Kerch and Mithridates Mountain, the fortress of Anapa is still under the control of the Ottoman Empire. There is still a slave market there. In the Circassian territory, the Ottoman Empire's Bayi masters still capture slaves in the Caucasus, although this trade has now declined on a large scale. In other words, Russian nobles, whether they are Baltic Germans who originally lived here or moved here from all directions, still like this place very much. If it weren't for the war, the richer ones might prefer to live in France, the Netherlands and Italy. Germany is not their first choice. What's more, the illegal organization has now entered the countdown. At this time, the owner of the Mikhailovskoye Manor in the Pskov area also came here to live earlier than usual. The matter is very clear. It is the idea of Alexander and Larissa to build a school in the Imperial Village, from the preparatory elementary school to the Imperial Village Middle School. This order has been conveyed to many nobles in St. Petersburg and Moscow. Moreover, Larissa also gave an enrollment brochure, based on the homework that Nicholas was writing recently, which gave him a headache, and the fact that her brother-in-law's grades have been steadily improving recently. Sergei Lvovich Pushkin, the 8th class quartermaster, was not very famous in his life, although this surname was really too famous, because of his eldest son Alexander. His service in the guards was not outstanding, and he was just diligent when he was a quartermaster in Moscow. Fortunately, because of his wealthy family, as a respectable master, he did not disdain to embezzle the silver rubles that the quartermaster could control at such a level of position that hereditary nobles could often hold. This was already quite alternative. Perhaps there was another problem, that is, Master Sergei Pushkin had not mastered this method. However, there was also a problem, that is, the expenses were too high and his wife was too fertile. She had been giving birth to children all the time. She had given birth to 4 children in 10 years of marriage. In the meantime, we have to consider that sometimes he was not at home because of his work as a quartermaster, and he had to work hard to make a baby when he came back. Therefore, if he hired a French tutor, it would also be a considerable expense. Moreover, the eldest son Alexander was too naughty. When he just learned to walk in the Peterhof summer palace, he broke the roses at the door of Tsar Paul without fear of being pricked. That is to say, the late Emperor Paul was always tolerant and liked children. He would just pat their cheeks and scold them for being naughty. As for the future, it was even more chaotic. The child's grandmother sometimes felt embarrassed. This kid was too naughty. He was smart, but poor in study, which made the tutor embarrassed. The child was smart, since he was young, but he was disobedient, which was indeed a headache. This difficult problem, of course, also troubled Master Sergei. Master, do you really want to send the young master to that place? So what? Sergei Pushkin heard the question of his loyal servant Nikita Kozlov and said this. Nikita, you must take good care of my son. When you send him to boarding school, you must visit him often, from the old house to the Imperial Village. Well, if he asks for anything, we can give it to him, if we have it at home. If not, even though you are a servant, you must remember to discipline him well. Master, this is not good. There is nothing wrong with this. Our Pushkin family's ancestor is Ladislav, the servant of the Grand Duke of Kiev. Ladislav was ruthless when he collected taxes from the masters in the city. This means that Nikita should discipline his son well. That's not good either. I don't want to be driven away. Speaking of which, although Ladislav was loyal, his extortion caused resistance from the citizens of Kiev, and he finally fled to Novgorod. His descendants have divided into many families over the past 600 years. Among the families that were still relatively prosperous in the early 19th century, there were 3 families, Pushkin, Tolstoy and Kamensky, and they can all be traced back to him from the family tree. Although the previous part may be fabricated, Pushkin mentioned this ancestor in his later poems. The earliest famous person in his family, who can be found, is Grigory Alexandrovich Pushka, the boyar of the Principality of Moscow and the commander of the artillery. The artillery is really a branch of the army with many talents. Who knows when some talent will come to pretend to be one. No, Nikita, this family can't be without you. This Kozlov is Uncle Nikita, a servant that Pushkin has known since he was a child. Naturally, they have a good relationship and will accompany Pushkin throughout his life until his unfortunate duel and death. Servants of this level are also serfs, but their treatment may be better. Some people can also learn skills or serve as confidants and butlers for the master. In the literal sense, they can also be family members. Okay, sir, since you said so, I will always accompany the young master. When Sasha comes of age, you will accompany him. My friend, I only trust you. No one else can manage my son well. Sir, don't worry about this. But the 2 young masters in the family should not be like young master Sasha. Nikita's words made Sergei Pushkin a little embarrassed. Nikita, let's not talk about that. Take Sasha to the boarding school. However, before arriving at the boarding school, these children who were sent here had to be received by the queen. As for Alexander's non-attendance at this event, he still had to attend a meeting. This time it was really serious work, and was related to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Larissa also looked at the list of these children who were enrolled. As a queen, her status in the court was not as good as that of the Queen Mother, and many official duties and relevant departments, such as the education part, have always been under the jurisdiction of Queen Mother Maria, so their presence is also weak. However, this time, to build such a school in the imperial village, Alexander felt that only his wife could do it. But his starting point was strange. He already had 5 daughters, and it was not necessarily that all of them would marry abroad. Since the girls' school selected maids from the palace, it would take more or less for the children of the respectable nobles to establish a school. His abstract train of thought would give Larissa a headache. The children sent here were all children of school age between 1797 and 1800, and many of them were descendants of boyars who had been passed down from the Principality of Moscow and various principalities. In terms of family background, there was no problem. A few were also descendants of new nobles, but these new nobles started from the time of Peter the Great, and there were also nobles who came from foreign countries and were recognized by successive Tsars. Alexander probably noticed that his sisters would eventually have to marry far away, even his favorite 4th sister Catherine. This was the consideration for the next generation. Before the official opening of the Imperial Village Middle School, the selected children, the outstanding students, would directly become students of the Imperial Village Middle School, and if they could not reach this level, they would be left in the boarding school. Although it was not a restoration of history, and it also reversed the order of the establishment of the Imperial Village Middle School and the Imperial Village Preparatory School, this plan was still agreed by Alexander himself. As for the children sent here, their future prospects will not be too bad. However, if the graduates of the Imperial Village Middle School do not continue to study at the university, they will generally be awarded the 9th or 10th level of civil servants. On the boarding school side, if they cannot be successfully promoted and stay in the school, then the more outstanding graduates among them can only get the level of 10th level of civil servants when they graduate. Although they are all nobles, they are also graded according to their efforts here. This requirement was proposed by Larissa herself. After all, when Solovyov or other teachers of Nicholas and Mikhail came to visit their homes, she also saw the importance of determining students' grades. Therefore, the preparatory school appeared first, and as for the Imperial Village Middle School, it could only be put aside until there was room in the Catherine Palace. Every child who enrolled was very polite when he came to her, and it was obvious that they were well educated at home. Coincidentally, the 40 noble children also included the first 30 students of the Imperial Village Middle School. As they came over to shake hands one by one, Lowissa was very satisfied with them, but when it came to Alexander Pushkin, the child took out a rose from his arms like a magic trick and paid tribute to the queen. Compared with other children, he was too good at handling things. He kissed the back of Loissa's hand directly, a standard French kiss, and then said, "These roses pour sa majesté la reine, mon muse. Roses are dedicated to Her Majesty the Queen, my muse." This child was too hard to refuse. Lowissa stroked the cheek of the little boy in front of her, but was almost stumped by him. "Come closer, Sasha, this is a reward for you." As for the reward, it was not that Lowissa would kiss the foreheads of the children she liked in the palace, but took out a gold coin and put it in his pocket. "You are very good at speaking. You will either become an outstanding diplomat or a great poet who writes beautiful poems in the future. Thank you, Your Highness." Behind Lowissa were the maids on duty today, and the ladies of state who held public office. These aunts or big sisters all liked this kind of child with a sweet mouth and was smart. As for little Natalia standing behind Lowissa, she did not realize that after she got married in the future, one of her daughters would be the wife of this child. It was a historic meeting between the mother-in-law and the son-in-law, but many people did not know it. Of course, in the eyes of little Alexander Pushkin, he also saw the beautiful sister of the queen, but he could not say this. Even if he always liked to do extraordinary things, he still knew the rules. Even if he was a child, he was a little devil and knew a lot of things. He suddenly became famous, and that was enough for now. As for the children standing together, Lowissa did not speak to them, but just welcomed them to school and placed her hopes on them. There wasn't much to say, but the children had to introduce themselves before they separated to the dormitories. Pushkin also had a relative, Ivan, who was in the same batch of students. When the two were still in the manor, they met each other because they were relatives and were familiar with each other, so they quickly became friends. As for the other children, seeing him so eloquent, they liked and envied him, and a little jealous. After all, he had won the award from Her Majesty the Queen. One of the boys wearing glasses introduced himself, behaved properly, but looked a little embarrassed. "I'm Alexander Gorchakov. You're amazing. If you read more books, you can write moving sentences. Sasha, we should be able to be friends. Wouldn't that mean there are two Sashas?" When cousin Ivan said this, Pushkin also smiled. The friendship between children is still relatively pure. It would be even better if it could accompany them throughout their lives. Gorchakov will be the last of his classmates to die. As the last prime minister and foreign minister of the empire, these two are the last. When he was a student, he received a poem from Pushkin. At that time, they were all formal students of the Imperial Village Middle School. It was just a transcript, which was only announced to each student and their parents, and it also avoided the embarrassment of announcing the entrance results. Gorchakov's entrance results were very good. Although he was only an 8-year-old child wearing a pair of small glasses, his mind was not bad. As for Pushkin, his results could have been better. However, he probably had this problem since he was a child. Because he was not very focused, he hurriedly completed the entrance test. The answers were filled in, but there were still many mistakes, especially spelling and grammar mistakes. But even so, the 7-year-old Alexander Pushkin still passed. Lowissa looked at the performance of these children in school and could imagine what her husband was like when he was a child. Otherwise, it would not have happened. General Lansdorf and Miss Kal led a group of teachers to strictly discipline Nicholas and Mikhail. The Queen Mother did not think they were strict, but had to increase their efforts. This was the result of an education that seemed strict in the past, but was actually lax in the end. The doting mother-in-law finally made up her mind. When the Imperial Village Middle School opened in the future, the 30 students selected from these students would study together with Nicholas and Mikhail. Chapter 377. Such sloppy homework is not acceptable. We have to do it again. Count Stroganov's generosity is really impressive. He had just arrived at the Mariupol regiment's base. After looking at the equipment of the troops, he replaced the hussars with new pistols at his own expense and placed an order directly from Izhevsk. This behavior of using relationships to replace the equipment of the troops under his command is something that others cannot learn. You know, in this era, from Ireland to Kitten, they are all eating empty salaries, wrestling military supplies, and withholding military pay, but the degree varies, and things are still universal. The Russian army can at least ensure that the personnel are complete now. Even if they went out for a trip, the French caused them a lot of losses, and the soldiers were replenished neatly after they came back. This count is not an ordinary rich boy who ran to the army to gild himself, but he really wants to share the worries of his Tsar buddy. It can be said that he is very conscientious. What's more, his father is the richest man in Russia. There are only a few families on the current Russian wealth list that can compete with his family, even the Yusupov family, and they are still far behind. He even has to send his son Alexander to military school. You know, although not every bullet and shell can hit the target, there are often no trenches and bunkers on the battlefield, which is also a very dangerous thing. As long as you can hold a rifle on the battlefield and not retreat in the first round of fighting, you are already good. As for Count Stroganov's generosity in giving at least one pistol to each hussar, that is something that others cannot do. Solovyov quickly returned to St. Petersburg. He still had important tasks here, and even the expedited letter was sent to the Mariupol regiment's base. The content here was sent by General Langstov. Nikolay's test level was obviously declining during the time when Solovyov was away. The Queen Mother was very unhappy, but she would not say it herself, so she found General Langstov, who was her guardian and father, and asked Solovyov to come back quickly. Nicholas's grades dropped, or the Queen Mother paid too much attention to him, because Solovyov introduced a very advanced system of in-class tests, monthly examinations and homework. Even if Nicholas's scores dropped a little, the teacher would pay attention. If he was tied to Petersburg by this prince, although Solovyov thought that he could use Nicholas's long-term meal ticket until 1855 in the future, even this long-term meal ticket might evolve into a lifelong meal ticket. Lowissa and Prince Vasily Yurievich hoped that he would marry little Katia, but the court etiquette instructor around Nicholas' son Alexander, although Nicholas had not even seen his future daughter-in-law yet, but now going to the front line to fight, even to work in the local area, is better than teaching primary school students here. But he must stay here, and the commander of the Guards Chasseur Regiment was replaced by a Frenchman. Solovyov could not have imagined that Nikolay would have academic problems. He had not been away for long, but such problems had already occurred. As for when he came back, he did not return to his home in Laundry Lane, but went straight to the palace. After asking around, Nikolay and Mikhail were in Grand Duke Constantine's marble palace again these days. After he entered the door, he saw Constantine, who was furious. His temper had changed a lot. When his wife was still here, he often threatened his wife or beat her. Now there must be some problems. Your Highness, what's going on? Ah, mishap. Look at what Carla has done during your absence. What the child did, it shouldn't be a big deal. Can you say that he is so careless in doing homework and taking tests like this? When Constantine was educated by a tutor, although his academic performance was not very good, he was not as smart as Alexander but not in depth. He had tried hard and his attitude was more serious. And Nikolay, his performance also made his brother worried. As for seeing the homework book and the Negakin who failed the test, Solovyov also shook his head. Your Highness, you are right, but you should also pay attention to the occasion and Sonia's presence. Constantine's only legitimate daughter passed by. She was a byproduct of Constantine's beating and scolding of his wife. Constantine has always been more doting on her, and his attitude is different from his attitude towards his wife. Little girls tend to be sensible early. It was rare for Sophia to see her father like this, and the teddy bear in her arms fell to the ground. Sonia, your Highness, you should pay more attention to your own children, not to your Highness Nicholas. As a father, you should spend more time with your daughter, not to mention that she is so smart. Solovyov's words adjusted the atmosphere. Constantine was okay as a soldier, but he never seemed very smart in other aspects. As for his wife, the comments of the female officers were already tactful enough. If she could learn a small part of Lois's skills, she might not have to run back to Saxony's home in such embarrassment. The daughter born of these two smart people is very smart, very much like her Aunt Elena, which fully proves That IQ is not inherited unless the hardware is not up to standard. It still depends on acquired education. Since her mother returned to her parents' home, Sofia has been taken care of by a nanny since she was a child. Sometimes she is still with Larissa, but the queen mother doesn't care much. Therefore, this little girl is also a little bookworm, more of a bookworm than Larissa's daughters. As for Konstantin's side to make his daughter happy, although it will not be a horror movie, it can be seen that he, like Paul, especially dotes on his daughter, especially Sofia is his only daughter. Konstantin's mistresses are not as prolific as Alexander's mistresses, even if there is a Polish girl's sister among his mistresses. Okay, I'll go to accompany Sonia. But you, Colonel, have to pay attention to my brother's homework. I will do it, Your Highness. Nicholas saw Solovyov coming back, but his face was a little nervous. On the contrary, Mikhail was not that scared. After all, he was younger and used different textbooks. He even showed his excellent math score to Solovyov. 5 points, that's good. Excellent math will lay a good foundation for learning mathematics in the future and become an excellent artilleryman. Solovyov also took out candy from his pocket as a reward for Mikhail. To candies for your 5 points, Your Highness Mishap. Just don't eat too much candy, it's bad for your teeth. Mikhail ran off to play happily, and now only Nikolai was left here. As for you, Your Highness, how did you manage to get 4 points in French, 4 points in German, and the rest are all 1 point and 2 points? Before I left, at least you were still very hard working in your studies, but according to Matvey Ivanovich, you have not been working hard recently, and you have also doodled in your studies. I'm wrong, brother Miskap, but General Langsdorff was peeking behind the door. He did not expect that the person Nicholas feared the most was Solovyov, who was usually the gentlest to him. There is no but. If you are so careless, you will not be a good general. You should know that the Emperor and the Empress are going to build a middle school in Tsarskoye Selo, and then let Your Highness go there to study. Now, the preparatory school has begun to recruit students, and they will select outstanding students to go to the future Tsarskoye Selo Middle School. If you don't do well in your studies, when you are with your classmates, they will not look at you as the Grand Duke and not compare with you in terms of grades. Although, in this case, you can always make friends. General Langsdorff was also amazed when he saw Nicholas lower his head like this. Your Highness, why is His Highness Nicholas like this? Asked the younger Grand Duke Mikhail. He rolled his eyes and thought for a moment before answering. Probably because Mikhail Sergeyevich is right. Although the child's answer was not helpful, General Langsdorff also knew that at least this kind of preaching combined with evidence could deal with Nicholas, who was stubborn. Nicholas, on his part, had also been enduring Solovyov's preaching. Although compared with his mother and his brother, Solovyov's preaching was already very tactful. The only one who could speak more gently was sister-in-law Lisa, but speaking like this always gave people a feeling that he was speaking the most cruel words in the most gentle tone. Your Highness, you will make everyone who loves you worry. In the future, the Emperor and His Highness Constantine will not dare to hand over an army to a person with little education, even if you are of noble status. If this is the case, the military training subjects for next week will be cancelled. In addition to the necessary physical education courses, I will arrange all the courses for you. As for the additional homework, there is more homework. Nicholas was still afraid of Solovyov, although among all the masters, except for Matvey Ivanovich, the chief master and father, he was the best to him. However, he was in charge of the homework and course schedule, so there was no time to play after class. You know, in the initial period, because Nicholas's subjects were all qualified, Solovyov was willing to give him a holiday. This time, because he was slack in the past month and scribbled on textbooks and homework, Solovyov gave him a hard time. Indeed, like the school philosophy of the Imperial Village Middle School, there is no corporal punishment, but the form of adding homework is a headache for playful children. As for Mikhail, he scored more than 3 points in all subjects, and he was younger, so he didn't have to worry about this. And what about Nicholas' homework? Solovyov had prepared it long ago. Before he set out, he had already obtained the relatively standard elementary and middle school textbooks of this era, and commissioned the teachers of the St. Petersburg Normal School to develop special textbooks. In addition, the textbooks of the boarding school run by the French were also within the reference range. It can be said that Solovyov had prepared the road for Nicholas and Mikhail to become royal test takers. Because he came from Ryazan, this set of textbooks, called Ryazan Secret Volumes, should be quite appropriate. Combined with the fact that it will become a routine in the future. After arriving at the Imperial Village Middle School, there will also be monthly exams, midterm exams and final exams, as well as graduation exams. So there will be a 5-year major exam, 3-year simulation or something like that. This kind of intensity is obviously something that the noble students of the future Imperial Village Middle School and Imperial Village Preparatory School will have to adapt to, especially the terrifying mathematics textbooks. You have to know that Yulia has been in Russia for a long time. In addition, there is a strong academic atmosphere of mathematics in St. Petersburg and Moscow. It is not a problem to come up with a textbook that even Solovyov himself is scratching his head. When Nikolai went out, although Solovyov did not say anything harsh, he was about to cry. Carla, don't cry. You are the noble Grand Duke of Russia. Okay, I won't cry. In the future, you must complete your homework well, and every test, you must go all out and take it seriously. As for the more terrifying, it is probably the course taught by Solovyov himself, although this teacher is not strict. Of course, all Russian students, no matter whether they are children of nobles or commoners, will tremble behind this small project presided over by Solovyov in the future. As for Nikolai, after completing his homework and returning to the Winter Palace, he told Alexander about this matter. Of course, he was not complaining. After all, Solovyov really wanted to meet his parents. Recently, Larissa was pregnant, so he must not be angry. Alexander took the initiative to take responsibility, which also showed his concern for the studies of his 2 younger brothers. What Solovyov said makes a lot of sense. As the emperor of all Russia, he also quite agrees with this teaching philosophy. Thinking of his own tutor Prince Saltykov and other teachers, Nicholas's teachers can be more strict than them, and not just superficial Spartan management. Because of this, he only respects Lahap as a teacher. The current foreign minister Badberg does not have this treatment, but only general courtesy. Carla, if you enroll in the Imperial Village Middle School in the future, the course requirements will only be stricter. It seems that your mother is right to ask me to find you a stricter teacher. Alexander then prepared to reply to Solovyov, writing it under the transcript behind Solovyov's densely packed comments. I agree with your opinion that Nicholas and Mikhail can be more strict. As for the Imperial Village Middle School, even the St. Petersburg Middle School, the boarding schools opened by various French people, and the school education that will be popularized throughout Russia in the future, those students will be baptized by Solovyov's method in the future. If the young ladies in the girls' school had not mainly studied culture and etiquette, they would have suffered as well. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378, the latest results of the Russian-American company's expedition. Unlike the Neva and Nadezhda, which were currently exploring the world, the letters sent back by the Russian-American company from various bases in North America usually had to pass through the post and base system across Siberia to return to Moscow and St. Petersburg. Or they could take another route through New Spain, but the current conditions did not allow the Russian-American company to do so. After all, Spain was an ally of France. As for the roads in other directions of North America, it was also necessary to consider that there were still a large number of tribal alliances on the Rocky Mountains and the Great Plains of the North American continent. Normally, no one would take this route. Therefore, it was not easy to send letters and parcels to St. Petersburg from Fort Ross in the North American territory. The Duke of Enghien's reclamation in Fort Ross was going smoothly. The French he brought with him had adapted to life there and established a trading post. Many of the French here were royalists or did not agree with Napoleon's ideas. In addition, the massacre that almost broke out in Saint-Domingue did indeed make many French people determined to stay in a place like Fort Ross. Although it was a bit remote, Spain and Russia only refused to allow each other's warships to dock at their bases, and life had to go on. In this environment, the colony of Rosberg, with 90% of the residents being French, also maintained an unexpected peace with the Spaniards. The Duke's own letter was also a report on the current situation of the Russian colonies in North America. After all, he now had Alexander's official appointment to manage the vast territory as a friend. As for the actual situation, Alexander did not receive the first letter from Rosberg until 1806. Given that most of the main board members of the Russian-American company were in Irkutsk, in St. Petersburg, number 72 Moika Embankment was an office and theme store, and the people Alexander summoned were mainly his confidants. However, Count Stroganov went to the Mariupol Hussar Regiment station, and was not in St. Petersburg at the moment. Czartoryski returned to Vilnius, and the secret committee had to hold a meeting, but the people were not all present. He then replaced another group of people, including Foreign Minister Badberg, Grand Duke Konstantin and Speransky. However, Konstantin also brought Nicholas, so General Lansdorf also came. As for Peter Volkonsky and Solovyov, these two people used to play the role of two generals in the secret committee meetings, as long as they were both present, and now they are finally sitting here. Then, let's start this committee meeting. Speransky, you should take the minutes. Although Speransky's rank is not low, he is the only one who has the ability to take minutes among the people present, and his position is more or less a secretary. Your Majesty, then can I start? Of course, Andrei Yakovlevich. After all, it is your duty to make a report. Badberg is still one of Alexander's teachers after all, and using such a title is also a respect. Okay, Your Majesty, regarding the North American territories of the Russian Empire, the negotiations with the surrounding tribes in the summer of 1805 went very smoothly. Duke Engin has had sufficient exchanges with the nearby tribes, including the 7 tribes of the Chinook people. One of them is a young Suquamish chief named Seattle, who showed us a friendlier attitude than the chiefs of other tribes. When he said this, Alexander suddenly asked Solovyov, Solovyov, you have been to Mexico City, and you should have learned about the situation on the west coast of North America. But it is also some superficial understanding, Your Majesty. After all, I have never been there. I only learned about it through Spanish colonial officials and the information collected in the past. That's also an expert, Solovyov. If this can be considered an expert, Alexander is just flattering his knowledge level, but Solovyov can't say that he took advantage of the Tsar's good temper to climb the pole. This is what a courtier should learn. After all, he is not now a guards officer who can gain a foothold by leading troops or bravery. Instead, he has become an adjutant without a specific position in the court. There was no other way. His position as aide-de-camp had been unused. It would only take a few minutes for Alexander to take him back. Now he could only pass the time doing various strange tasks, and teaching Nikolai and Mikhail was the most important part. But it was obvious that Alexander always liked to talk to him about some knowledge that was less popular in St. Petersburg. The Russian-American company is undoubtedly more familiar with the Aleuts, but in the tribal peoples of the Puget Sound claimed by the British, it is still rare to see Europeans. As for the specific tribes, I don't know much about them. But when the name Seattle came out, it directly meant an important city in the northwestern United States, such as the headquarters of a super hard company. It was like a movie in his mind. But when Alexander heard this, his face turned bad again. Thinking about Kutuzov in Austerlitz, it might be like this. Well, Your Majesty, I also want to say that when dealing with the indigenous people around Puget Sound, you must also pay attention to the tribes of the locals. In fact, the positions can be distinguished. This includes elders, war chiefs, shamans and witch doctors. The division of labor is still very clear, and it can be regarded as the basic structure of a primitive medieval territory. The chief of the tribe must be elected by the elders, while the shamans and witch doctors must be tested by their predecessors. Alexander was very satisfied when he listened to Solovyov's explanation of the political structure of the local tribes. After all, he had never thought of a specific way to govern the North American territory. However, compared to the exploitation of the various tribes in Siberia, Russia's rule in North America was much more relaxed. except for some unfriendly tribes that often had small-scale conflicts with Russian colonists. In most cases, they still traded with each other, which was also an important part of the fur trade. Now that you've said so much, Solovyov, is there any solution? In fact, just like in Kazakhstan, these tribes can be granted Russian citizenship, but there are some differences. After all, the journey there is long, and we must fully respect the territorial scope of the local people. Our governor is still mainly in the settlements. As for these tribesmen outside, they have entered the slavery stage, and can be said to be a member of civilized society, not as primitive and barbaric as the British say. Then, should they be considered civilized or semi-civilized? Solovyov thought about Alexander's question and continued, I think they should be regarded as members of civilized society, and these chiefs, elders and important tribal members can also be included in our rank list, and can even be regarded as registered nobles. Why do this? Because the Spaniards also recognize the status of the Marquis of Montezuma, and correspondingly, on the Inca side, some Incas have aristocratic status. Moreover, in the 21st century, the descendants of the Cortes family and the descendants of Montezuma have switched places. Instead, the Marquis Montezuma, whose hometown is Tenochtitlan, became a Spanish noble, while the descendants of the conquerors became Mexicans. Then, we can do the same. However, Andrei Yakovlevich, please continue reading the rest. Badberg read the follow-up of the Duke of Enghien's report, which also mentioned that, because of the Duke of Enghien's special status, the chiefs and elders would organize a warm reception in any tribe. In addition to barter trade, the purchase of furs, tobacco and game, the Duke of Enghien and his followers were also warmly received by the girls in the tribe. For the romantic French, although this is a bit primitive, it is a paradise. The Duke of Enghien of the Condé family is still relatively young, and he already has mothers-in-law in several tribes. If it were someone else, they might not be able to withstand it. When reading this, Constantine regretted calling his third brother Rover. However, Duke Enghien's statement was very tactful. Even if Nicholas French could get 4 points, he might not understand it if the words were complicated. But Alexander was happy to let Badberg continue. He thought that Nicholas was 10 years old and was about to be interested in girls. After all, a few days ago, 7-year-old Alexander Pushkin used beautiful words to make Larissa very happy, which can be said to be a big news for the admission to the Imperial Village Preparatory School. Or at home, Uncle Alexei has often played with the nieces of General Beau since this age. At this time, Badberg also read out Duke Enghien's suggestion. It looks like what we thought. But how many tribes are there? In addition to Puget Sound, there are at least 25 tribes around our territory in Fort Ross that have established connections with Fort Ross. We still have an advantage in these places. The tribal chiefs are also aware that the benefits that the British can provide them at present are acquisitions at trading posts, but the things they give are not as affordable as ours. Yes, the Russians do like to do things regardless of cost when doing business. They use muskets and sabers to exchange various goods with the Indians, especially precious furs and some local medicinal materials. If these medicinal materials and furs can be sold in batches in Guangzhou, even if they are suppressed by Chinese merchants, they can still make a lot of money. It can be said that there is a lot of money to be made. As for medicinal materials, the locals call American ginseng gerontogoon, which means similar to humans. It can be said that it is a consensus in North America and East Asia in the simple worldview. After listening to it, Alexander also felt that it was interesting. If the west coast of North America could be controlled, even if it could not go deep into the inland, the goods that could be provided here could already make the Russian-American company a lot of money. Since our colony is so good, why has it been losing money year after the company was established? When the 4 companies were operating the Aleutian Islands, they were always profitable. I can explain this question, Your Majesty. Badberg also did some preparations before the meeting. He knew the problems of the Russian-American company. 6 years ago, when the late emperor was still alive, the Diplomatic Academy and the Naval Committee received petitions from the Aleuts, saying that our Russian-American company overdrew the labor of the Aleuts and used the farmers who immigrated to the local area as serfs. Upon hearing this, Alexander's face turned bad again, but Badberg knew that the emperor's attitude this time was also different. In our homeland, the territory is already vast enough to abolish serfdom. It is somewhat incomprehensible that the board of directors of the Russian-American company did this on land without the basis of serfdom. Of course, some local tribes have just entered the slave society, but this is not a reason for them to exploit labor. Indeed, Your Majesty, a more relaxed management method should be implemented in the North American territory. In addition, the naval officers we stationed there, as Your Majesty's representatives there, have no long-term planning plans. Unlike in Siberia, Russia's business here is even worse. Merchants are fishing in troubled waters, and the military only want to make a profit instead of operating stably in the local area. It is no wonder that the Aleuts are relatively obedient. In the process of the Russian-American company developing new bases, they have been providing dozens to hundreds of manpower as helpers, but they still complain. According to the statement of Duke Engin, it is believed that a governor who is directly responsible to St. Petersburg should be set up to manage the vast territory, and more promising plans should be made to make these places rich in resources to manage Puget Sound and Fort Ross well, and to complement the Aleutian territory. Alexander did not pay much attention to the North American territory, but after finding the reason for the loss of the Russian-American company, he was also distressed. After all, this was all his money, and it would be too unworthy to lose it. As for the transportation to Guangzhou, it will have to wait until the global expedition team returns to St. Petersburg before it can be determined. If Alexander knew that the failure of the Golovkin mission led to serious losses in trade with the Qing dynasty, his face might be even uglier. Although there is also the factor that the Qing government believes that opening a port in Guangzhou to Russia will affect the trading character, but Golovkin delayed a lot of things because of a kneeling incident. This even made Alexander somewhat dissatisfied with Prince Sarkatev. If he just looked like Humphrey, it would be fine. Now he had to face another problem. If he really took a gardening leave, he would be far away from the core of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Sometimes, a reliable father-in-law is also very important. Even if he lives a boring and luxurious aristocratic life at home all day, he should not cause trouble in front of the emperor. Chapter 379, Little Cat Eye is favored by the Old Witch Part 1. Recently, Solovyov's main task is indeed to teach the two young Grand Dukes. He doesn't need to worry about military affairs. The inventions he tinkered with before have been perfected by professional engineers and craftsmen. In addition to the translation work that he must do because of his special skills and the introduction of the Ryazan hero, his main task is to teach. So, knowledge still changes destiny. Moreover, he can often attend special meetings of the North American territory. On the way back from the office in the Little Winter Palace, Solovyov took Nikolai for a walk along Million Street. Although the child was very stubborn, he was still very obedient out of awe of this big brother. Solovyov was also very strict with him and increased the amount of homework. However, because of Alexander's summons on this day, the class could not proceed. Carla, I can't give you homework today, but you can stroll around Million Street. Where are we going? Just go forward. This street is full of guards, and there is a barracks of the grenadiers in front. It's very safe. As for Nikolai, the young man, he was willing to follow Solovyov. The person Solovyov feared most on this street was undoubtedly the little fairy who used to live at number 7. In a blink of an eye, she was only 23 years old and was already a mother of 3 children. It was also interesting to think about what she said about rewarding Bagration after defeating the French. Solovyov thought so. This senior brother won the individual competition, but lost the team battle. This reward is indeed not easy to get. As for those things in the Russian army, naturally there are also the Minister of War and the General Staff Headquarters to be responsible. One is responsible for screwing, and the other is responsible for formulating combat plans and grand strategic command. There was no telegraph in this era, and macro operation was not convenient. If you want to move the unicorn cannon to the left, forget it. Walking along the street with Nicholas, passing the Marble Palace, we will arrive at the square. Further ahead are number 1 and number 3 Million Street, the latter being the mansion of Prince Saltykov, the Grand Tutor. However, Nicholas also had some impression of the Ayers Square and the Mikhailovsky Fortress, but he was not as impressed as his 2 brothers and the 3rd and 4th sisters. but as a child, he only knew that his father was dead. And Solovyov was a guard officer that his father liked very much, and he understood this. You know, many of the officers favored by Paul became generals in their 20s, and some were less than 30 years old when they were promoted to lieutenant generals. Boss, I want to ask you a question. Don't call me that, Your Highness. After all, I'm just your teacher. It's a bit weird to call me that, but you are really amazing. You are the one who captured the most flags when fighting against the French in Austria. I think you will become a great general, but why are you still a colonel now, with all your merits? Nicholas is a bit stubborn, and belongs to the more stubborn type among the little brothers, but he has his own judgment at his age, and I don't know if it is a good thing or a bad thing. Your Highness, what do you want to say? You should have been a general a long time ago. The Emperor trusts you so much, but he didn't even give you a major general. Nicholas was somewhat aggrieved that his teacher was still a colonel, and he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Although he was only 10 years old, he was tall, catching up with Solovyov's height when he was 15 years old. It is really exciting to see how tall he will grow in the future. You know, in the royal family of Württemberg, the Empress Dowager's hometown, there are many giants, including 200 Jin strongmen and 200 kilogram strongmen. Your Majesty's trust in me is indeed comparable to that of the late emperor, and sometimes even exceeds it. But let's go to Mikhailovsky Castle. He really wanted to tell Nicholas about Paul's deeds today. Although the outside world had a very bad evaluation of him, it was all the evaluation of the great nobles. The people and progressive young nobles still loved the late Tsar. Nicholas's character was actually more like Paul, especially this kind of stubbornness, and the trust and even tolerance of the people around him, which was simply cast in the same mold. Solovyov saw the shadow of Tsar Paul, who had been very kind to him, so he was particularly concerned about his education. At least, we should prevent the Grand Duke Nicholas from taking the same path as in the future. Even plants and trees have feelings. For example, if Alexander had no son, or designated the successor with a decree of succession, Nicholas would most likely become the next monarch, and his age would be just right. It is no wonder that the Queen Mother and Alexander were very strict with this boy. If there were any minor problems with his homework, Solovyov would have to return from the garrison and continue to take on his junior tutor duties. In particular, Solovyov himself proposed to use homework and monthly exams to test the academic achievements of Nicholas and Mikhail. Although Alexander's tutor, Prince Saltykov, was responsible for raising the child, he was not so strict with his schoolwork. Solovyov led Nicholas forward, and unfortunately, he ran into the princess's wife. Solovyov had also heard of this lady in the social circle. After all, he had shown off in her salon that year, which made this witch-like old lady a little embarrassed. It was also because of this that Solovyov was a little famous in the social circle. After all, this old lady did not leave a good impression. However, he brought Nicholas here, and as the princess's wife, this old lady had to come over to pay her respects. After all, Nicholas was also the second heir, and his two brothers had no sons, so currying favor with this child was also a kind of investment in the future. However, Nicholas did not like this old lady very much. Although he respected the master, his wife, he had heard about this from his chattering sisters when he was a child. This old lady was really very strange. Your Highness, it's an honor to see you here. Are you out for a walk? Although Nicholas did not want to answer, Solovyov was signaling with his eyes. Even if the child was so stubborn, he still responded politely. Madam, Baron Solovyov and I are going to the Air Square. Where are you from? I came from the Moika Canal. Perhaps you also know that Prince Vasily Dolgorukov always needs someone to introduce him to social occasions after returning from abroad. The old man in my family used to have some friendship with Prince Krimsky. This prince is still a relatively close relative from my mother's side, so naturally I have to take care of them. Nicholas looked at the old lady and thought she was strange. She kept talking when she was talking to her, which gave people the feeling that, enough. But out of politeness, he did have to deal with it. Nicholas also knew that he was the Grand Duke, and his status was here, and he also needed to deal with these nobles below. Yes, you have always had the virtue of generously entertaining guests. Solovyov found that Nicholas had made some progress, At least when he was in a high position, he would actually say flattering words, which was not impolite. If there were any impoliteness. After all, this lady was the wife of the tutor, and was also very familiar with the Empress Dowager. Although it would not involve himself, it would involve General Lansdorff and the boss, who were like fathers, so he had to be forced to do business. Well, your highness, if you honor me, you can come to my humble home. If the mansion near the palace embankment at number 3 Million Street is also a humble home, then the official residences in St. Petersburg are very limited. Of course, but I don't have any entourage today, only my teacher is with me. Although the princess's wife hated Solovyov very much, after all, this kid had embarrassed her in the past, but Nicholas's face was among the top 5 in St. Petersburg, so she had to bear it. In addition, there was another problem, that is, Solovyov had indeed learned the business smile, and taught it to Nicholas. Unexpectedly, Nicholas used it for the first time to this old witch. It was a bit interesting, Solovyov thought, but going to number 3 Million Street should also be for some social activities. Moreover, Nikolai and Solovyov had already walked to the Marble Palace, and they also had to say hello to General Lansdorff who was there. Although they both looked like tutors, Prince Solovyov had a higher status than General Lansdorff in all aspects, and the first heir was Constantine, and the general could not afford to offend him, so he also gave a few instructions, and asked Constantine's adjutant to go with him. Matvey Ivanovich, I will accompany you. That won't work. I heard that place, General Lansdorff then said seriously, in Solovyov's ear, is always haunted. I heard that it is the ghost of Peter the Great and a young woman. Although Solovyov was not superstitious, he had to endure the nagging and superstition of his leader, who was also Nikolai's class teacher. Moreover, this was also out of good intentions. There is just one problem. If it is really haunted, even if you bring 10 adjutants, it will be useless. Then you need to invite the Orthodox Patriarch. But if Peter the Great is the ghost, it is not easy to exorcise the soul. As for another legend, there is also the ghost of Tsar Paul in the Mikhailovsky fortress. This kind of atmosphere makes St. Petersburg like a large Hogwarts. Of course, the distance between these two steps is also very close. Solovyov calculated the date and looked at the date in the notebook. Today is the naming day of little Katya. Speaking of which, the child now lives with her parents and 2 brothers at number 3 Million Street. When she was less than 15 years old, she became a formal court maid. Larissa liked her very much and called her black-haired kitten. She also laughed at herself that she was hiring child labor. However, it was precisely because she knew the rules and was popular in the palace that she soon attracted the attention of many ladies. If these noble ladies had unmarried sons, they would have to consider whether to propose marriage to Prince Vasily when the girl grew up. However, they were just thinking about it. Prince Vasily Dolgorukov's family lived at number 3 Million Street. If Prince Solovyov's family moved first, no one else could catch up. The princess herself had this idea. Her youngest son Sergei was still single. Before Her Highness Maria got married, he had served as a stable supervisor in the court of Her Highness. Although it sounded like horsegroom, his actual status was not low even in the court of the Grand Duchess. Therefore, Solovyov had some impression of this person, but the one who impressed him more was Alexander Solovyov, the most talkative person in the family and the man who could speak long and difficult sentences the best in Petersburg. Your Highness Nicholas, it is our honor to visit you. The old prince said this, which made Nicholas a little embarrassed. Nikolai Ivanovich, you are my brother's teacher and my respected elder. How can I let you do this? Please condescend to entertain me, Your Highness. After listening to Solovyov's hint, Nikolai continued the rest of the sentence. It was still very hard for a 10-year-old child to act like an adult, so he also thought it was a kind of torture. Compared with socializing, it is better to spend time in class. Nikolai thought so, but he was very helpless. The Solovyov family currently has 3 sons here. The eldest son Dmitry is a blind man, but he has also married a wife, the daughter of the fable writer Leontiev. The second son Solovyov is very familiar. Today he also appeared here with his wife and daughter, but his father-in-law who failed in his mission is still in Nikatsk. As for Sergei, although his reputation is much better than those playboys in the social scene, there is also a problem. That is, due to his personality, rather than physical factors. In fact, when talking about marriage, many mothers are worried about whether their daughters can get the happiness they deserve if they marry him. As for the indecisive Nikolai Ivanovich, he was sitting in the host's seat, but at home, he had to be commanded by his weird old wife. He always followed the crowd and adopted an opinion in the court, but it cannot be said that he had made no contribution. After all, he had always acted as a mediator and lubricant between the Empress, Tsar Paul, Alexander and Constantine. There were even rumors that he was Paul's biological father because he cared too much about Paul in his early years. But this statement was ridiculous enough. Now the 70-year-old man is in good health. He has to entertain guests at home, and His Royal Highness Grand Duke Nikolai was called by his wife at short notice. Anyway, this reception is about to begin. As for the theme, because the naming day of little Cat-Eye is coming, it also has some purpose. Chapter 380, Little Cat-Eye is favored by the old witch Part 2. After seeing that the guests were seated, the princess wife said, "We are not here for anything else today. It is Cat-Eye's name day, and she is considered an adult." As soon as the old lady spoke, Nicholas was confused. To enter the palace, you must be 16 years old to be an adult, right? It should be considered, but your highness, your sister Alina is about to get married at this age. Nicholas had very few impressions of Alina, the most beautiful of the 5 sisters. After all, she and the eldest sister married when he was very young, so he was not as familiar with the 3rd, 4th and 6th sisters. But he has reached the age where he should be sensible, and he can think clearly, even if his brain is stubborn. Of course, he is not a fool and knows something. Solovyov has been in St. Petersburg for a long time. It has been nearly 10 years since he was brought here by Dmitry Volkonsky. This kind of name day celebration for a distant relative living here is more or less interesting. The 2 older sons of the old master, even though the eldest son was blind, both married and had sons. The second son was very familiar with Solovyov, and the two had studied the 4-stage tactics together. As for the third son, Solovyov actually did not have a good impression of him. In particular, his sister was a good friend of little Cat-Eye, and if little Cat-Eye married Sergei, it would not be a good match. Solovyov said this based entirely on experience. Of course, he did not know that, if little Cat-Eye married Sergei, she would be very unhappy. Although the prince looked good and had some knowledge, his personality was not very good, and he was also quite lustful. Although little Cat-Eye was a little slender, she had received strict dance training since childhood, so she was pretty good anyway. But compared with this firewood girl, not only Alexander and Larissa knew that this marriage was not good, but after the two got married, Alexander also said that little Cat-Eye could marry a new husband and send a large dowry. However, the girl was devout and finally refused. What's even more exaggerated is that even Moscow and Ryazan knew that this marriage was not very good. Tolstoy's mother was in the ancestral manor at the time and heard about it. She also wrote it in her diary, thinking that such a lovely girl did not get her own happiness. As for the later, there was even more misfortune. She became a widow in her 30s and had no children. Her husband felt that he owed her and meant that all the inheritance should be left to his wife, but the will was lost. Then, these nephews of Sergei launched what Prince Vasily Kuragin wanted most, seizing the property of his uncle and driving away his aunt. If it weren't for the fact that little Cat-Eye had many girlfriends in the palace at that time, and her eldest brother was in St. Petersburg and her second brother was in Moscow, she would not have been kept in the court. Alexander II took good care of her and kept her serving in the palace for 35 years until he died. Of course, Solovyov couldn't know so many things. He just felt that this matchmaking was a sour matchmaking. However, he had to offend the wife of the tutor. That was 9 years ago, and it didn't matter if it happened again. Vasily Vasilyevich, he and his wife and 2 sons, were all confused, but considering that the princess was from his family, it was difficult to say anything. Although others were not surprised by the strange behavior of the princess, it was too abrupt to force a turn here. To mention the intention of her youngest son Sergei and Prince Vasily's daughter Cat-Eye under the pretext of celebrating Cat-Eye's birthday. Prince Vasily was obviously hesitant, and he looked at his daughter again, reluctant to let her go. but this marriage is indeed a good match. The tutor's youngest son Sergei is also talented. Although he is much worse than his second brother, he has also published some articles, which can be regarded as talented. Due to his long absence from the country, Prince Vasily also seems to think that this marriage is good. In this regard, he is not as in-depth as the young Nicholas. After all, who is this Sergei? Because the family of the Grand Tutor often appears in Alexander's court, what kind of person is he? It's not a very good impression, so some people will still frown. The confused Prince Vasily's family did not express their opinions at this time, and the old Grand Tutor Solovyov came out again. If we can marry Prince Krimsky, it will be an honor for our family. I just don't know what you think. If we continue, there is actually another way, which is to let Sergei and little Katia get along in the same room for a while. Solovyov is too familiar with this matter. After all, his friend Pierre fell for this trick, allowing Prince Vasily of the Kurokin family to succeed and marry his daughter Helen to the Bezukov family. Although Helen is a natural socialite and a beautiful lady, Pierre is at a disadvantage in this matter. Therefore, for Prince Vasily Vasilyevich, who always had high hopes for him, Solovyov did not want his daughter, his sister's friend, to be married off so easily and become the little princess of the Solovyov family. That old witch would also bring some troubles. She was like a puppeteer manipulating a puppet to make her husband speak. This old man couldn't even decide whether to serve oysters on the table, but he was in a high position and his words were nonsense, but they were weighty. But the guests seemed to think it was not appropriate. The strange thing was that little Nikolai leaned close to Solovyov's ear and said, "Sister Katia has a beautiful figure. It is really inappropriate for her to marry Prince Sergei, who is in the guards, but has not served much. Such a good sister should marry a warrior. Boss, you." Although Nikolai was a stubborn boy, he seemed to be a little precocious and knew the means of matchmaking, but he didn't say anything more. "Your Highness, it's not appropriate to say that. You are not married at your age. This is not right. When my brother and sister-in-law got married, the child was getting more and more outrageous, making Solovyov embarrassed, and he covered his mouth in a very impolite manner. This attracted the attention of little Katia, who stood up and said, "Baron, it's really impolite for you to cover your highness's mouth like this." Speaking of which, this girl is very knowledgeable about etiquette, and she knows the rules at the age of 15. In the future, she will make the girls in the palace respect and fear her, and get the nickname of Mother Goose. The little hoofs who don't know the rules will be sent to her to learn the rules. Therefore, Solovyov also felt a little embarrassed, and even the girl didn't call him like usual, but said it very formally. When the name Brother Miska came out, the girl said it sweetly and greasy, but calling Baron restrained Solovyov. This gave Sergei an idea. This girl was not very old, but she could control Solovyov, the most promising young officer in the guards, who had killed dozens of Frenchmen on the battlefield. What would happen if he married this daughter-in-law? Sergei thought too much. Little Katia had two ideals. One was to become a young noblewoman with excellent manners like Her Majesty the Queen, and the other was to marry an outstanding young nobleman, to be his wife and manage the household as a hostess. As for being a maid in the palace, it was an obligation and responsibility. For this girl, it was a career. However, Nicholas spoke unexpectedly at this time. "I think Sister Katia and Prince Sergei should feel that each other is suitable for each other and adapt to each other for a period of time." He knew a lot about marrying a daughter-in-law, and it was a Russian tradition. You have to adapt to each other before getting engaged, and there is a cool-off period before getting married. Nicholas, this kid, is not only messing up other people's marriages, but also understands that there is another weirdo in the Russian royal family. Compared with the empresses, except that they all keep little white faces, their styles look quite normal. As for Queen Mother Maria, she has no real lover, so she should not be able to do the job of empress. And what about the Tsars? Ivan the Terrible of the previous dynasty was just a bad-tempered one. There were many weirdos in the Romanov dynasty. Peter the Great changed customs and cut his beard. Peter II was a weird kid, and Peter III was a well-known German stick. Later, Paul is needless to say. He is Solovyov's very respected boss, but his behavior is indeed quite strange. As for Alexander, when he was still the Grand Duke of the Emperor, he already had the tendency of why did His Majesty rebel? although this man later succumbed to reality and became the emperor of all Russia honestly. As for Nicholas, I can only say that the male members of the Romanov royal family, regardless of whether they are the original direct line or the Holstein collateral line after Peter III, all have a kind of abstract beauty, which is quite in line with the matching mechanism of the Slavic region. He is indeed interesting in this way. Then, the old witch's approach can't continue anyway. This time Solovyov did not offend the old witch, but Nicholas became the little villain, causing the princess's wife's plan to fail. However, Solovyov also felt that Nicholas was either not smart or too stubborn. It was difficult to change back what he had determined, and he was openly provoking such trouble. When Paul was there, he liked to be a matchmaker. If Nicholas did not guide him well, he might be a special person to break up the couple. Even if he broke up the couple who were not suitable for each other, it would be considered a merit. Their family's inheritance of the father still sounds terrible. Everyone inherited different characteristics, and then it might be in the opposite direction. It might be a feature of the Russian court. As for the princess, although the family of the tutor is very powerful, His Highness's words and calling him over actually ruined the plan. It was a case of being too smart and making mistakes. It was quite troublesome to call this child. However, when this matter reached Alexander, he told Larissa about it when he went to visit his pregnant wife. Lisa, have you heard about what happened in Nikolai Ivanovich's house? Not yet, Your Majesty, but what happened? It seems that my dear sisters have not come to you during this period to tell you the story of what happened in his house. Speaking of which, the old witch is often made fun of by the girls in the royal family. After all, she is really too weird. Even when Paul gave her a ribbon, she actually held a piece of musk in her hand and could chat with people for half a day. In short, she is a weirdo. Seeing that Larissa was willing to listen to him, Alexander then said Nicholas was invited by the princess to the official residence on Palace Embankment Road to celebrate the name day of Prince Krimsky's granddaughter Catherine. At this time, she proposed to marry this Katar to her youngest son Sergei. Hearing this, Larissa also frowned. This doesn't sound good. If Prince Sergei wants to marry a daughter-in-law, he shouldn't find such a little girl. As for proposing it on this occasion, should we get engaged directly or wait for a while? It seems that he hopes to get engaged immediately. This is not good, especially for such a little girl. If she comes to my side as a maid, she should find a husband of suitable status and who knows how to love her, not someone like Sergei. Yes, Saryosha. He is indeed not suitable. He should find a woman who matches him in the social scene. For Alexander, after all, the man in question is the son of his guardian at that time, so it is not easy to interfere directly. So what happened in the end? Sasha, you told me this. There must be some stories. Indeed, Nikolai actually brought it up. It's not appropriate. Then, the princess couldn't say anything. I was very surprised. Carlyle is only 10 years old, and he already understands a lot. As a brother, I really have to work hard in the future to find him a wife that he will be satisfied with. When Larissa heard this, Alexander's words were indeed inconsistent, but Nikolai's innocent words made her think of something. If these girls around her are not engaged yet, they must be carefully selected when finding husbands for them in the future, and they must not cause any strange things that this old witch can do. As for little Katya, she hadn't thought about it yet. It's just that, I think I have to find suitable husbands for the courtmaids in the future, and even if Katya and Prince Sergei are really engaged, there should be a probation period before that. Love is mutual, and if one party feels it is not suitable, they should be free. Chapter 381, The War in the South, resumes on the Danube and the Caucasus. Qatar's naming day was in April, and it seemed that Europe would have a brief peace, but on the streets of Petersburg, or in the salons, there were messages of uneasiness. Petersburg and Constantinople were so far apart that the speed of news transmission would not be very fast, but the news from the civil governor of Tavrid province, the governor of Odessa and the military governor of Kiev said that the Ottoman Empire was about to take action against Wallachia and Moldavia. Because of this problem, Alexander quickly summoned Foreign Minister Badberg, Minister of War Sergei Kuzmich and Quartermaster General Van Susteren. The speed of the Ottoman Empire's actions far exceeded Alexander's expectations. He had always judged that after France made Austria surrender, it should first maintain peace with Austria, and then make peace with European countries in succession, in exchange for an external environment that was favorable to itself, and finally turn around and stare at the British across the strait. According to the usual progress, it should be so, but because Russia has not yet come to the table for negotiations, Napoleon instructed General Sebastiani, the ambassador to the Ottoman Empire, to instigate the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire to depose the rulers of Moldavia and Wallachia. Then, the Ottoman Empire, which would be instigated, was determined to depose the rulers of the two principalities. However, there is a problem here. Once Constantine Ypsilanti of Wallachia and the rulers of Moldavia, including the church leader Metropolitan Veniamin, are deposed, according to the Treaty of Jassy signed by Prince Potemkin in the last Russo-Turkish War, Russia must be notified before this happens. This unauthorized decision will give Petersburg an excuse to declare war. However, the Russian army had just lost to France in the Battle of Austerlitz a few months ago, and most of the troops that have returned to the country are resting, and the garrisons scattered around the country have just begun to assemble. At this time, it is not suitable to start a war, but Alexander also despises the Ottoman Empire. Your Majesty, I think that at this time, mediating through diplomatic means will only delay time. It is not the first time that the Ottoman Empire has not followed diplomatic conventions. This time, it deposed the nobles of Phanarius in Wallachia. I don't know what it will do next time. But Berg said this, Sergei Kuzmich did not say anything, and Van Suchteren only expressed his opinions on military views. He was not favored among Alexander's teachers, but opinions must always be respected, and Alexander still had ideas. Although they could not beat the French, the Russian army was still very good at dealing with the Ottoman army in any environment. If I can't beat the French, can I beat you? Therefore, after Budberg finished speaking, he also nodded in agreement, and thought of the teachings of the two brothers, when the Queen's grandmother was still there. The one who was more obsessed with Constantinople was actually the Empress, who married from a German prince. When Paul was in power, he also nibbled away part of Georgia, but the Ottoman Empire was relatively quiet at the time, and was in conflict with France, so there was no reason to fight the Turks. Now, there is a ready-made opportunity. Many of the newly formed infantry and cavalry regiments in the Russian army are now in Odessa, and can be dispatched nearby, but he still needs to think about it for a while, and asked Badberg in return. In this case, we have to send troops to protect Constantine Ypsilantis in Bucharest. What should we do? Your Majesty, at this time, we should use the Treaty of Jassy as a basis, and send troops into Bucharest. Badberg is a soldier after all, and his ideas are relatively simple and crude, but this is indeed appropriate. Your Majesty, but the logistics of marching on the harsh roads in Wallachia are still difficult. We can mobilize troops there immediately, but maintaining supplies for the army is a problem. Then how many people can we mobilize? General Suchteren. It is more appropriate to mobilize 30,000 to 40,000 people now, and with the Turkish army's troop deployment, it will take several months for them to complete the assembly on the south bank of the Danube. Before that, we have to mobilize troops from Kiev and Odessa and complete preparations in about a month. Then who should we send? Sergei Kuzmich. We should send another suitable commander-in-chief. Sergei Kuzmich. This time he didn't burst into tears, but sobbed there. This old joke in St. Petersburg has always made him uncomfortable. Your Majesty, at this time, it is more appropriate to send the military governor of Vitebsk and Mogilev, Ivan Ivanovich. If the Germans say it, it is John von Michelson. He has participated in suppressing the Cossack rebellion in the past, is familiar with the situation on all fronts, and has fought against the Turks. Now Alexander does not want to transfer other generals to the Danube River, and the unemployed Kutuzov is unlikely to be re-employed at this time. But one Michelson is still not enough, and Alexander is also considering sending other generals. At this time, Miloradovich was transferred to Kiev after the Battle of Austerlitz, so he was assigned to lead a detachment from Kiev to support Michelson. Things were settled, and there were some rumors in the salons in Petersburg. Anyway, Kutuzov is old and blind, and has always been evaluated as such. An older Michelson is nothing. It's just another thing that attracted the attention of many people. That is, Arakcheyev's level can actually be promoted to Lieutenant General of Artillery. You know, during the Battle of Austerlitz, he led a division to launch a counterattack against Murat's cavalry and was defeated and injured. In the core area of St. Petersburg, these people want to be promoted, not only based on their ability, but also on their social skills. Even when Solovyov finally had the opportunity to go to Madame Rakamiya, even this lady who only liked literature felt strange. She even asked questions after listening to Solovyov reciting poems. Michelle, you are a very talented soldier. When you fought against Bonaparte, you won the most military flags, but you only got a medal and failed to become a general. How come? This lady was dressed like a Greek goddess, leaning on her famous lounge chair. She was so beautiful, but she didn't dress like this for intimacy. This was a literary salon. If Solovyov hadn't tried it himself, he would have thought that the lady was a dead fish who liked to wear rococo style. She was quite exciting, just more reserved. I'm still very young. Although I have the trust of the emperor, the army always lacks an experienced commander to support my promotion. And there is no need to rush. When there is a war, I can also make meritorious service. At that time, it will not only be a medal. Then you will become a general? Yes, madam. Madame Rakamiya has two modes of smile. One is the innocence of a girl, but if she squints her eyes, she will be a vixen. But a vixen who seduces men, but rarely goes to bed is too pure. Moreover, she does not seem to have plans to remarry. In the eyes of outsiders, such a good widow, still so young and rich, just does not want to get married. Then I still hope that you can become a general, and you are a rare friend with some talent in my salon. Is that really the case? Solovyov said that he was always fascinated by this lady, which was different from the feeling of Larissa. Is that so? I have never lost a small-scale battle since I joined the army, and I didn't win military merit by fighting those Turks. You say that, aren't you afraid of others being jealous? Madame Rakamiya's small salon sometimes dismisses others, which is very private and convenient for intimate interactions. She leaned over like this, which obviously made Solovyov a little nervous. You are not young anymore, my lovely little brother. You will get married eventually. Is there any suitable girl? Her Majesty the Queen said that she wants to choose one from her maids, but because Her Majesty is pregnant recently, it is not convenient to arrange such a girl. Of course, except Solovyov himself and Larissa, no one knows who the culprit is this time. Alexander knew that he was a little guilty when he came back to find his mistress, but was not with his wife. Even if Larissa was found to have cheated, it would still arouse great sympathy from St. Petersburg and Moscow, so he kept the matter secret. Madame Rakamiya didn't know what was going on, but she and Solovyov had been intimate many times, but surprisingly, she had never been caught. Then I also want to wish you happiness, but at that time, you should have few opportunities to come to me, right? If my wife is a generous girl, maybe I can visit the ladies' salon often. I hope she won't be like General Moreau's wife, a troublemaker who came back from reunion. Madame Rakamiya agreed with this point. General Moreau's wife used her strength to trick her husband into going to the American continent. It's a pity that my poor husband, although he is a little older, still cares about me, was also sent to the guillotine. That's because there are too many people involved. Madam, you are safe. It is God's blessing. Thank you, Michelle. At this time, the lady came down from her chaise longue and put her arms around Solovyov's neck, looking like she was asking for a hug. A princess hug, and then the kind of close hug. You are stronger than before. When I first met you, you looked very thin. The military life in the past few years has made me stronger. And you are very elegant, and the poems you write are not bad. It's just a pity that you are a greedy little fox and always like to hunt secretly. Oh, what did you know? Of course he went to Paulina, the housekeeper beside her. I knew about the things between you three when I was in Paris. You are so lucky. Although Bonaparte's sister is not too picky about men, she likes you very much. If you were a Frenchman, I'm afraid you would stay with her. But His Majesty the Emperor of France would definitely not agree, so he found a superficial Prince Borghese to be her husband. In fact, that guy. Italian men are energetic and like to look for women everywhere. The poems they write are always very bad. That idiot couldn't walk. When he saw me, I knew he only saw my beauty, not because I love poetry and culture. Ah, you are indeed different. To be alone with you, one needs to have a higher level of culture. Solovyov now thought of Frenchmen, young and middle-aged writers, and the one who could impress Madame Rakamiya was probably Chabdorian. As for the others, sorry, I'm not very familiar with them. Alexander Dumas is only a 4-year-old child now, and his mother is still worried about the pension left by the death of Alexander Dumas. And you satisfied me today. This love poem was translated very well and successfully moved me. Solovyov picked up Madame Rakamiya, but she was so close that he could see her increasingly plump figure from her clothes, and the places where the fat grew were just right. I like you too, madam. While you are still a happy single nobleman, let's. Although Madame Rakamiya was not like Merimi's roommater, who would be afraid of pain when encountering such things, she was always embarrassed when she mentioned it, and even blushed a little, and even had a little shortness of breath. You can feel me better, just like in Paris in the past, and before you went to war. Yes, madam, I have been with His Highness Nicholas recently. As His Highness's teacher, I have to set an example. Sometimes, you little fox who loves to steal fruits, I also want to reward you well. So the lady took the initiative to kiss him, and Solovyov could feel that her breathing quickened, and her face became more and more red and her heart beat faster. Speaking of which, she is quite innocent. After the kiss, the lady calmed down, adjusted her breathing, and slowly said, Michelle, this is a reward for you. It's a pity that you will always get married if it is a little girl who can control you. Madame Rakamiya said this. It should be that the old witch's embarrassment this time has become a big news in St. Petersburg and the topic of conversation among the nobles after dinner. And there is also a supplement. Solovyov, a warrior, was actually controlled by a 15-year-old girl, which is also a strange news. Do you also think Catherine is suitable for me? I just treat her as a younger sister. I have known her since she was only 6 years old. She is a good friend of my sister Julia. I always feel weird about it. Don't you realize that children nowadays are very smart? His Highness Nicholas spoke at that time just for you, his teacher. Come to think of it, this may be true. Precocious children are not uncommon. Chapter 382. Don't go to the game where you can earn points with integrity. Madame Rakamiya's invitation to Solovyov to spend the night was not a hot topic in St. Petersburg, because the boy always kept his whereabouts secret, and people often didn't know where he was. The most famous thing recently was the difficult problem that Grand Duke Nicholas posed to Princess Saltykova. Although children speak without restraint, their words are very crucial, which shows that the royal education seems to be good. Looking back, Nicholas was reprimanded by the Queen Mother for speaking like this, and at least he should show a certain respect to the princess's wife. As for Solovyov, it was his day off when he went to Madame Rakamiya's place. When the Queen Mother summoned him to the Pavlovsk Palace, it was already the next week. Your Highness, you summoned me at this time. Is it related to His Highness Nicholas's schoolwork? It's not only about schoolwork. You also have to take responsibility in some occasions. You can't rely solely on General Langsdorff to be responsible for education. As the direct teacher, Nicholas trusts you very much. You must provide guidance from the side. Things like what happened in Prince Saltykov's house should not happen again in the future. Yes, Your Highness. As for Nicholas's schoolwork, he should be given some homework recently. Although I don't understand the test questions you made, I also think it is good for improving his grades. You can continue to do so. But, Your Highness, I can't help but think that the current amount of homework is already too much for a child. Whether it is for a high school student of your status, or for a child of a different noble, or a student of a seminary or a local school, the courses arranged by our teachers before, as well as the homework assigned after class, are just right for Your Highness. As Solovyov said this, Queen Mother Maria was very unhappy. This kid still didn't get along with her like before. He even supported his daughter-in-law to appear on the Square of Mars. Although he had written it down in his notebook, he was, after all, the trusted aide-de-camp of his 2 older sons, so he still had to treat him well. In addition, he had to make things clear, even if the boy was insisting on his educational principles. You should give Nikolai more homework and ask him to participate less in those extra social events recently. Although Nikolai Ivanovich is a good talker, it's not good to lose face for his wife. It's better to make things clearer, and after listening, Solovyov nodded in agreement. Yes, Your Highness the Queen Mother is only His Highness Nicholas. We can't just let him do his homework there. For children, playing and entertainment are also part of life. He can play in the palace, or take him to the Tavrid Palace or the Royal Aquarium, away from these high-ranking ladies. Recently, some people have been chattering and running to me to say that you are not good at disciplining him. But I also know that Nicholas doesn't like to study and likes military exercises. If it weren't for Matvey Ivanovich and you, who disciplined him well, I'm also worried that he will be like his grandfather in the future. Oh. At this point, the Queen Mother sighed. Peter III's stupidity was indeed beyond description. In contrast, the Queen Mother recalled her husband Paul. He was a diligent and people-loving monarch. Although the outside world had a bad evaluation of him, she, as his wife and bedmate, had 10 children and raised 9 of them. Obviously, she knew more about her husband than others. But, Your Majesty, I received an order to go to General Michelsen's headquarters. Who gave the order? Was it that old fool Sergei Kuzmich again? It was the order given by His Excellency the Minister of War Vyazmitanov. After all, I'm still an outstanding staff officer and a young military expert in their eyes. Just to fight those Turks. Do you still need to go? I once heard a saying that my late husband heard from his general that only lazy people would not fight the Germans. Even stupid people know that fighting the Turks can make meritorious deeds. But what about Nicholas's studies? There will always be other teachers, Your Majesty. The important thing is to let His Majesty Nicholas develop good study habits, rather than us teachers instilling knowledge into his heads. Then you should stay. You have only been Nicholas's teacher for the past few months. It is the time to help children develop habits. You can't go to Turkey. Well, is this considered the Queen Mother interfering in politics? Solovyov did know one thing, that is, if he went to the Danube front, he might not be able to come back in time for the next war against the French alliance. Moreover, he really didn't want to leave St. Petersburg during this period. Since the Queen Mother said so, he had picked up a life-saving straw. If he wanted to defeat the Turks, there would be opportunities in the future. Maybe during the war, he would need to transfer troops to the Danube. Or according to the results of his past investigations in the north, Russia and Sweden were going to go to war, and he might go to Vyborg or some other front. As for the Queen Mother's intervention in politics, Alexander also knew that his brother's education was very important, and if Solovyov went to the Danube battlefield, he would not be of much use in fact, and could only be used as a general staff officer. As for Sergei Kuzmich, he was indeed old, but he was also conscientious in his work as the Minister of War, and he could not find someone of equal status to replace him for the time being. Arakchev could be arranged to serve under the Minister of War and share Sergei Kuzmich's responsibilities. As for the military commanders, Alexander trusted a group of German-born generals, which caused dissatisfaction among the local generals. After all, this contradiction has existed since the time of Tsar Alexei. Therefore, when he took office, he also had to consider the balance factor. In addition, Arakchev was also trusted by Paul in the past, so he was a candidate that could be accepted by all parties. As for the commander, the drunkard Butch Holden actually stayed in office. In the personnel adjustment, Alexander also had a lot of troubles involving the commander-in-chief of the army on the western border. Because during the coup, Bennigsen's reputation as a regicide was too loud. Even if all the evidence proved that he participated in the coup, he was outside the door when the regicide was finally committed, and he could not be appointed on the critical Western Front. As for who to use in the future, Alexander is currently undecided, and there is even a gap in the military commander of Russia. If it really doesn't work, Grand Duke Constantine will have to command the troops. But Alexander knew his second brother's ability very well. He was really strong and could lead the guards, but he might not be able to take charge of the overall situation. Therefore, he considered many people, including General Apraksin, General Tormasov, and some infantry generals, but none of them was suitable. If Tsarist had not been assassinated by Baku Khan, perhaps the veteran Gulevich would be more suitable. Now, there is not much to use. But now there is nothing on the western front, but the Danube battlefield in the southwest is facing war. Let Michelson go there, which can be regarded as a front station, and then the troops will be deployed according to the situation in this direction. As for Bagration, Alexander wanted to promote him to general, even if he had a good record. There was a problem now, that is, a group of senior active lieutenant generals might not agree. And in order to shut up these old guys, a group of young people must be promoted, not just to strengthen the momentum. It is indeed necessary to update and replace. Now here in Alexander, only the middle level officers are replaced at a faster speed, especially in the guards and some main forces. As for the decentralization of the post of the quartermaster general, the operations department of the 1st department of the general staff also needs people, and all places need people. It is precisely because of this that the general who participated in the war against France, that is, Miloradovich, was transferred to Kiev to serve as the military governor, leading a 4,500-man force in the jurisdiction to support General Michelson's troops. As for now, Alexander saw that his mother did this and kept Solovyov in Petersburg for the sake of his brother's education. He didn't think too much and agreed to this opinion. But Solovyov, to find him a position in the operations department of the general staff, he still had to interview. But this time, it was not in the Tsar's office in the Little Winter Palace, but in the office of the old military committee in the Menshikov Palace. Your Majesty, Solovyov has been ordered to come. Sit down, Solovyov. Are you disappointed that you didn't make it to the Danube front? Alexander's question was quite strange, but Solovyov had to continue. Your Majesty, if we go to the Danube to fight the Turks, although it is a good opportunity to accumulate military merits, it is not as fulfilling as fighting the French. Ah, you actually think so? What I'm thinking now is that, since you were among the people who proposed the idea of the general staff, why didn't you come to the operations department? Your Majesty, where do you want me to go? Of course, you are also responsible for Nicholas's studies. At least, as you said, he needs to develop good study habits. But during this period, the general staff needs to be established. That's it, Your Majesty. You want me to go to the operations department? That's it. Speaking of which, Alexander's baldness has become more and more obvious recently. What will his hairstyle be like in the future? As for Solovyov himself, he always felt that he seemed to have run into the track of Guoziaogi. That is, now Alexander has figured it out and no longer engages in micro-manipulation, otherwise it will be quite troublesome. Your Majesty, whether I want to formulate a combat plan, coordinate the overall situation, or carry out strategic planning, it always requires the cooperation of people. Such a department also requires a lot of people to operate, and even if necessary, your communication unit is needed to convey orders. After all, our country is not like France, where optical signal machines can be deployed in many places, and our territory is so vast that there will always be delays in information transmission. Of course I understand this, Solovyov. In addition to the headquarters established in St. Petersburg, each corps must also establish a staff system according to your past ideas, so a military academy must be established in St. Petersburg. Although your position is in the operations department, it is still okay for you to prepare teaching materials for the military academy and do some theoretical research. Although you are still young, in this regard, you seem to have inherited the mantle of Alexander Vasilyevich. Speaking of which, Solovyov corresponded with Archduke Karol before the Battle of Austerlitz, and the teaching materials he wrote unfortunately leaked to Napoleon through the unfortunate Mark. This set of teaching materials is very suitable for middle and lower level officers who want to make progress. It can be regarded as an introductory teaching material for the general level. That is why I want you to serve as Volkonsky's assistant and set up the staff college. Although this staff college is relatively elementary, it is necessary to train staff officers for headquarters at all levels. Your Majesty, I think you are really suitable. You used to be the adjutant of Volkonsky's uncle Dmitry, so there is no problem in cooperating. Since Alexander said so, Solovyov could only do as he said. As for giving Nikolai more homework and not letting him run around, he was also asked to do it. What is this? Anyway, there is no need to go to the Danube to fight the Turks recently. It is really not a good place. If there is really a war, it is better to wait until Prussia and France have a little small friction. At that time, you can also get some Prussian staff for free, so when you establish the headquarters, at least you will not be unable to handle the staff business. Speaking of which, although the Prussian staff was also relatively inexperienced and had not undergone the subsequent reforms, their business capabilities were not necessarily better than their Austrian counterparts. But they had an advantage, that is, they followed the rules when making plans, and generally would not mess around beyond their capabilities. The Prussians would not do what Wresa did in the Battle of Austerlitz. However, the commanders of their various corps were relatively arrogant, and Solovyov had met the Duke of Brunswick, the old marshal, who was also the nephew of Frederick the Great, and had always been worried about the poor situation of the Prussian army. Who knows what abstract things those military commanders would skip their staff to do now. As for the Prussian commanders no longer messing around, it was also a matter after their staff system and military system were improved. Now, if a fight really breaks out, we can only hope that these Prussian troops can be qualified cannon fodder for a period of time, at least until the Russian army gathers and sends its troops to West Prussia. At least, don't be eaten as sausages in Jena. Therefore, as soon as Alexander appointed him to the operations department, to concurrently take charge of the establishment of the General Staff College, before work even began, he began to consider possible combat plans for the second half of the year. Chapter 383 Huge Serbia Drink more water. After the Russian army set out from Odessa, it quickly entered Wallachia and marched towards Bucharest. The strange thing is that the Ottoman Empire, whose army was obviously closer to Bucharest at this time, did not send a single soldier. This made Miloradovic, who had already entered Wallachia, feel a little strange. He was ready to fight, and had a good fight with the Ottoman army, until the vanguard of the lancers he sent arrived in Bucharest. He only saw this scene. The bureaucrats sent by the Ottoman Empire were expelled by the locals in Bucharest. When the messenger came back, Miloradovic also knew what to do. He must capture Bucharest. The Ottoman army was either not assembled, or was dawdling on the road. It was really a golden opportunity. Considering that Miloradovic's ancestors had gone from the Balkans to Russia to join the army, they were good at rebelling against the Ottoman Empire, and were better at fighting against the Sultan, Pasha, and Bey than Avanti, who was just thinking about it, while Miloradovic's family was really willing to take action. His luck was also very good. He took control of Bucharest without losing a single person, and was warmly welcomed by the locals. When he arrived here, the mayor and elders of Bucharest came out to greet him. "Sir, please allow us to pay our highest respects to you. As the new protector of Bucharest, we hope you can accept the key to this city. Thank you for your hospitality, but why do you want to do this?" The mayor looked up and saw that Miloradovic did still have some Serbian features, which was different from his cousins who spoke French in Russia and had become Russian nobles. "Excuse me, General. Are you a descendant of Miloradovic from Herzegovina?" "Yes." Miloradovic was surprised that he knew the origin of his family in Bucharest. Although there was a problem, Miloradovic's family seemed to have lost their way in the Balkans during the time of Tsar Alexei, so they went to Russia and were settled in the Ukrainian steppes. His great-grandfather Mikhail Ilyich Miloradovic served Peter the Great, but was later imprisoned and tortured for getting into trouble. Fortunately, he did not die and was released by Catherine I. "That's good. Do you know what happened in Serbia?" the elder continued to ask. Miloradovic was confused. After all, when he took office as the governor of Kiev, his family was in Poltava, but he was not very clear about the situation in the Balkans. "Please tell me about the situation in Serbia, sir." "Okay." However, he also needed accordion accompaniment, and I didn't know what the situation was. If someone else comes, they may feel that the Balkans are a strange place, and even the style of the painting suddenly shifts to 200 years later. From Behar to Petrovi, the whole of Serbia is under attack. Karadzic will lead all Serbs and tell them that we are fearless. The Ottoman Janissaries are awakening. Don't touch our country. Karadzic will lead us Serbs and tell them that we are fearless. The wolf is coming from Krajina. Be careful of the Janissaries in Turkey. Karadzic will lead all Serbs and tell them that we are fearless. In the Serbian resistance, we fought for freedom and honor. Karadziaj will lead the Serbs and tell them that we are fearless. What's going on? When Milorad was confused, the Serbian who came over gave an explanation. Sir, your ancestors were also Serbian earls and nobles from Herzegovina, and you should know what Serbia is like. Milorad began to try to recall the deeds of his great-grandfather. In addition to being whipped in prison, he had previously served in Zaporizhia, and before that, he was active in Montenegro, leading the locals to resist the Ottoman Empire. Speaking of which, Karadziaj's ancestors really came from Montenegro. But what Milorad thought of was that in Serbia, the resistance around Belgrade was not very fierce. Many of them were tall and strong, but they were obedient. On the contrary, the mountain people in Montenegro were extremely fierce in combat, and together with Albania next door, they kept the Ottoman Empire from stopping for a long time. Another point is that Montenegro is different from Albania, in that many people in Albania still follow the Ottoman Empire. Even if Montenegro finds a fake Peter III, it will still fight against the Ottoman Empire. The situation in Serbia is different. Later, the mayor of Bucharest even found a Serbian to explain to Milorad, General, after the Turkish Janissaries arrived in Belgrade, they killed the local Haji Mustafa Pasha and began to levy heavy taxes everywhere. We couldn't stand it, so we submitted a petition to the Sultan in Constantinople, but the domineering Janissaries slapped our representatives with a big slap. Then what happened? Then His Majesty the Sultan allowed us to fight against the Janissaries, but these Circassian bandits who deserved to be killed many of our upper class people, and then George Petrovich led us to expel the Janissaries. Miloradovic's brain was not bad, and this kind of rebellion by order was strange enough. He had never heard of it before. But in the Ottoman Empire, this happened, and Selim III actually acquiesced to this behavior. But in the future, he had no choice. So what are those Janissaries doing after that? Although we drove them away, Sultan Selim did not allow us to choose whether to be autonomous or a vassal, but wanted to launch a jihad against Belgrade. I know about this matter. What is the Sultan going to do now? General, they want to eliminate the Serbs around Belgrade, so we also urgently need the support of the Russian army. This is not just like in the past, making a statement. We need definite support. Sultan Selim is not trustworthy. We still recognize that we are his subjects and are willing to accept his protection, but now he does this. Speaking of it, Sultan, a Turkish devil. If you dig deeper, it is the famous reply of the Zaporizhia Cossacks. After hearing about the war, Milorad also had his own ideas, but he had to appease the envoys of the Serbian uprising army first. Your leader, George Petrovich Karadziaj, I hope he will have some patience. This matter is of great importance and needs to be reported to our emperor, and whether it can be passed is also a question. But the messenger was also very happy to see that Milorad agreed to report to him. Thank you for your support, General. It's too early to talk about thanking you now. How many people are here? General, there are 4 people besides me. We crossed the Danube first, and then came to Bucharest. We were going to Odessa. Thank you for your hard work. It's not easy to go out for help and risk crossing the Turkish blockade. So, before you send someone back, someone needs to go to Odessa to see the governor there, Duke Richelieu. Take this letter with you. After knowing your purpose, General John von Michelson who is there will send someone to escort you to St. Petersburg to meet His Majesty Alexander there. Milorad did not make diplomatic decisions on his own. One reason was that he did not have the arbitrary power granted by Alexander, and the other was that General Michelson was the commander-in-chief of this expedition. However, he could still do something. Although the Serbs came with a small number of people, considering that Wallachia and Serbia were so close, when arming the local people in Wallachia, the old weapons and some old-fashioned artillery in the Ottoman arsenal could be used to support the Serbs. Anyway, these things were considered lost. After all, corruption and empty salaries were the characteristics of the Ottoman Empire, and Miloradovic's sneaky throwing away of more than a dozen cannons was not without a solution. The Wallachians had always been oppressed by the Ottoman Empire, and they also knew that, if they resisted the rule of the Sultan, and could not attract the Russians and Austrians, they would often face cruel retaliation and be killed. Therefore, when the Grand Duke of Wallachia fled to Russia, he also told the ministers who stayed in Bucharest that they could help the Serbian rebels. By the way, although the Ypsilantis ruled Wallachia, they were Greeks in terms of ethnic composition. In the Ottoman Empire, they were still relatively noble phanariots, Greek nobles in the ruling class of the Ottoman Empire. The only problem was that they still maintained their original Greek Orthodox beliefs, and Constantine Ypsilantis himself had the idea of unifying the Greeks and some Slavs in the southern Balkan Peninsula to establish an independent country. Therefore, it was not strange for them to do something to dig a hole behind the scenes to let Sultan Selim. So, with Miloradovich's tacit consent, this temporary army of the Principality of Wallachia quietly abandoned 12 heavy artillery on the other side of the Danube and greeted Karadziaj. After Karadziaj received the news from Wallachia, he sent people to secretly transport the heavy artillery back. This is good. The Janissaries in the city should not have had a problem holding on, and they also had 300 artillery pieces of various types. It was just that they were outnumbered, and the Serbian small artillery pieces were not suitable for opening the city walls. At most, they could be used as suppressive firepower. But now the Serbs have obtained heavy artillery, although the accuracy is not very good. With the poor accuracy of the Ottoman artillery and the poor shooting skills of the Serbian artillery, they cannot pose any threat to the walls of Belgrade. But the Serbs suddenly had a large number of heavy artillery pieces from the Ottoman army, which meant that they had the ability to attack. If they couldn't attack Belgrade, they could still make a big move in Us and Visegrad. Although this area had long been controlled by the rebels, there were always a few strongholds still under the control of the Ottoman army. Now, Karadziaj finally got the chance. In the case that the siege of Belgrade was likely to have no results, he now asked part of the rebels to attack Us and Sabak with artillery. The current situation is not like in 1805, which is more favorable to the Ottoman Empire. A year ago, the Russians' focus was mainly on the anti-French alliance, and they wanted to unite Britain and Austria to oppose France. Although Czartoryski declared support for Serbia as the foreign minister, such a statement was more like all support except help. The words of the Poles are often unbelievable. But this guarantee has always made the Ottoman Empire feel like a lump in the throat. You know, the grandmother of the little Tsar is now under pressure, just like the Ottoman Sultan has to go to see their grandmother. Now, the Russian army has entered Bucharest, and the Principality of Wallachia has sent cannons to support the Serbs, which makes the situation slightly favorable to Serbia. Even a few weeks after Miloradovic secretly sent the cannons to Karadziaj, although Sabak was still in the hands of the Ottoman defenders, who had been captured by the rebels. Now it's good. In the deep mountains and old forests of Montenegro, those mountain folks who have always been against the Ottoman Empire are now carrying weapons to support the Serbian brothers in the war with the Ottoman Empire. However, in another place, Sarajevo in Bosnia, the Serbs have always called them Turks directly. They still support the Ottoman Empire. Although there are only more than 20,000 residents left in the city and the number of organized militias is limited, they still send troops to support Belgrade. But the taxes of the Ottoman Empire are getting heavier and heavier. I don't know if they can still bear this kind of rule. As for other problems, these are not visible now. As for the envoys sent by Karadziaj, they will soon go to St. Petersburg. Just before Miloradovic suggested that the Serbs who came to Bucharest for help go to St. Petersburg, Karadziaj sent a second team of envoys to Bucharest. This time it was very formal. The one who arrived in Bucharest was Karadziaj's capable man Atanasi Rajic. Although he was over 50 years old, he looked like a tough guy. And Miloradovic also had to entertain Rajic well and understand the situation of various forces within the Ottoman Empire. Chapter 384 Serbia will become Russia's most reliable Slavic brother. In Bucharest, in the palace of the Duke of Wallachia, General Miloradovic met with the Serbian insurgent representative Rajic, who came to ask for support. When Miloradovic saw him, he knew that he was a fierce general. Logically speaking, such a strong warrior should still be on the front line. Karadziaj's men are still quite scarce, especially well-trained warriors. Mikhail Andreevich, you can see that my hand is injured, so I was sent here by our leader. I'm not surprised, but there is one thing, your current situation. Oh, General, you are also a Serb. You should also know that no matter how many Turks come, we will not be afraid, and we will fight them to the end. Since those bastards who like to slap killed hundreds of our nobles 2 years ago, we must fight the Turks to the end. Miller Ludovic knew that the Ottoman Empire had never been able to completely conquer the Montenegrins in the mountains. Since they were able to join the battle, it was actually very beneficial to the Serbian independence cause. At the same time, the Russian army arrived at the Danube River and indeed needed a capable friendly army to cover its flank. Although the combat effectiveness of the Serbian uprising army was not decisive due to equipment and organization problems, they repeatedly fought with the Ottoman army and did not achieve any decisive victory. But their performance was already very good. In 1805, they defeated an Ottoman reinforcement. In 1806, they had surrounded Belgrade and some other towns were also in their hands, such as Ous, which was captured not long ago with cannons. So, what kind of help do you need now? General, I know it's difficult to meet His Majesty the Tsar, and the journey is long. We are going to St. Petersburg this time, hoping that His Majesty the Tsar can help us. Not to mention the Russian brother army, we also need some consultants, and Miloradovic found that the Serbs were very happy. These fellow countrymen of his ancestors never beat around the bush, and they didn't even ask the Russian army to send 100,000 troops to help like some of the previous envoys. They were all tough and real men. And from what Rajic said, whether it was Karadziaj, the leader of the Serbian uprising, or the nobles, officers, and soldiers, they all regarded the Russians as their East Slav brothers. This is not surprising. Russia and the various forces in the Balkans have always had some contacts, but in most cases, the nobles in charge of these businesses always volunteered to take the volunteer troops to Greece in the south, and generally only maintained diplomatic contacts in places like Yugoslavia. This is not to mention republics like Dubrovnik, which generally do not buy into it, and have even been beaten by Russian troops stationed in Dalmatia. As for Serbia's enthusiasm for bringing their own dry food, it should be the highest among Russia's Yugoslav brothers and Orthodox brothers. Bulgaria, which is in Chaos camp, but has its heart in Han, and even has civil ties with Russia and NATO, can only rank behind. Although Miloradovic's family went to Russia from Herzegovina several generations ago and now settled in Poltava, he was still somewhat moved by the Serbian enthusiasm for bringing their own dry food. So he also said, I can understand your feelings, but we will also have to send people from St. Petersburg. Because the journey is long, it is unlikely that we will get instructions immediately. I understand this, General. Rajic didn't say much. In fact, both sides, plus Wallachia, knew that those siege guns were very useful and helped the Serbian rebels capture Ous. After capturing Ous, this handicraft center, together with some towns previously controlled by the Serbian insurgents, can provide a certain degree of logistical supplies, and even have the conditions to hand-rub muskets and store gunpowder. It was not because of anything else. The Turkish army was careless, and was attacked by Karadziaj's guards led by Petar Jarkic. They did not follow the moral code of war and first attacked the Ous fortress, before entering the city, so they were completely wiped out. The weapons abandoned by the Turkish army in Ous fortress and some other places, even some cold weapons, are enough to arm the army. Even now, it is more advantageous for the Serbian insurgents. Rajic then talked about the current situation in the areas controlled by the insurgents. After hearing these situations, Miloradovic also began to think about how to deal with it. Although he always handed over the actual command to his staff on the battlefield, he was a fierce warrior and fought his way in and out of the French army during the Battle of Austerlitz, but this did not mean that his brain was all brawn. He was still able to analyze the situation and think deeply. Moreover, when he was a military commander or administrative chief, he was also able to consider the situation of his subordinates and local people. He was considerate and was a good general and a good commander. Captain Rajic, if you can meet the Emperor in St. Petersburg this time and everything goes well, the Moldavian army and the Dalmatian garrison will provide you with material support. Helping you is also helping ourselves. The Turks have always been in contact with the French, and it is not ruled out that the French will go through the Balkan Peninsula to Moldavia. Across the Dniester River is Odessa, which is the gateway to the southwest of Russia. Of course, we can understand it. Those French and Austrians have never done what they promised us, and even sold us to the Turks. Of course, they also look down on the barren land in our mountains, and they are more coveting the land of the Turks in Bosnia. Without considering these, Austria and France have signed an armistice agreement, and the French have to go to Dalmatia first, and then we will see their next move. Yes, even a reckless man like me understands this. General, I can't stay here for too long. I still have to go to St. Petersburg. When Rajik set out, the first round of intelligence had just arrived in St. Petersburg. Solovyov had nothing to do with this matter. He was not very familiar with the Balkan stage. Now was not the time for Walter to defend Sarajevo. Sarajevo was still under the control of the Turks. As for the bridge, there was no bridge. On the Yugoslav side, there were no familiar element, even the assassins in Sarajevo. He had to attend, because his current position was in the operations department, and he was on the guards roster. If he was studying the plan, he would be indispensable. Looking at Nicholas's schedule, the boy had made some progress recently. Solovyov could rest assured to ask for 2 days off. Military affairs were obviously more important. However, when he arrived at the Winter Palace, he was the first to arrive. There is really no way. You have to come early when you are summoned. Your Highness, you arrived earlier than usual. People who don't have wives at home come faster. But, how about Madame Rakemia? You discovered this. Grand Duke Constantine only knew the story of Solovyov and Madame Rakemia from some special channels. If you want to get married, you may have to stay away from that French woman for a while, even though she is one of us. I know, but it's hard to refuse an invitation to a literary salon. Besides, as you know, if you were lovers, you should have a child by now, but your wife has never gotten pregnant. Yes. Although Constantine has been in the army, it is more important to strengthen his muscles and put women aside, but he also has a mistress and will give birth to illegitimate children. But you are really proud of yourself. The relationship between Grand Duke Constantine and Solovyov's superiors and subordinates is not that tense. After all, he has no intention of the throne, and treating subordinate officers is different from beating his wife at home. Soon, the general summoned by Alexander also came to the office of the Little Winter Palace. As for Alexander, he was late for a while, because he went to the Tavrid Palace to accompany Larissa in the morning. Your Majesty, can we start now? As the artillery inspector, Arakchiev came to preside over the meeting today, temporarily replacing the elderly Sergei Kuzmich. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Sergei Kuzmich would not stay in the position of Minister of War for too long, and that Arakchiev might even take over his job before he retired. It was no wonder that Alexander also hoped that Arakchiev would serve as the inspector of the infantry while serving as the inspector of the artillery, and that he would actually have great power. Solovyov simply wanted to learn from his master, Marshal Suvorov, who had died almost 6 years earlier, to comment on Arakchiev. For example, Arakchiev understood the duties of the Minister of War, but the duties did not understand him. He could not say it. After all, Suvorov, who was still the commander of the army at the time, mocked Kaminsky so much, which resulted in the breakdown of the friendship between the two comrades in arms. They had been enemies for a long time, until Suvorov promoted his youngest son to reconcile. Enemies are easy to make, but difficult to resolve. When speaking in Petersburg, without the prestige of the marshal, although he could learn from his abstract remarks, he could not offend people. Therefore, he said nothing, just waiting for Arakchiev to announce, according to your Majesty's request, the Moldavia Corps will increase its troops to 50,000. In addition, support will be provided to the Serbian resistance, instead of the verbal warnings given to the Turks in the past. Yes, Your Majesty, we should provide help at this time. The first person to speak was General Apraksin, who came to Petersburg from Smolensk. As the son of the late Marshal Apraksin, he had the highest status among the military governors and commanders present. Of course, he would not be sent to the southern battlefield, and at this time he could also say some polite words to show his support for Alexander. Constantine wanted to speak, but Solovyov pulled his sleeve and signaled him to listen to what others said. If he spoke too early as a co-ruling Tsar and the Crown Prince, those fence-sitters would lean to one side too early. It was appropriate for Apraksin to fire the first shot, and then several generals also expressed their opinions. At this time, Alexander also found that his impatient second brother had not spoken today, so he turned around and faced Constantine. Constantine, as the commander-in-chief of the guards, you should also express your opinions. In the past, when we held meetings here, you always expressed your opinions first. I think according to the request of the Serbs, we can first send them a delegation to reach a diplomatic agreement. As for military support, our Danube Corps has limited manpower, and its main purpose is to protect Wallachia. The Serbian resistance army still has to rely on themselves on the battlefield. Therefore, I think we should provide material support and ask the Danube and Moldavian Corps to train their troops. Alexander was not surprised. Since the Battle of Austerlitz, Constantine has become much more stable, and the opinions he put forward are like the ones he suffered at the hands of the Grand Marshal. He often comes up with some reasonable and good suggestions. So, what should we do? Brother, the general staff is collecting intelligence, and will soon formulate an aid plan or a combat plan. The ball was kicked to Alexander. His current plan was very clear. The Danube front was still a secondary battlefield, and the main force had to stay to deal with the French. But the battles with the Ottoman Empire and the Persian Qajar dynasty would also involve a lot of troops. It was already very hard to maintain more than 80,000 people on the two battlefields of the Caucasus and the Danube. Although Alexander wanted to recruit more than 10,000 Cossacks to join the Danube battlefield, the current realistic threat did not allow too many troops to be deployed in the direction of the Danube. Supporting Serbia, which brought its own dry food, seemed to be feasible. He did not make up his mind at this time, but waited for further reports from Michelson and Miloradovic, as well as the delegation sent by Serbia, to present to him. So he turned to his confidant Peter Volkonsky. Volkonsky, you are now in charge of the operations department. You need to formulate plans in two directions. One is that we will send a large number of troops to Serbia and increase support. The other is that we will only provide material support to the Serbian resistance army and transform their army when only a small number of troops are sent or no reinforcement are sent. Alexander said this to Volkonsky, and Solovyov remembered something. This kind of armed uprising of peasants, herdsmen or tribesmen will have the same problem. Most of the troops can only be dispatched during the slack season. The reason why Serbia was founded, Solate, is that its own combat effectiveness is not bad, but it often cannot concentrate its strength. Without external support, it is easy to be defeated by the Ottoman Empire. Therefore, it was not until the Second Serbian Uprising that it became a semi-independent vassal state. In short, it is still necessary to strengthen training and find ways to strengthen the Serbian army. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 Characteristics of the various forces on the Balkan stage. Since Alexander had given the order, Van Suchteren asked the operations department to formulate a plan, so Volkonsky and Solovyov became busy. There were only two sets of plans, and how to implement them did require some study of the situation in the Balkans. They had done a lot of preparatory work on this point, and even took the time to ask Mikhail Dolgorukov. If you too want to ask me, I can only say that my father has been to the Peloponnese Peninsula, where he commanded the volunteer corps, to fight side by side with the Greeks. I can also tell you about the situation of the Greeks. After all, among the three of us brothers, only I have been there, and was impressed by them. As for the general situation in Greece, Prince Mikhail also briefly described the situation of others when they traveled in Greece. Although it has nothing to do with what they are doing now, the two of them still regard instigating the Greeks as an alternative plan. In the Ottoman Empire, which spans 3 continents of Europe, Asia, and Africa, there are always many border areas that have been heavily oppressed. In addition, there are some local pashas and beys who are at odds with the Sultan of Constantinople and are probably planning something. From this point of view, if the Ottoman Empire explodes under appropriate circumstances, it will probably be shattered to pieces, and it will be the kind that cannot be picked up. Solovyov also recorded the situation in Greece. However, he is more concerned about the situation in Serbia. After all, this time he has to support the Serbian army. On this issue, he also sorted out the intelligence related to Serbia in the past 2 years. First of all, it is certain that this Serbian uprising was itself a rebellion caused by the local Ottoman Guards' extortion, and before the uprising was launched, the Janissaries also massacred the Serbian upper class in Belgrade, and only a few people escaped by chance. Solovyov knew this very well. No matter how the Greeks and Serbs rebelled, the Sultan and the Grand Vizier would retaliate cruelly against them. In the future, there would be suppression of the Armenians, Bedouins and Arabs, and the means were very cruel. But it was precisely because of this that, not to mention the arrears of faith in the Ottoman Empire's violent machine, the Ottoman Empire was able to maintain its overall integrity, just for what they had done. Therefore, this Serbian uprising included most of the Serbian settlements in the Balkans, and also involved the Albanians and Bosniaks who were adjacent to them. The former was later famous for building bunkers, and was an important source of troops for the old Ottoman army. Many people became beys and pashas through various means, and even Muhammad Ali, who split Egypt and almost overturned the Ottoman Empire, was a local power faction. The latter were basically Yugoslavs who changed their beliefs, that is, the Muslims who became famous later. This place looks troublesome, no matter how you look at it. Albanians and Bosnians now support the Sultan's rule and actively send people to suppress the Serbs. But after a few decades, these people basically rebelled. It was also because the Ottoman Empire was on the decline and did too many inhuman things. Now it seems that the Albanians are still capable of fighting, and the Bosnians in Sarajevo are generally in the city. Since being attacked by the Austrians several times, Sarajevo has suffered great losses and has never recovered. As for Sarajevo, Solovyov can be said to be very familiar with it. Although he has never been there, he is well known. In addition, he is also curious about the history of the city of Sarajevo, so he also looked up information. At this time, he also discovered some cases of Ottoman Empire interfering with Serbia. After the Ottoman Empire took control of Sarajevo, it began to build a lot of buildings in the Balkan Peninsula, except for the Greek area. This is the largest city below Constantinople. A large number of mosques and Muslim communities have also been built in the city. However, the Ottoman Empire also retained the Catholic and Orthodox communities and allowed them to settle in Sarajevo as a minority population to show religious tolerance. This point is similar to that of Russia. Whenever the Ottoman Empire and the Crimean Khanate condemned Russia on this issue, the Tsar always brought up the Qasim Khanate, a puppet regime of the Tsarist Russia. This was more than 100 years ago. In the end, the subjects of the Qasim Khanate were assimilated and became Russian nobles and civilians. Look at this, Petar. The taxation and administrative system of the Turks in the Balkans will sooner or later trigger a chain reaction. When that happens, the Sultan of Constantinople will suffer. Don't just think about how to detonate the Balkan Peninsula. Has the intelligence on the Serbs been sorted out? Of course it has been. Solovyov took out a set of analytical materials provided by the intelligence department, which included almost all the intelligence related to the Serbian uprising. Okay, but what's your evaluation of the current Serbian army? It's better to say that this is a typical peasant army, which is not regularized. If Serbian soldiers fight in their hometowns or participate in battles in nearby places, they can burst out with powerful combat effectiveness. But now, whether it is a siege of Belgrade or fighting in a place slightly far away from their hometown, the performance of the Serbian uprising army is not satisfactory. Then what about the battles in Us and Sabuk? Seeing Volkonsky asked, Solovyov also got straight to the point and said directly, Jarkic, who was sent to Us, led Karadziaj's guards. These people have completed a little bit of regularization and can leave their hometowns to fight in farther places. As for Sabuk, those who participated in the battle there were all veterans at the beginning of the uprising, which is not the same as the troops besieging Belgrade. If Karadziaj had not defeated the Ottoman reinforcement last year, it would be impossible to carry out the war so smoothly now. After listening to Volkonsky, he also knew what was going on. It's a pity that you don't go to the Danube front, but you don't want to go, and the Queen Mother doesn't want you to leave. His Highness Nicholas's studies are still very important. It's not just that. You see, we still have to continue fighting with the French. As for Serbia, Serbia is still useful. If we can help them resist the uprising of the Ottoman Empire, we will have the power to contain the Ottoman Empire in the Balkans. However, some things that can be solved at the negotiation table must be won on the battlefield. Obviously, Volkonsky has just realized the usefulness of Serbia and Greece. What we have to do is such a plan. As for how to help Serbia, it depends on their own demands. You know, after the Russian army entered Wallachia, no matter how the Ottoman army moved, the front line had to be maintained on the Danube side, and the area around Vidin was very important. Strategically speaking, Vidin was very critical. It happened to be a traffic route between the Serbian uprising army and the Russian army, but it had always been controlled by the Ottoman Empire. In the north, the Austrians certainly did not support Serbia's actions. Not only Serbia, but even if the Greeks came, it would not harm the Austrians. They often arrested those who were engaged in independence movements in various parts of the Balkans. Karadzic was once an officer of the Serbian Free Corps organized by the Austrians. However, the Austrian support for Serbia was to take advantage of the manpower of more than 5,000 Serbian soldiers for 4 years, and then they were unable to enter Belgrade. By the way, more than 10,000 Serbs who took refuge in Austria were forced to convert to Catholicism, and many of them ran back. Therefore, unless Karadzic had to, he would not use his connections to run to Austria, which was very troublesome. It also led to the Serbs' later trust in the Russian brothers under the same faith and the same great ethnic system, and to stay away from the Germans. Of course, if it were Austria itself, when they wanted to occupy Sarajevo, they would move faster than anyone else, and they could not suppress the local independence element, and finally a bigger one came. The Austrians controlled Transylvania. Controlling a place full of vampires basically meant that transportation would be cut off. After signing a peace agreement with France, they would not make any moves. Speaking of which, Russia chose Austria as an ally, but it has always been cheated. Anyone who has been a teammate with Austria seems to have had this experience. Regardless of this, Solovyov also formulated a more effective plan, relying on Corfu to support the Montenegrin and Serbian insurgents, while on the other hand, the Russian army needed to open up the Vidin line, which required the cooperation of the Serbs. Then, Volkonsky and Solovyov came up with a battle plan. The plan to send a large number of troops to support Serbia was made by Volkonsky, and because Solovyov had studied the situation in the Balkans, he also insisted on sending only a small number of troops, mainly aid materials. Although it sounds stingy, Solovyov had to count the arsenals of the Ottoman Empire that could be controlled by the Russian army, and deliver these weapons and equipment to the Serbian insurgents. In addition, he had to hand over the old Russian equipment that had been replaced, as well as the Brown Bess rifles that the British had brought in, to the Serbian army. Anyway, these flintlock rifles are easier to maintain now. General von Suchteren looked at his plan, which obviously contained more content than Volkonsky's plan, to solve the local situation purely through military means. How is the difference between our army going there and this kind of assistance? Sending a troop into Serbia will not only consume a lot of resources, but it will also be difficult for us to obtain supplies in this area. If we just let the Serbs fight the Ottoman army, the consumption will be lower, because they are all locals. The problem is that such an army is poorly regularized, and it is easy for people to desert when they leave their hometown, and their combat effectiveness will also be reduced. What needs to be done is to regularize the Serbian armed forces, but not in terms of combat methods, but mainly in terms of the organization of the army. They have high morale. As long as the organization of the troops can be regularized, they can not only solve their own problems, but also protect our flank on the Danube. Solovyov actually had a bolder idea. After capturing Vidin, he would use Serbia, a huge flank, to fight all the way to Skopje and Thessaloniki. But this is for the future. The primary issue now is to ensure the existence of the Serbian insurgents and strengthen their combat effectiveness. What he didn't know was that although Sultan Selim III had received Serbia's peace envoys, he did not agree to Serbia's high degree of autonomy and wanted to return to the stage of stationing pashas in the past. Therefore, The most important goal of the Serbian uprising army now is to defeat the possible Ottoman Empire's punitive army. Only after winning will they be qualified to sit at the table. But Solovyov's plan already includes this aspect. You know, when the Scottish Highlands supported the Jacobites in launching a rebellion and attempted to overthrow the Hanoverian royal family, the poor mobility of the British army was completely defeated by the marching columns organized by the French-Scottish officers in the Scottish army. There are also some Serbs in the Russian army, and they can form an advisory group to go there. However, Van Suchteren did not have a clear idea of who to accept the command. He just wanted to leave this issue to Erekchiv or Alexander himself. But the most suitable consultant candidate is Miloradovic, but considering that he is a typical commander rather than a staff officer, it is unlikely that he will make any achievements in this regard. Moreover, he was also responsible for commanding the frontal troops of the Danube army, and he might have to return to Kiev, so it was unlikely that he would go to Belgrade. As for his relatives, after arriving in Russia, not many of them became generals, but many of them served in the court and civil service system as nobles. After seeing this situation, Alexander decided to send Poleksy, a former officer of the Kingdom of Sardinia who came to serve in the Russian army, to meet Karadziej and find out the local situation. And Radzic was also on his way to St. Petersburg at this time. Solovyov's plan was approved in principle, but it had nothing to do with him for the time being. It was just a plan, and he had to return to his daily teaching work for the two Grand Dukes Nicholas and Mikhail. Chapter 386, The Court Scandal of a Royal Guards Officer and the Queen's Maid. It seemed that the Tavrid Palace was very quiet. It was now a high-end nursery. Larissa raised her children here, away from the Winter Palace. She couldn't stand the bustle there, and now she was pregnant. As for whose child she was carrying, she probably knew. At this time, she hoped that it was another girl, which would not cause trouble. Even Alexander said so when he held her. Such a Tsar also knew that he was different from his father. Before Queen Maria gave birth to Mikhail, Paul had only been intimate with his wife except for verifying whether he could have children. He didn't stop until the doctor mentioned the dangers of older mothers. The two illegitimate daughters were entrusted to Solovyov, a more trusted guard officer, to be sent to the manor near St. Petersburg. Alexander also knew these things, and he was also aware that he could not maintain a stable married life with his mother like his father. He always looked for mistresses outside, which would inevitably lead to similar problems. Larissa was educated but relatively shy. She was not very adaptable to the luxurious life in Petersburg. She preferred the quiet environment of the Tavrid Palace or the Vilnius Peterhof Palace and the Royal Aquarium in summer. However, she was not close to Alexander. The young Tsar liked to hang out outside and favored Marina Ryshkina, a Polish girl. He also had other mistresses. In this way, it was inevitable that he would be stolen from his home. Therefore, after Larissa spoke up, Alexander also expressed his tolerance. It didn't matter if it was a girl, but if it was a boy, he was not his blood, so he could live in another identity. Anyway, Larissa appeared in the public eye because of the arrangement of Queen Mother Maria, and her exposure was not much better than that of Alexander's younger sister, Grand Duchess Anna Pavlovna. She was so low-key that even the royal family didn't know that the queen was pregnant again if they didn't publicize it. But there was one thing, that is, Alexander really wanted to know who this man who dared to flirt with Larissa was. However, Solovyov did not visit the Tavrid Palace during this period. He was busy with work, especially intelligence gathering against Serbia, which was a heavy workload. As a result, he not only did not come to the pregnant Larissa, whether he was summoned or sneaked over, but he also did not go to Madame Rakamia's salon for some time. Therefore, even if Alexander, a sensitive guy, wanted to find some clues, it would be unlikely to succeed. Speaking of which, Larissa was also worried that her and Alexander's confession would affect Solovyov. But Alexander did not directly ask who Larissa's lover was, but decided to investigate it himself, which was also a strange thing. After all, this person is also an actor, and his mind is not easy to guess. In this case, Larissa relaxed instead. After all, Solovyov has always been careful, and sometimes he even touched her palace quietly. After all, if he didn't come here, he wouldn't be discovered. However, little Natalia has been a little absent-minded recently, and I don't know what's wrong with her. It turned out that Lois likes her service very much, but in this case, she could only change the maids around her. Little Katar was replaced. Lois knew the idea of the old witch, and hoped to protect the girl. She even asked her to move her luggage directly. No matter which palace she lived in, she would have her suite. After all, she was also the granddaughter of Prince Vasily Dolgorukov of Krimsky. She was born in a relatively noble family in her family, and it was reasonable for her to serve by her side. And to be honest, when her niece became the queen, Alexander II's favorite mistress was from the same family as little Katar. This was later. Now little Katar is serving as a reading maid for Lowissa, and even a newspaper reading maid. She is also in front of her when she is combing her hair and dressing up, which makes other girls jealous. Who made her the youngest and lively and cute? Of course, this girl is also very disciplined. Lowissa can also see that she is very well mannered. Katar, don't be like this all the time. It's not good for your health to be so tense all the time. Your Highness, you have to understand my behavior. After all, I'm your maid in the palace. When I'm with you, I have to maintain this demeanor. Whoever marries you in the future, if he is a soft-hearted person, I'm afraid he will also be controlled by your rules. Not really, it's different in the palace than at home, Your Highness. If I have a husband in the future, I will love him wholeheartedly and take care of his daily life. It would be best if he is also an enterprising young man, not too far away from me in age. If it is according to her, not only will the old witch fail to promote her son Sergei, but even Solovyov, who is 10 years older than her, will hardly meet the standards. Solovyov is good in every way, but he is a little older. Lowissa thought about this pairing, but when the two of them are together, they are more like brother and sister. Little Katar has a good relationship with Solovyov's sister Yulia, so it is no wonder that she automatically brings in the perspective of the sister. As for ambitious young people, Lowissa didn't find many. While she was thinking, she leaned sideways on the sofa, stroking her belly, thinking about this little bad guy. This time he was right. When they were alone in Sweden a few years ago, there was no movement. Seeing her like this, little Katar was very smart and got the cushions and padded them for Lowissa. Compared with other maids arranged by the queen, this girl is the most capable, and I don't know how she learned it. If Lowissa hadn't taken her everywhere, she might have become the most popular little sister, instead of being a little jealous now. This also includes little Natalia, who has been in the palace recently, but she has obviously been on duty less. The reason is simple, she is in love. It's just that the identity and purpose of the other party are a bit strange. Alexei Okhotnikov, he is still a fanatical pursuer of the queen, but before that, in order to get in, he always had to find a suitable girl to introduce himself. As for this, he thought of the beautiful little Natalia. After all, she had been on duty beside the queen for a long time. However, recently because of the appearance of little Katar, Lowissa also liked Princess Dolgorukova, who was very lively under this appearance. Little Natalia was still a personal maid, but she spent less time with Lowissa, which made her feel a little lost. At this time, the appearance of Okhotnikov could more or less fill some of her emotional problems. The general characteristics of the Guards cavalry officers were still tall and strong, handsome, and because they were in St. Petersburg, everyone was very good at talking. Therefore, under sweet words, there were always girls who would fall here. Lowissa didn't know about this yet. She was even taking a nap in the palace, and little Natalia was kissing the cavalry officer in a room on the other side of the Tavrid palace. As for the next step, at least the ribbons that tied her skirt had been loosened, revealing her smooth white back, which was really beautiful with her slender neck. Alyosha, don't do this. Although the suite belongs to me, if the girls come here, especially those who don't know the rules and are new. Natasha, I just love you, and hope you can understand my actions. You are so beautiful, just like Leda. So are you going to turn into a swan and come here, you bad guy? As soon as Okhotnikov started to sing, little Natalia would fall quickly, and today her clothes were also untied. I like you so much, you angel. As for what he was going to do now, it was clear that he was actually using little Natalia to get connections, and this girl, who had always been confused, had not noticed it until now. As for Angel or Hermes, it was obvious that he wanted her to pass on the message. Little Natalia was already in love, and when Okhotnikov kissed her, she gave up all resistance, and the two fell on the sofa together. Of course, Larissa and little Katya in the palace opposite did not know what happened in the senior maid suite at this time. In the past, the maids around Larissa did not have heavy duties, so they had more personal free time. Little Katya's duty time was over at this moment, and someone should have taken over, but the other girls were either resting or assigned tasks today. In fact, there were relatively few people on duty or who could be summoned. Of course, Larissa also saw that little Katya was about to take a nap. Even if this girl was energetic and more responsible than other girls, you couldn't let her serve you all the time. The queen's maids were generally more delicate, and it was time for them to rest. So, after thinking it over, Larissa finally spoke up. Katya, you can go and rest now. Your Highness, who will take over my duties? Go to the maid suite and see who is free now. In this way, little Katya also knew what she should do, so she poured tea for Larissa, left the queen's suite, and went to the maid's room. As a result, it was really unfortunate today. It can be seen in the register that Miss Buckholden, who was supposed to be on duty today, took a leave of absence. Little Natalia's sisters were resting today and were not in the palace. What about the girls from the Kurakin family? Little Katya knew that the Kurakin family had a bad reputation. Although Alina Alexeyevna was much more virtuous than the wife of Pierre, who had the same name and could not be compared with her, this Helen and her sister Alexandra were sometimes hard to describe. What's more, they were not here today. Finally, she turned over and finally saw little Natalia and Maria Lobanova-Rostovskaya. The latter was considered a close friend of little Katya. From a selfish point of view, she hoped that this sister Masha would take over. But the terrible thing was that today was her cycle. When little Katya opened her door, she saw Sister Masha leaning there, with a very uncomfortable look on her face. So, she had to take care of her for a while, and make her feel more comfortable before leaving. Finally, it was still little Natalia. Before little Katya came to the palace, she had always been the closest to Her Majesty the Queen. However, when she knocked on the door of the high-end maid suite, she had already heard strange sounds inside. Of course, the bold guys like the guards cavalry were always able to react quickly. He jumped up from the sofa, just like completing a dry jump shot, and hid in the closet with the cooperation of little Natalia. In other words, little Natalia also had a lot of clothes, so it was more convenient to hide them in the back. When the door opened, Katya saw little Natalia, who was wearing very cool clothes, appear in front of her. Speaking of which, this figure and smooth skin are still very enviable. Sister, what are you doing? I happen to be changing clothes. You can see it, I'm on the sofa. Do you want me to help you? It's not very convenient to change clothes alone. Although little Katya didn't think of that layer, she also saw a shining cavalry saber next to the sofa. Although this aroused her suspicion, there was no clear evidence. There are girls who like to wield swords and guns, such as Her Highness Catherine. Little Katya just lacks experience in this area. It took her a while to react before she realized that the Highness was just playing with rapiers and revolvers and would not take out the cavalry sabers of the guards or the Cossacks' chasik to show off. You know, there are still some requirements for Cossacks or dancing, and it takes a long time of practice to form a skill reserve. Otherwise, it is also a daily occurrence for the sword to fly. In the case of little Natalia, little Katya reacted and realized that something must be wrong. Although she was very particular about the rules, she was also quite smart and would not fall out with little Natalia. After all, this sister helped her a lot when she just became the queen's maid. The rules of the Dolgorukov family, although there are always a few weirdos or bad guys among the girls who are married and become mistresses in other people's homes, the family education must be acceptable. Therefore, little Katya did not point out this problem and did not even want this sister to be unlucky. How to tell Her Majesty the Queen has become a thorny problem. Chapter 387. This survey result is too historical. When little Natalia came to take over the shift, she replaced little Katya. She was quite open-minded. She knew more or less what her lover's purpose was when he came here. Okhotnikov's target was always the queen. Although Lauisa had several children, she lacked the care of others. When she was with Maria Nereshkina, this feeling was not normal. Although there were a lot of gossips from others, there were more or less sympathetic voices in the court of Petersburg. Therefore, a subtle ambiguous atmosphere was created for the young officers of the guards. At the beginning, when Lauisa was still the Grand Duchess, there was nothing. Except for Count Platon Zubov, no one else made any offensive moves beyond the boundary. When she became the crown princess, the rumors at this time always revolved around the Polish Prince Czartoryski, which made him go to Portugal for a time and stay away from court life. Instead, Solovyov accidentally became familiar with Lauisa during the inspection and then developed a secret relationship. During this period, many misunderstandings occurred among the Guards infantry, resulting in many young officers of the Guards being transferred because of the attack on Peterhof Palace, and some unlucky ones even went to the Caucasus. The attack only cut off the path for those rash Guards infantry officers to pay attention to Lauisa, but there were still some adventurers of similar age in the Guards cavalry who tried to emulate those famous figures in the Queen's era. However, there were also problems. The Grand Duchesses had to get married. After becoming a widow, the Queen Mother only had frequent correspondence with Count Rumyantsev, the second son of the old Marshal, and she was born a Princess of Württemberg, so she didn't buy into this. Apart from this, Lauisa was the only one in the palace who was more likely to fall into the trap, but there was a little strange thing. That is, the education of the Baden family still made the princesses more responsible and restrained, and each of them had this little problem. If they lacked emotional nourishment, they would also have lovers. The one with the most serious problem in this regard was undoubtedly Lauisa. After all, Alexander was too proud. Therefore, she often felt emotionally empty. If it weren't for Solovyov's strong substitution effect and the child as an emotional connection, she might have succeeded. In that case, it would be a restoration of history. But the atmosphere was weird. After he found little Natalia, he didn't succeed with Lauisa, but first developed a path in the place of path dependence, and got along with the maid that the queen used to favor. Although Okhotnikov still has an ultimate goal, little Natalia is really too fragrant. He came here today and was unfortunately bumped into by little Katyr outside. If little Katyr was not a good child who was obedient and sensible, knocked on the door before entering, and waited there for a while, then this matter would be a big deal. This cavalry captain just came out of the closet, observed the surrounding situation, coughed twice, and quietly left the Tavrid palace. As for his cavalry saber, it was also the only place where little Katyr saw the floor. But this is not surprising. Many of the maids in the palace are familiar with the officers of the guards. They are educated at home. The girls in the Smolny Palace Girls' School often meet young people of the guards. Even more such things may happen. But as the queen's personal maid, so is little Natalia. She herself has no intention of setting a trap for her sister. After all, little Natalia is an illegitimate daughter, and her father seduced another woman's daughter-in-law to give birth to her. Although there are few people who gossip about her, her background will inevitably cause some disturbances and bad for her reputation. Little Katyr is the eldest daughter of a legitimate noble family. Her grandfather is the commander-in-chief of Moscow, second only to the field marshal, and her father is also a retired lieutenant general and a retired privy councillor. There is no need to argue about this issue. Even little Katyr didn't think that it was bad to bully people because of her noble family background. Instead, she wanted to protect the reputation of little Natalia. This sister helped her a lot after she came to the palace to serve the queen. In the previous incident of Prince Saltykov's family, little Natalia also put forward her own opinions to little Katyr. After knowing about it, her sister who was good to her had some minor problems in her personal morality, and there was no need to investigate it. But she had no way not to tell Lauisa or the head of the female official, so it was very troublesome. What should I do? The first person she thought of was her mother, Princess Catherine, but she couldn't tell everything about this matter and cause unnecessary trouble. Especially now that they were guests of Prince Saltykov's family and lived in the prince's house. If the old witch lady knew about it, it would inevitably cause some trouble. The smaller one was that she herself gave people a handle. The more serious one was that the queen didn't discipline her subordinates strictly. Of course, she had no experience in this area, and it was not popular in Russia to depose the queen. Larissa came from a foreign country and had to see the international scene. Alexander might not take it seriously, but the trouble he would cause might still be endless. Although little Katia was still a little naive, she knew that she couldn't gossip in other people's homes, so she took the opportunity to bring up the matter when she went to Peterhof Palace with her mother. "Mom, I want to tell you something. Katia, you must be worried." "Yes, that's why I'm a little troubled. My Katia is also troubled." "Whose boy do you like? Or is there a handsome young officer who makes you fall in love with him?" "It's not me. There are many people who came to the palace before me, whether it's the Tauride Palace or the Winter Palace. Not only with Her Majesty the Queen, but also with Her Majesty Catherine and Her Majesty the Queen Mother. I have many good sisters here, and they are always pursued by the officers of the guards." "Mom, when you were young, someone must have pursued you, right?" The princess laughed after hearing this. "My child, it's not your trouble, but your friends who have encountered such things will also make you troubled. You haven't grown up yet, but you are kind-hearted. When mom was young, before marrying your father, she was still very popular. Of course, in order to avoid the explosion of little Katia's 3 views, she did not mention the fact that she was pursued by Prince Potemkin after marriage. However, Prince Potemkin's family does have some references. Katia, do you know Prince Potemkin's nieces?" "Of course I know. Those aunts are married well, and their daughters are also familiar with our family. One of them, and Prince Volkonsky, is not Peter's uncle Dmitri in the palace, but Prince Nicholas, the one with thick eyebrows." Huh. Little Katia knew about Prince Nicholas, who was older and more serious to others. He married an old woman, but his wife had passed away many years ago, and it didn't look like the kind of family that would have gossip. That's why she was so confused. Seeing her daughter like this, the princess's wife was very clear. "Don't look at that prince like that, Katia. He was once favored by Prince Potemkin. When he was still single, he rejected the marriage proposal from Prince Potemkin, and then he fell on hard times. His career was not going well for many years. It was not until the prince passed away that he was appointed ambassador to Berlin. It was considered a change of fortune. But this has nothing in common with my friend's troubles, right?" Seeing that her daughter was a little confused, the princess continued, "There is no difference between a woman loving a man and a man loving a woman. If they are not suitable, it will always bring trouble. For men, it is often a setback in their careers, but for women, it is emotional entanglements, and even your happiness in life. Happiness in life. That's true, Katia. Your father is a good man with a magnanimous personality. We have a good relationship between husband and wife. Although there is some age gap, we have the 4 of you." The princess's wife was quite satisfied with this kind of life, and her life was quite happy. At least Vasily Vasilievich was quite obedient to his wife, who was 17 years younger than him. The 2 of them traveled to many places in Europe, because the prince himself was expelled this time. As for what kind of man her daughter should marry, she also felt that she could use this incident to talk about it. When your sister meets a man, she should also calm down and consider her own situation and the other party's purpose. If the other party just wants to use her, she should be cautious. That's all she could say, and the mother and daughter did not continue the topic. After Katia went back, she did not act on her own, but went to talk to Natalia. It's just that there were too many things she couldn't think of, and the amount of information was a bit too much. After all, Okhotnikov's goal was to win the heart of Her Majesty the Queen through Natalia. "Natasha, you are putting yourself in big trouble." Although Katia is the younger sister in age, she has always been more disciplined. Although she is a little immature, she is still analyzing this matter calmly. "But he loves me very much. Even if he has a purpose, it is much better than others. But this is not good. If something happens and causes a scandal, I'm afraid you will be implicated. After all, this involves..." Little Katia was still very careful. She mentioned this, but did not mention the queen's name or any other information that might be related, which made the other party understand. What will happen then? "Good sister, in this case, the lightest thing is a reprimand, and maybe you can be arranged to marry into a good family. If it is worse, I think the female officer will not let you go." Losing the qualification of maid is a small matter. If something else happens, it will involve your family. Natasha, although I'm the youngest among the maids, I also remember that my father was implicated and expelled. This made little Natalia sober up a little. Alyosha did not come for her, but wanted to be close to Her Majesty the Queen. But she was also unwilling to hurt Alyosha, a handsome young officer and an outstanding figure in the cavalry. Alyosha had never been to the front, which was a flaw in his career, but he was so strong, and he was not like those reckless and philanthropic guys among the cavalry officers. What should I do? Little Katar had no experience in this area. After all, she only had some contact with young soldiers at balls, and when someone visited her home on weekdays. She was even a pure girl who had never been in love. Although she was precocious in behavior, she was still blank in emotion and really couldn't provide any help to little Natalia. She couldn't even ask others for advice on this matter. Little Katar knew who was smarter among her acquaintances in Petersburg, but Solovyov, who was very ambitious recently and made plans in the office all day, couldn't tell that he had 4 lovers, one of whom was her most beloved queen. He shouldn't provide any help in emotional issues. Little Katar thought so arbitrarily. Moreover, he was Alexander's confidant. If he accidentally revealed it, everyone would be in trouble. This cute little white rabbit didn't know what the green-eyed fox brother was doing, and he had some experience in this area. But she did learn from Solovyov and began to analyze the problem. She had seen him do this in Dresden, on the trip to Paris, and on the way back home this time. Natasha, what are the hobbies of the cavalry captain? He likes opera, and sometimes he talks to me about music. After listening to this, little Katar felt that this was of no intelligence value, and planned to start from other aspects to find Okhotnikov's weaknesses. Is he greedy for money? No. But he is lustful. He likes you, sister, and he also likes other women. This is not blameworthy from the social environment, but he is not loyal to you. But this is not a problem. I love him. After thinking for a long time, little Katar began to hold her forehead. Now with her social experience, she couldn't think of a good solution. Until finally, she remembered that the people in the Navy hospital often sent female nurses to cooperate with the maids to do physical examinations for them. Is he healthy? Alyosha is so tall and strong. How could he be sick? But I always see him coughing, and his face is ruddy. Little Katar felt that this was a life-saving straw, so she said to little Natalia, Natasha, you can suggest that he go for a physical examination. His face is ruddy and he coughs. Maybe it's some infectious disease. And you, sister, have never been infected. I don't know if it's God's blessing that you have always been healthy. What little Katar thought of was too much of a historical restoration. Okhotnikov really had a lung disease, and it was tuberculosis. The strange thing was that it was not very contagious. Either the bacteria was less toxic, or little Natalia's stupid physique that didn't catch a cold allowed her to escape. The breakthrough came from a very unexpected place. Chapter 388, Love Rival Can Enjoy One-Stop Retirement Medical Services, Part 1. Little Katar's idea was to find another way. In this way, little Natalia would not have to bear any responsibility. Her Royal Highness the Queen could guarantee safety, and she would not have to worry about causing any trouble. As for the relationship between ruddy complexion and tuberculosis, little Katar knew a little bit. Some noble girls around her were taken away by this disease. Those who were lucky enough to survive would become very weak. Moreover, if this problem appeared in the physical examination of the army, the next thing to be waited for was a notice of retirement. However, with little Katar's ability, she wanted to keep it secret, and could solve this problem. There was no better way, and she just kept little Natalia away from Captain Okhotnikov for a while. The other party seemed to know this problem. People at that time were already aware of the harm and certain pathogenesis of tuberculosis, but they knew nothing about the dangerous tuberculosis bacillus. You know, the Indians in North America also have some folk methods to treat this disease, but there is no record of the effect. Now, it is a strange worry for the girl. She couldn't find a place to talk about this kind of trouble, so she took a walk along the Moika embankment. Although the weather in Petersburg was getting hotter during the day, it was still very cool when the wind blew, because it was close to the sea. She couldn't go back to tell her mother when she walked on the street like this, because the further she walked, the deeper into the embankment she would go. I walked to the downstairs of Yulia's house in this cafe, and I don't know if she is at home. So she went up the stairs that were renovated next to her, and she could see the words Baron Sergei Solovyov's studio on the second floor. Speaking of which, Baron Sergei's studio was still a business consulting business, so it was useless to ask him. After all, the slammy old major was a profiteer. Everyone knew his business skills. He turned his son's inventions and ideas into cash, and used his own and his son's connections to find a backer, so he became rich. But the question that little cat eye wanted to ask was difficult to answer unless Baron Sergei's father was resurrected by the Orthodox Patriarch, and the version was different. It was not the time when Prince Menshikov, the king of cakes, was in power, but Alexander was ruling all of Russia. So she was a little troubled, but then she met Adela, the maid of the Solovyov family. Adela knew the prince's daughter to some extent. In fact, according to her rank, she could be called a princess, while the Russian princess was generally a grand duchess. Miss Catherine, why are you here? Speaking of which, Adela was really a walking little succubus. Girls who had been with her for a long time liked her very much, and there were also many noble young men who liked her. If it weren't for her identity as a maid, I'm afraid that people who proposed marriage would have stepped through the threshold of the Solovyov family. Adela, I'm here to find Yulia. You're looking for Miss Yulia? I'm too. I made macarons, and you're here too. Let's share them. Adela, although she was a maid and lived a carefree life, was raised by her master and was more like a young lady, except that she did the work herself, took care of the housework at home, and grew flowers on the rooftop. She also socialized with the noble young ladies. She was carrying a basket and pulling little cat eye to the third floor. But when she grabbed them, both of them blushed. Catherine, your little hands are so delicate. Adela's hands were bigger because of work, and she envied the princess for having such a beautiful pair of hands. As for Catherine, she was a little caught off guard by a girl holding her hand like this. But considering that she also knew the relationship between Her Majesty the Queen and Mrs. Maria Narishkina, she would be affected to some extent. Adela has always been outgoing, a bit like the lady from Poland, and little cat eye has always admired Her Majesty the Queen, so it is inevitable that she will bring herself into it. Me. You are here. Even if you are a guest, you don't have to be so restrained and blush. Because Solovyov raised Adela as a sister, she really didn't have a sense of boundaries, and little cat eye was still bound by the rules after leaving the palace. Ah, it's not like that. I came to find Yulia. Don't be embarrassed, we are here now. Speaking of which, Baron Sergei is not only strong and vigorous, but also very productive. Solovyov is afraid that he will be a brother again. Yulia is learning to knit sweaters there, while the Baroness and her one son and two daughters are beside them. The lady is reading a storybook to them. The youngest Maria is not in her mother's arms, but is led by her sister Paulina, because the lady's belly is very large. It seems that the big construction with Baron Sergei is about to be launched. After understanding the situation in Russia, the Baroness did not want to have another girl. 3 girls would have cost a lot of dowry. It seems that the dowry for a girl is higher than that in France. Of course, she is also looking for a bride for her stepson, but this boy has always been popular as an official. Although he did not become a general at the young age of 25, his position is not much different from that of a general, and he has also received many medals. The girl who wants to match him must have a good family background and property. When she thought about this, she saw little cat eye like a mother wolf staring at her prey, but little cat eye did not have the ability to sense danger. This girl has a good figure, a good family background, and a good personality. Her family has thousands of serfs and many large estates. She is also a military noble family. It is still good for Solovyov's future. The best thing is that she and Yulia are best friends and pen pals. Although she is almost 10 years younger than her own daughter Paulina, they have a good relationship. But the Baroness was also afraid. She was afraid that, if she brought it up again, she would find that the girls she liked had become brides of other families, just like in the past. Therefore, she did not speak, but just watched Adela and little cat eye come over. Madam, I made macarons and brought them here. I happened to see Miss Catherine at the door of the master's office on the second floor, so I pulled her up without notifying her. Ah, that's not a problem. Besides, the macarons you make are always too large for several of us to finish. And that's, Madam, I also know that Master Mikhail never lets Master Anton and the 3 young ladies eat too much sweets, saying that it's bad for their teeth. It's okay that he doesn't care about his own daily life and diet, but he also controls his family. I really want to find him a good wife, but he shouldn't treat her badly. This was said inexplicably, and of course Adela couldn't care less. She opened the dessert box containing macarons, and the finished products inside did look very eye-catching. Especially under the natural light, this color looks great. Obviously it is carefully made. Why don't you call your brother? Both Yulia and Paulina said so. Obviously, the eldest brother is very important to them, but he has been busy recently. He always hangs out in the War Ministry building with a group of generals. He also eats there, and doesn't want me to bring him food. When he was the commander of the guards, he always asked me to send sandwiches to him. Then he always has something to do, unlike my 2 brothers who have nothing to do in the palace after returning. She was right to say so. The eldest brother Vasily was in the guards, but the officer establishment of each regiment was full, so he could only be among the reserve officers. The second brother Nicholas was in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but there was nothing he could do, because he was too young, and could not be sent to the embassy. Even though there were already many Russian nobles who did not come out to be officers, civil servants and court attendants, the phenomenon of redundant officials was still quite serious. Humphrey would be ecstatic if he came, and Wang Jinggan would die suddenly if he came. Moreover, for the young nobles born in the 1780s, Solovyov was the child of other people's families. Even if some young people became generals, by relying on their father's influence, they were not as good as him in terms of work ability, diligence, military achievements and medals, and even women were not as proud as him. Some people who could surpass him still relied on their birth. After all, whose family was not a prince, earl or famous family? The Russian noble title was a share for all males in the family, and there were many who surpassed him in this regard. But my brother, although he loves us, he loves work more. Just like mother loves each of us children, but she always cares about the youngest one, or the one in the belly. Yulia said this, because she was the eldest sister, and love would always be shared. Complaining, Katya found that the atmosphere of this family was more relaxed than that of her family members. After all, this family was not like the Dolgorukov family, which was a famous family of Rurik, that had been passed down for more than 20 generations. It was more like the middle class without the concept of hierarchy and sense of distance. Then, little Katya seemed to have forgotten the purpose of coming to Solovyov's house. She originally had something to say to Yulia. She wanted to find Solovyov through her good sister. After all, he had more experience in dealing with such problems. Solovyov didn't know why little Katya ran to his house, and he didn't live with his parents and siblings. He lived in the old house in Laundry Lane, which was convenient for him to work in the department and the corps, and it was also convenient for him to go home and concentrate on writing without having to participate in flashy and lengthy social activities. Now, he has also completed the plan to provide support to Serbia and is waiting for General Van Suchteren to conduct the final review and finalization. At this time, he wanted to relax, but there was nowhere to go, and he couldn't even find a woman. Madame Rukania recently went to the Imperial Village, and it was obvious that she was very popular among the ladies. So, he had no choice but to go home, and Adela told him in the morning to make macarons and send them home. Of course, my father is not at home today. Baron Sergei is out for business. He is going to build a textile factory in Novgorod. This is a project for some wealthy masters, so there are naturally benefits. The old baron should be responsible for the supply of raw materials and transportation routes, which is also one of their family's strengths. After all, the Solovyov family's background as smugglers is still very useful, even if they do legitimate business. When Solovyov passed by the second floor, he did not hesitate. He strode up and opened the door to see that the women were all at home. However, it was really a rare guest for little Katya to appear in his home. Brother, you are finally free. We left some macarons made by Adela for you. Yulia, let's not talk about macarons. How come we have such a distinguished and young guest in our house? Solovyov and little Katyr are already very familiar with each other. They have been from China to abroad and then back to China. He just didn't expect her to come to his home. I have something I wanted to ask Yulia, but, when you are here, just treat it as your own home. Katyr. Solovyov still politely took little Katyr's hand, but he was wearing gloves and couldn't feel the delicate skin. I do feel good too. Your family is very warm and the atmosphere is better than my home. Really? That's true. You are welcome to come here often. If you have any difficulties, you can also ask us. If it's a family matter, you can ask my mother. Solovyov also ignored the slight age difference and just paused when speaking. If it's other problems, no matter where, Yulia and Adela can help you. Little Katyr thought about it and decided to bring it up directly with Solovyov. After all, what she encountered was really something that she, a palace maid, could not solve. But she couldn't talk about it in front of so many people. After all, it was a very serious topic and involved the little secrets around the queen. If Solovyov knew about it, he would be happy to help little Katyr. After all, there were too many young officers aiming to date Larissa, and he had been cautious after he succeeded. Although he had revealed his true colors so far, he had not been exposed. At least he hid it well. But it was not the case for the later ones. When the Empress was in power in the past, the competition was open. But now, because Larissa was too low-key, and the competition for mistresses on Alexander's side was the mainstream business, there have been significant changes. But for little Katyr, how to start the conversation became a problem. And she also wanted to escape the marriage, and did not want to become the wife of Sergei Saltykov. There were too many things involved. As for her own affairs, Grand Duke Nicholas had already demonstrated it once at Prince Saltykov's house, which bought her some time. But the affairs in the palace involved maids and the queen. How should she start the conversation? Chapter 389, Love Rival Can Enjoy One-Stop Retirement Medical Services, Part 2. Solovyov knew that Katyr was worried, but he would not cheat and know her inner thoughts. On this basis, he just asked politely, Katyr, what's the matter? Can I talk to you alone, brother Miss Kat? Solovyov was also confused at this time. Even in his own home, he wanted to keep Katyr a secret and not let others know. And he could roughly guess that Katyr wanted to find him through Yulia or Adela. There was nothing wrong with the direction. If the middle link could be omitted, at least fewer people could handle the secret. That's what he thought. Of course, we can go to the windowsill. Others also tried not to pay attention to this matter. Maybe there were some things that Solovyov needed to do, or maybe Katyr was just a messenger. However, everyone's report was biased, and even the person involved was surprised after hearing it. Katyr, are you saying that Okhotnikov from the cavalry has been pursuing His Highness's maid, Zagryatskaya, recently? In order to confirm this, Solovyov deliberately used the surname to confirm it. After all, there are only a few common names, and the probability of having the same name is too high. That's true, but you're not surprised at all. Why should I be surprised? Katyr, this kind of thing happens frequently in the palace. An officer pursues a girl who may be of a higher status, or even an unmarried old man in his 40s pursues a palace maid just because they have a high status in the court and have the power to do so. While Solovyov was complaining, he also understood why Andrei said that he would get married when he was old and useless. The answer always came from his own mouth. Then what should we do? It's not against the law to pursue love, Katyr. If Okhotnikov is just having some relationship with a maid, then no one will care. It just depends on the purpose of this person. Is this what you are worried about? Yes. Little Katyr knew that Solovyov could guess this, but when she was waiting for an answer, she got this reply. It's not convenient to talk here. Are you going back to the Tavrid Palace, or to the palace embankment? I won't go to either place. There will be a salon in the evening at the home of Prince Golitsyn. Speaking of this girl, she will go to the home of Natalia, the eldest of the Shakovsky family, in the evening. She is really taken care of by Larissa's best friend. Then I'll take you there. Prince Golitsyn and I are very familiar with each other. We have accompanied the queen to Stockholm together. Then, Solovyov took out his pocket watch from his pocket to check the time. If that's the case, after the tea party at my house, it's not far from here to there. You know, their house is too close to the Winter Palace. Returning to his seat, Solovyov also deliberately concealed this matter. After all, except for little Katya, they were all his family. If it was something troublesome, it would be bad to get involved. Brother, what's the matter? Yulia, it's because of your curiosity that the principal wrote to me. The eldest brother at home always has to have some dignity. Well, sometimes some secrets should not be asked too much. And Adela, at this time, brought up the snacks and black tea. As a maid, she was very skilled. The macaron is really good, and it's very soft. But Solovyov has never had much feeling for desserts. At this time, it is the ladies who consume sugar. And sending little Katya to the home of little Prince Golitsyn can also cover up the problem. When leaving home, Solovyov can also find that little Katya gets along well with her sisters. It's not surprising. In the Solovyov household, apart from Alexander's family who moved out, there are no other girls of her age. There are two of them here. Yulia and Adela both like socializing, and often act with their besties. The stepmother is also willing to play with the children. No wonder little Katya is very happy here. I think at this time, since the distance is not far, we can just walk there. That's great, brother Miss Cap, and there are not many people here now. Maybe it's not convenient to go out to Moika embankment at this time. Instead, Nevsky Avenue is more lively. There's no one in the cafe downstairs from my house. You are so careful not to talk about this at home. It involves palace matters. I'm the only one in my family serving in the court. If Yulia wants to serve in the palace, she has to wait until she graduates from the girls' school. It's not like you who can get the qualifications of a maid when you come back. If you get married in the future, it will be easy to get the qualifications of a lady, like mother, but I don't like it. Living is like a puppet and I can't decide my own destiny. Don't think so. Isn't there someone who has a close relationship with the cavalry officer? Solovyov spoke very directly. Little Katya also noticed that there were not many people around, so she whispered to him. I always feel that Sister Natasha is not the target. The real target of that captain is Her Royal Highness the Queen. Why do you say that? Solovyov was also surprised. Because of his lack of skills, he knew that Larissa would always have lovers according to history, and more than one, like himself now, but not like Alexander, who could have a harmonious harem, if he had the title of Basilius. But who is this person? Now it's me, and I'm not trying to restore history. Okhotnikov is indeed a dangerous person. Although it's a hunch, when I helped His Royal Highness sort out the letters, I saw some cheesy love letters. Solovyov knew that this was a daily routine in the palace. He added the gems of the Panjshir Valley to Alexander's crown, and others would also wait for the opportunity to sell them all royal jewelry. Obviously, Larissa asked little Katya to sort out the letters, and she trusted her to some extent, and these letters should not be important, and it doesn't matter if they are known. After all, it's useless to check the evidence for something that didn't happen. What are the signatures on those love letters? Solovyov was trying to hide his eyes to some extent, so he chose to talk while walking, but his tone did not become heavier. He was just searching for evidence. This unlucky guy was afraid that he would be made a scapegoat. After all, at the beginning of the year, Alexander was not around, but Larissa was suddenly pregnant. After the young queen confessed to the Tsar, Alexander apologized twice in return. The couple had untied their knot and continued to live their own lives. However, they agreed that, if the child was a girl, they would hurry up to have another one and try to have a son, while Larissa could still give birth. If God's will still gave them a girl, or Larissa's health did not allow it, then they would just let nature take its course. It's all written in French, and there are always Indo, just like my brooch represents the person I serve. It seems that he is really a reckless person. But he is like this. It can't be said that he is the one pursuing your highness. The chain of evidence is not sufficient. If it is exposed, it will also bring scandals. Then what should we do? According to the practice of the guards, of course we have to see if there are any problems with this person, not only in terms of service, but also in terms of health. Solovyov said this because he had been in the guards for such a long time and had already handled the retirement procedures for many people, including those who suffer from incurable infectious diseases. And he was also trying to get information from little Kataya. If he could get her out and let Okhotnikov be transferred or retired without making a sound, it would be quite safe. In this way, everyone involved would be protected, even including the guy who tried to get in. In this case, Solovyov could also eliminate a competitor. Of course, he would spend less and less time with Larissa in the future. According to Larissa, she was looking for someone from her kitty, but who was this girl? Solovyov didn't know about Larissa's idea. Anyway, she wanted to keep it secret for now, and would not tell him until the day of the introduction. In addition, Larissa had mentioned several girls. Gurieva's father was too high-ranking, and was a senior civil servant. Kutuzov's daughter Derya just became a court maid at the end of last year. Larissa didn't consider her, and she seemed to have a favorite aristocratic youth. As for the other Vorontsova, Praskovaya, when Solovyov mentioned her, he thought that he should prepare to squat on the balcony. Solovyov actually liked Maria Lobanova Rostovskaya very much, although she was also the daughter of Senator Yakov Ivanovich. His Royal Highness the Prince had a bad temper and was straightforward, but he was very respected. The main thing was that the eldest daughter of the prince's family had very soft features, was well educated, and had some naive childishness. If anyone is lucky enough to marry her, although she is not the most beautiful, she is also worthy of envy. She is a suitable hostess at first glance, and she treats servants very politely, which is also conducive to family harmony. Moreover, some time ago, when Solovyov was in the palace, he heard this girl discussing painting art with Ekaterina's maid, and she was quite insightful. Solovyov, still prefers talented girls. However, when he was thinking about marrying a wife, he didn't notice that the Blue Bridge was already in front of him. Brother Miss Cap, we are at the Blue Bridge. Should we turn? It's time to turn. Otherwise I will hit the guardrail. Fortunately, I'm not so tall that I will fall directly into the river. Haha, Brother Miss Cap, you are really funny. Everyone in St. Petersburg doesn't know that you are good at swimming. You rescued His Highness the Grand Duke from the Po River. Speaking of it, St. Petersburg is close to the sea, and Chyenjin is also close to the sea, but St. Petersburg is not as funny as Paris. Okay, it's time for you to tell us about those good ideas, and how to check. Kataya, since your face is ruddy, and you keep coughing, you suspect it's tuberculosis. I can tell His Highness Constantine to ask him to organize a physical examination for the officers of the guards. Why physical examination? In this way, no one will be blamed, and it will be friendly to the parties involved. Then what about service? When I was in the guards, there were always officers deserting their posts, but the soldiers were all very serious. I think this is not a good idea and it's easy to offend people. Is that so? I can't help it. Sometimes, I feel that those who come from the countryside to serve as soldiers are better than these masters. Why? Masters always feel that they are superior to others and are a little arrogant. Of course, Vasily Vasilyevich is very kind, unlike ordinary masters. Solovyov is good at smoothing things over when he speaks. Kataya, people like my family, who come from Ryazan, can clearly feel that the lords in St. Petersburg and Moscow are always like this, so when I select officers, I rarely choose the nobles in the city. What about Brother Vasya? Vasya, that's another matter. He is going to the Simanovsky regiment, which is under the personal jurisdiction of His Highness Constantine. It is not the 1st battalion of the Putin regiment and the Chasseur regiment, so the officer establishment is full. Of course, Vasya is back from abroad, and he is different from the locals in St. Petersburg. People always say that those who come back from abroad are more patriotic, and they speak Russian much better than the local bumpkins. Brother Miss Cap, is it like you? Yes. But when you speak French, you sound like a southern Frenchman. The French define themselves as southerners. As long as a place is north than France, it is considered the north, but they completely ignore the fact that Paris is northerly than Vienna, and this has something to do with the environment. When little Katar heard this, she knew that Solovyov was going to start chanting again. He did have a lot of knowledge, but he would never stop chanting. Another great weapon of Petersburg was the long and difficult sentences of Prince Alexander Saltykov. Fortunately, the masters in Petersburg were not very studious and did not master this skill. It can be imagined that, just like in London, there was a group of Humphreys chanting sutras, which was more terrible than Tang Seng chanting the tight hoop curse, and could kill people invisibly. There is this matter, but we are almost there. Kataya, I wish you a pleasant night in the salon today. In addition, although the journey is not far, you must pay attention to safety. In Petersburg, I don't know why, some people have learned from the Tatars and snatched little girls back as wives. Brother Miss Cap, don't worry about this. Also, you must help with this matter quietly. Natasha can't be ruined because of this. This child is really kind-hearted. He even wants to build a poor house with his own funds in the future. Chapter 390. Elena came back to visit her family, but actually went home to seek refuge. Part 1. Although Solovyov's administrative position was in the operations department of the general staff, as an officer of the guards, he was still in the guards managed by Grand Duke Constantine, so it was very convenient for him to find Constantine. Constantine still agreed to give officers physical examinations. To maintain the combat effectiveness of the army, officers must be given regular physical examinations. As for those officers who were forced to retire because of infectious diseases, Solovyov did not feel embarrassed. It was just that neither Dolokhov nor Fyodor Tolstoy were on the list of forced retirement. It seemed that syphilis had not found these two prodigals. Or maybe Russian medicine was not developed. But Alexei Okhotnikov was indeed among the patients with tuberculosis. This disease was very dangerous for the court. Especially recently, Elena was coming back from Mecklenburg to visit her relatives. Queen Maria and the two unmarried Grand Duchesses were very happy. She married there 6 years ago and had not seen each other for a long time. Although the Queen Mother's favorite was Catherine, Elena was the Empress' favorite. When the old lady was alive, she liked all 5 girls she raised, and her favorite was the second granddaughter. It can be seen from the name that only her name was carefully chosen, and it was in the same series as the Grand Dukes born when the 3 empresses were alive. Alexandra, Maria, Catherine, Olga and Anna are more common. Elena came back all the way because the situation in Prussia was difficult to determine, and she had always been a close friend of Queen Louise of Prussia. The queen was very loyal to her good sister. After recalling the Duke of Brunswick, in order to seek Russian reinforcement, she made preparations early and informed Elena. But she also wanted her to go home for refuge, and by the way, through the 4th son of the Mecklenburg family, Christian August, who had been serving in the Russian army, to find out the situation in Petersburg. In this way, both sides can make sense. After several years of recuperation, Elena's health recovered a little, so she set out on the road home with her 3 children. This time, she had a plan in mind. Maria herself didn't want to come back, and her son had always been weak and sickly, and couldn't travel long distances, so he stayed in Weimar. She also wrote a letter to her sister, asking Elena to explain the situation to her mother. It's the most troublesome when a child is sick, so Maria can't come back in the spring, and she has stayed in Weimar until now. The Queen Mother also knows that the 3 of us who are married love our children very much. If they can travel long distances, they must be brought home to show the Queen Mother and the Emperor brother. It's a pity for Alexandra. Although she married into my family, she is on the French side. The Queen Mother said this with a self-deprecating tone, but she sent all the maids away, leaving only her daughter and grandchildren here. But my sister didn't suffer. It is said that the cannibal devil respected my uncle's family very much, so she didn't suffer. Even the second wife, the British aunt, was treated with great courtesy. The Queen Mother still frowned after hearing this. In short, in the eyes of the royal ladies, the older ones always disliked Napoleon, but she couldn't say anything about her brother. You know, the Württemberg family is too complicated, and they are related to all aspects, except France. After all, there must be some rules, otherwise you wouldn't have so many allies. Speaking of which, I came back and went directly to my mother, and I haven't gone to my brother yet. Elena said this, but she has always been good to her brothers and sisters, and she can't forget Alexander. Alexander went to inspect the army, and it's not far from Gatchina. We can meet tonight. Don't rush. While the women were talking here, the Russian army was conducting military exercises near the imperial village at the turn of spring and summer, also to prevent possible wars on the western border. Russia is not at peace on the southern battlefield at present. The Ottoman Empire and the Persian Qajar dynasty are fighting with the Russian army, which also involves a large number of troops. But on the Prussian side, if a war really breaks out between France and Prussia, it does need to be prepared, at least after the war breaks out, faster than the speed of aiding Austria. Your Majesty, this exercise is just like this. Live fire shooting is to test the training results of the army in the past 6 months, and the focus is on the map deduction of the headquarters. But the result is not optimistic. Van Suchteren said this. In fact, as the director of munitions and acting chief of staff, he also said very clearly that the Russian army was not prepared. By the way, there are also opinions from the local generals in the Russian army that Prussia cannot stop the French army. Don't say that, Suchteren. I won't interfere with military command now. You can do it freely. For logistics supply, if you need any materials, you can tell me, and I will send someone to allocate them for you. As for the commanders on the front line, I won't interfere with how they command. Moreover, I have abolished the military committee. When Alexander Vasilievich was here, he hated this institution the most. The Minister of War will not interfere too much on the front line. We can organize and mobilize any kind of troops we need. After he said that, Van Suchteren relaxed. Since Alexander did not interfere with the command and returned to the daily life after Peter the Great, the army could also be allowed to do it freely. Speaking of which, Alexander has some talent in strategy, but he does not want to interfere with the specific command, and the same is true when he is on the battlefield. With the level of the Romanov family, only a few people have the training and personal bravery. There has been no qualified commander yet, but maybe there will be in the future. Putting aside such difficult things, Alexander has always found it difficult to decide on the candidate for the commander-in-chief of the Russian army on the Western Front. Now is peacetime, and he is even more like this. There is no way. All of Europe knows that he is an old artist who likes to act. At this time, the more troublesome thing is to make a decision. Speaking of which, there are always people who misjudge people. Although Paul is tolerant, he is still very decisive in doing things. It's just that he is difficult to kill, which caused trouble, and was murdered by his own confidants. And Alexander is indeed trying to balance. Okay, Your Majesty. I just hope that the candidate for the commander of the Western Front can be decided as soon as possible, and the command organization and staff can be established as soon as possible, so as to facilitate the dispatch of the army. Of course, the results of Van Suchteren's exercises are all aimed at the Prussian army, to start the war in October or November, and persist until the Russian army arrives near Berlin in December. But what happens on the battlefield cannot be speculated by common sense. Van Suchteren looked back at Volkonsky and Solovyov who were accompanying him. One of them is the Minister of Operations and the other is a Deputy Minister of Operations. What do you two think? Volkonsky has always been Alexander's confidant, and he is not easy to talk, so he looked at Solovyov. Anyway, this kid was cultivated by his uncle, so he had the opportunity to rise to the top, and he was not Alexander's original follower, but was sent by the late Emperor Paul, so he had to speak more. Solovyov knew that the old commander's nephew liked to dig holes for himself every day. Of course, if he jumped into the pit, he would be fished out when he was able. For example, when answering General Van Suchteren's question, "Sir, I can't help but worry that Prussia may not be able to hold on. In the past, I have observed the Prussian army's combat readiness and met with the Duke of Brunswick. They are still immersed in the martial arts of the past and are just a bluffing shell. The problem is no longer something that Russia can solve alone," and Solovyov said it relatively lightly. "Your worries don't seem to be our problem. Indeed, Prussia is rotten to the core. Their biggest worry is not Austria, France, or us, but their Palace of Salcy." Speaking like this is indeed very disrespectful to Prussia. When Paul promoted Solovyov, this young man who had just become famous, Van Suchteren knew that he was a pragmatic guy who liked to use various more effective methods to improve the combat effectiveness of the army, rather than deliberately imitating anyone. In this regard, although he was Suvorov's last disciple, He was the most similar in military theory, with a bit of the flexibility of a galloping hare. Moreover, he also made a great contribution to returning from Austerlitz this time. Also, sir, His Majesty asked the two of us to accompany him and return to Gatchina. Volkonsky didn't let Solovyov say more, and that was about it. Today, Elena came back with her children to visit her parents, and the Gatchina palace was also arranging it with great fanfare. The bulk of the royal expenses were spent on the Queen Mother. Seeing her daughter come back, she naturally spent money without hesitation. Solovyov had to go to such occasions. After all, Elena was also his benefactor. If she hadn't called him to the palace, he would not have become so successful so quickly. Okay, go ahead. Van Suchteren had to call other people to discuss the issue. The two of them didn't have so much time, but what Solovyov said made sense. As a Dutchman, he also knew that the young man was telling the truth, but there was nothing he could do. The friendly forces of the Russian army, except for the British floating on the sea, really had few reliable ones. As for the Gatchina palace, it was also very lively now. The Queen Mother made a big show in Gatchina and called all the maids who served the Queen Mother and the Queen. Larissa also came over. Among these sisters-in-law, Alexandra and Elena, two twins who were not born from the same birth, were closer in age and interacted with her more before getting married, so they were naturally closer. As for Elena, when she appeared in front of everyone, people who knew her would find that she was obviously thin, because she was often sick in the past few years. Of course, she is still healthy after recuperation, but this also made the relatives present tearful. The Russian royal family, starting from Paul, always attached great importance to family affection, which was different from other families, and the brothers were also very united. As for Nicholas and Mikhail, they were very young when the eldest and second sisters got married, but they had a better impression of the third sister getting married. However, this sister looked kind to them. Nicholas was often hugged by her and had some impression. As for Mikhail, he was a little unfamiliar. After all, there were 10 brothers and sisters. From Alexander to Mikhail, there was a generation difference. Elena, you've lost a lot of weight. Now that you can come back, we would like you to stay at home for a long time. Of course, when the Queen Mother said this, she had more or less forgotten how her second son's wife ran back to her parents' home. But Alexander and Larissa had to put up with her partiality. After all, this was a reunion. She was also the mother, and as the eldest son and the eldest daughter-in-law, she had to put up with what the Queen Mother said. Solovyov, who was working as an aide-de-camp, felt a little strange when he saw the two of them standing there. This kind of first family is no longer the kind of saying that the eldest son in the family means the minister in the country. Alexander himself is a Tsar, but the sense of deja vu should not be too strong. Queen Mother Maria, she still has to be the first lady in the court. She still has the final say on many things in the court, but in terms of politics, Alexander obviously has a good grasp. And next to Solovyov, there happened to be Christian August, one of Elena's brothers-in-law. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. He seems to have no interest in women. He just serves in the army and strengthens his muscles. Moreover, he was promoted to general at a young age. This is different from Solovyov. He is not good at reincarnation. He has achieved his current status by himself. Christian, I'm glad to see you again. You can't go back to Schwerin because you are serving here. Sister-in-law, no matter what you say, it's good that you can come back. Elena is very good at handling things. She directly led her son and asked him to call the loud-voiced Christian uncle. It must be said that the son raised in the Mecklenburg family has a very loud voice. It seems that the atmosphere in this occasion today is still very harmonious, just like an ordinary visit of a princess married abroad. However, to be honest, Elena's return home at this time was more or less arranged by her parents-in-law and husband. Mecklenburg and Saxony, whether they are the main family or the branch family, have close contacts with Prussia and are even directly controlled by Prussia. There must be something going on between Prussia and Russia, but this would not be mentioned at the banquet to welcome Elena back. In addition to the banquet, there were also balls and receptions afterwards. In order to welcome her daughter back, the Queen Mother actually invited many nobles from Petersburg. This kind of place is naturally a large-scale blind date meeting. Whether it is the unmarried court maids or some girls from aristocratic families who have just reached social age, they may be able to meet their ideal husbands. Chapter 391. Elena came back to visit her family, but actually went home to seek refuge. Part 2. The palace in Gatchina was indeed quite strange during Alexander's time. The Queen Mother herself obviously did not intervene in politics enough. When she said she had the ability in 1801, no one believed her. Even Larissa, who had never dared to disobey her mother-in-law, dared to stand up and express her opposition, publicly supporting Alexander's legitimate succession to the throne. But to maintain influence in the court, the Queen Mother was still very resourceful. This time when Elena returned from Mecklenburg to visit her relatives, she put on a big show in Gatchina, and there were receptions and banquets. Those nobles who wanted to curry favor with the Queen Mother would still gather here. Therefore, as long as this large-scale reception ball can be held, there will still be a lot of people who respond. It can even be said that this is more grand than the ball held in the Winter Palace. But Alexander didn't care too much about these things. When the waltz was played at the ball, people could also find that the Tsar himself and the Queen Mother entered together. As for the Queen, although she participated in the family dinner within the royal family today, she did not attend such occasions. Of course, there are many people who sympathize with Larissa, so it is not surprising to interpret this incident in any way. In addition, she is pregnant again. Taking Elena's child to the Alexander Palace also allows the Grand Duchess, who has been away from Petersburg for a long time, to devote herself to this large-scale social event. During this period, someone came to mention this question. What does Elena's return mean? The more sensitive soldiers were also whispering in the corridor. Solovyov saw a bald man passing by today. He rarely dealt with this person before, because he was not in the same corps, but his identity was indeed easy to attract attention. That is Barclay de Tolly, a descendant of Scottish nobles. The fact that he is of German descent is also related to the Hanseatic League among his relatives. Therefore, he is sometimes in a strange and embarrassing position. The native Russian officers regard him as a German, and the German officers do not let him integrate into the circle. Moreover, among generals, according to the seniority list, length of service and military exploits always cause criticism from others. Barclay is very unfortunate, because he has only participated in the war against Sweden, and suppressed the Warsaw resistance. He has not fought in a war for 12 years, and is always said to be a relative. And he is so unlucky that this happens every time he is promoted. Although the protagonist today is Elena, who came back from Mecklenburg to visit her family, the people who attend such a reception ball always attract more attention. As for Bagration, he did not have the hostility he would have in the future when he mentioned Barclay de Tolly. Mishap, it's really strange that you have to deal with that bald guy. I'm just curious, a Scotsman is always mistaken for a German. You can ask him, and I can introduce you. In addition, you should also prepare. In the officer's yearbook, you can skip the seniority limit when you are promoted from colonel to major general. If Bagration hadn't said it, Solovyov would not have known about this. What did you say? You are very meticulous in doing things, but you don't know this. According to the annual officer and general qualifications yearbooks, the emperor can select officers of all levels for promotion. But what does this have to do with me? Seeing that Solovyov really didn't know, Bagration said that German from Scotland promoted generals based on performance, not qualifications. You are busy making battle plans all day. How could you forget this? How? You can be promoted to general through special channels. You don't understand qualifications. Even worse than I don't understand my wife. Solovyov really didn't pay attention to this. He has been promoted to colonel for some time. In the past, promotions in the officer class were qualified after 1 year, but at the general stage, there are still some explanations. It is no wonder that the children of the great noble families always take advantage of their youth to register in the guards, to brush up their qualifications. But Bagration's self-deprecation is unnecessary. Solovyov then realized that there is a fast-forward channel. With his current status, he can be promoted according to this convention. No matter in terms of qualifications, military exploits, or positions, no one can say anything. But this is secondary. Solovyov is going to greet Barclay. Hello, Mikhail Bogdanovich. I'm Solovyov from the operations department. I have heard that, although you are young, you are very good at fighting. Barclay himself feels that he has no sense of existence. Generally, no one will come to him, but this kid actually came up to say hello when he saw him for the first time. It is also unclear whether Solovyov is just being familiar or what is going on. Thank you for the compliment, but I have a question. You are obviously Scottish, so you should be considered as the same as Count Bruce, rather than German. That may be because of my mother and wife, as well as the origin of the surname d'Italie. Even if you are Scottish, you may have relatives on the European continent. Maybe you have to play the bagpipes to identify them. You are good at joking, and your words are very witty. Besides that, what do you think about the issues of France and Prussia? We are all soldiers serving Russia. We should obey the emperor's will, and fight for the motherland and the people. What he said reminded Solovyov of Andrei. He didn't know how this guy was doing in Smolensk recently. Yes, but France and Prussia, it seems that they will definitely fight. What do you mean? Yes, but it's still early. As soldiers, we have to wait for orders before we can go to the battlefield. That's indeed the point of view. We will all go to the battlefield at that time. Yes, but I'm very surprised that you have made great contributions, but you are still a colonel. Like Barclay d'Italie, Solovyov also has curious characteristics. The speed of his promotion in military rank is obviously inconsistent with his merits. That's not surprising. Whether it's seniority or military exploits, it always takes a suitable time. I wish you to become a general soon, and have the opportunity to command a division in the future. Isn't that the French divisional general? It really has to start from here. You have good administrative skills. Perhaps your majesty will be useful in the Ministry of War in the future. Speaking of administrative ability, my father was once the mayor of Riga, and my family's estate is in Courland, which will have some influence. Yes, many local officers suffer from lack of education, while German officers and foreign officers always receive better education, so they have some advantages when they are promoted. Of course, some strange things cannot be said, and only cultural level can be mentioned. But you are different. Young officers who are self-taught are rare nowadays. While they were chatting here, Alexander and Queen Maria also came out of the back room, and everyone had to salute when they passed by. Solovyov couldn't go back to where he was sitting because of the separation of the crowd, so he stayed and continued to chat with Barclay. Self-study is only a means to improve personal knowledge reserves. Military academies are still needed to strengthen learning and change personal habits so that knowledgeable young people can become qualified officers. There is some truth. We have always prepared for war in peacetime, but everyone hopes for long-term peace. Mikhail Bogdanovic, isn't it? Barclay didn't say much. Next, he started dancing on the dance floor. This is usually an occasion for girls and single officers. Barclay, who has a wife, usually won't join. Solovyov didn't plan to enter the dance floor today. He still wanted to discuss military issues, and he hid deeper, using Barclay and several other officers to block his figure. For example, Colonel Yermolov, this big guy is most suitable for blocking the view. But it's meaningless. You don't want to start a war now, but someone wants to. In the past, we had the idea of attacking the Turks, just like the French are always aggressive. The means that the stronger party is willing to take. As for you, Yermolov, what are you doing there? I don't want to go down to dance, but I'm too conspicuous. Your size is too obvious. Standing here can completely block me. Maybe, but someone must have conducted a full reconnaissance, and you are not so easy to hide. I don't want to move my position yet. Artillery. But what if the hussars come over? Yermolov, this big guy, has some sense of humor, and Barclay also wants to laugh. Especially this person, still tells jokes with a serious expression. Even if it is a cold joke, it will have a considerable contrast effect. Yermolov was 4 years older than Solovyov. He was also single. However, because of his service and the fact that he was relatively poor as a colonel, he had the idea of getting married, but he never did. Later, his lifelong friend Osterman Tolstoy got married very early, but his wife was frail and sickly. As long as he was not in service, he would always take his wife to the sanatorium. It's a pity that we can't form a battle here. The palace is always different from the battlefield. When they said this, the girls had already entered the dance floor. This time, in addition to the palace maids and the noble ladies who came here, the female school students who had not yet obtained the social qualifications would also go on stage. It's such a coincidence today. My sister Yulia will be here for the first time to enter a social occasion. However, she has to wait until she graduates from the Smolny Palace Girls' School to be eligible. That will take some time. Which one is it? Among the girls in the girls' school, the tallest one in the first row is this girl. If she grows up, she will be taller than me. She is only 15 years old. There is also a princess in the palace, who is very tall. Princess Anna Pavlovna is also the same age. Look over there. Barclay said this, and Solovyov and Yermolov both looked over there. Next to Alexander, the two unmarried sisters were there, and it was indeed the same. Her Majesty the Queen Mother is a big person. It's not surprising that Princess Anna is tall. When I was an aide-de-camp in the palace, I gave early childhood education classes to the princesses. At that time, she was only a 5-year-old child, but she was obviously taller than other children. Yes, you have this relationship. When Barclay said this, he was a little envious. But when Solovyov looked at him, he thought in his heart, you will also have a time of pride in the future, and I'm afraid that my time will be later. But being a teacher to Nikolay and having a job in the general staff does have some benefits. As for the girls, after the opening dance, they will each look for a dance partner. There are still a large number of single young and middle-aged officers, and there are especially many who came today. There are always people who will come out to dance in such social occasions, and Yulia appeared on this occasion today. As the eldest brother, Solovyov could not hide his sister's appearance always needs the help of his brother. He himself did not notice that Nikolay and Mikhail were also on Alexander's side today, but the two boys were behind the Queen Mother's throne at the time and were blocked by several attendants and adjutants. The two of them were thinking about it and even said to the second sister, who had been away from home for a long time and was a little unfamiliar with them, "Sister, you are very familiar with our teacher." "Yes, at that time, I brought him to the palace to be a model." "So what does he like?" "Very wide-ranging hobbies." "Nikolay, what are you thinking about?" However, Nikolay was too straightforward. He said to Alina, "Sister, I think the boss, as we call him privately, should find a wife." "Carla, you, Miss Ham, are you two going to help your teacher find a wife?" When Alina said this, she didn't know whether to say Nikolay and Mikhail. Was this precocious childish talk or something else? In short, children nowadays are really scary, and she didn't know what her son would be like in the future. She also considered introducing a girl to her younger brother-in-law, but Christian August obviously didn't think about this. But Solovyov, since he usually came to the palace to teach his two younger brothers, and he was also very familiar with her in the past, he had to help him to some extent. After getting Nicholas's affirmative opinion, she said, "Don't be anxious. There are so many girls here today. Who knows if there will be a suitable one? But you two should not be so obvious. There will always be a way. You can entrust the people around you to do it. If it really doesn't work, I can also help. After all, the Baron has been manipulated by us a lot. This situation is indeed quite delicate. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392. Fate always has a clever arrangement. Okhotnikov was legally and reasonably discharged from the service because of tuberculosis. After that, Larissa found that her maid's face seemed to have lost its former spirit. She could imagine that little Natalia was distraught because of the departure of her lover, so she also wanted to arrange for her to go out to dance. However, the girl's dull appearance now was obviously not suitable for participating in pleasant social activities. She was just mechanically maintaining her movements because she had been serving as the queen's maid. Alas, she fell in love with a young man who could not have a result. This is probably the result. So she sent little Natalia out of the Alexander Palace, leaving only a few older girls who were engaged but not married. Little Natalia was not the oldest among these unmarried girls. There were even older girls in the palace. The youngest little Katar was also looking forward to today. Her parents and 2 brothers would attend this ball. These students, brothers, and sisters, all liked to play cupids in close part-time, specializing in matchmaking for their own family members. She always told everyone how handsome her elder brother Vasily and the second brother Nikolai were, which really made the maids want to laugh, but they couldn't. Is it really as you said? Of course, Nikolai is much more beautiful than the officers in the palace, and he is also a diplomatic student. Ah, that's not bad. At least he is not a soldier. The Princess Lobanova-Rostovskaya, who Solovyov was concerned about, was sweet and peaceful, but she mentioned the issue of military identity, which more or less proved that in recent times, officers in the Russian court did not seem to be as popular as they used to be. Girls also have more choices when choosing their fiancés. This lady met Solovyov in the palace, and had a good impression of him. But her father had a bad temper, and although her mother supported the brothers to join the army, she did not want her daughter to marry an officer, even if he was a promising young colonel or general. Moreover, she had no opinion, was so gentle to everyone, and smiled sweetly, so she had many suitors. It was obvious when she entered the dance floor. Little Katya was watching from the side. When dancing the waltz in the dance floor, many young men came to invite Masha to dance. Even, something unpleasant happened. Sergei Volkonsky of the Guards Cavalry Regiment had a dispute with others. Considering that he was Peter Volkonsky's cousin and brother-in-law, Solovyov had to come out to smooth things over. After all, it was more convenient and flexible for him to move around. Saryosha, don't fight with others at this time. Think about your sister. Sergei was somewhat impulsive, but someone pulled him, and he didn't get angry. After all, the Tsar himself was in front, and the time for this dispute was not right. As for the young lady, she tilted her head and looked at these young officers who had a dispute with each other for dancing with her. This made her more attractive. This girl was sweet, so naturally there were people pursuing her. When Solovyov saw her, he was already very experienced, and he didn't have much resistance to encountering such a smile with holy light behind it. But considering the origin of this lovely girl, for a family like Solovyov to marry a noble woman of a relatively high status, generally only those families with high-ranking generals would accept promising young officers. Solovyov thought about his mother. Even among the wives that the Solovyov family could marry, one with a relatively high status. His cousin was also an officer of the guards, but the wife he married was not rich. As for other uncles and cousins, it was generally the same. If you want to marry a good wife, you have to make yourself more promising. But Sergei, the second branch of the Volkonsky family of Rurik, was obviously fascinated by this girl. In addition to the love letter, he now did so almost in public. In order to avoid getting into trouble, Solovyov could only find him a dance partner. In the guards, even if you are an infantryman, you are a senior, Uncle Dmitri's former adjutant, and my brother-in-law's friend and deputy. I have to listen to you. That's good. Saryosha, if you want to dance, you can go to the girls' school and invite a little girl. This way it won't be awkward. It's just dancing. Don't be too emotional. Speaking of which, Solovyov thought for a long time. There was a Volkonsky among the Decembrists, and he was afraid that he would be matched now. He was always so close to these people. And there was more than one. His beloved nephew Veniamin would be the same in the future, and there were many friends who could connect with these people. It was a waste of talent to let them go to Siberia to dig potatoes. If this really happened, it would be better to pack them up and send them to Rosberg. Solovyov supported the Decembrists' proposition, but their approach was too stupid. In addition, he was essentially a person who lived a life of ease. As long as he could live a good life, who would want to change? Moreover, in their family, although there is a gap in rank between the serfs and the lord is not arrogant and has actually dissolved that kind of relationship. As long as the contradictions are not sharp, they can get along. As for Lobanova-Rostovskaya, although she is polite to everyone, she doesn't like impulsiveness. Therefore, Sergei can only be given a good guy card, and he will be dragged to the girls' school by Solovyov to let Yulia's good friend Ekaterina Komnin be his dance partner. This Greek girl has not grown up yet. Although she is cute, she will not make people feel love. Now there is no Nabokov. Solovyov has moved Sergei, the bomb, away, and nothing should happen today. As for himself, Since he has left Barclay and Yermolov, he still has to consider many issues, but they are all things that need to be done on this occasion today. For example, Yulia needs a dance partner today, and as a brother, he is also obliged to introduce one. But at the dance, it is also a problem to find someone. He looked at Yermolov. This guy actually felt very safe, but considering Yulia's preferences, it's not like he needs to find a fiancé for his sister now, and Yermolov just said that due to economic problems, he has never married a wife. Maybe the family of the girl he likes is not very good. After all, girls need dowries, and Sona has never married Nikolay. I'm afraid this factor is also involved. Otherwise, with the two of them being inseparable, Sona wouldn't have ended up almost alone. So, this is also a problem. But he couldn't ask for help from the three Dolgorukov brothers, and he was very ambiguous with his best third brother Mikhail and Ekaterina. His friends were not suitable, so he couldn't find some troublesome guys. After he sent Sergei away, he turned around and saw little Katia holding her second brother Nikolay's hand and introducing him to the sisters. Ah, she is really interesting. When she first appeared, she introduced her brother to the sisters. This Nicholas is indeed handsome, and his eyes reveal a kind of confidence, but he is also calm and unpretentious, which is not suitable for his 17 years old. As for the eldest brother Vasily, he has already found a dance partner, which is obviously different. It's just that the girls like Nicholas more. If he is more lively, I'm afraid the girls will be crazy about him. In the end, he only found the older Ekaterina Golitsina as a dance partner. Although it was unexpected, it also saved a lot of embarrassment. Then there was little Katia herself. Strangely, it seemed that, because she was the youngest among the maids, inviting more mature girls was the choice of those young nobles. Katia, it seems that no one wants to dance with you yet. Brother Miss Cap, I'm not in a hurry. Someone will always come to dance with me. You have been practicing well, since you were young. It should be very happy to be your dance partner. But there is no one now. There will be one. Katia. There are always many stars among the court maids. It is easy to be dazzled. Someone will recognize your charm at that time. Yes, brother Miss Cap, I see that you have been paying attention to Masha. However, in order to take care of Saryosha's thoughts, I can't do this. Maybe there will be such a stupid person in the future who doesn't care about other people's feelings. That must not be you. Solovyov didn't know if what he said was right, but after a while, no one came to ask little Katia to dance. She was really not in a hurry. If it were Natasha, she would be so anxious that she would almost drop her pearls. As for Solovyov, he didn't take the initiative to send out invitations. When he went to persuade Sergei just now, many girls had been invited by other young officers. As for the girl from the Kurokin family, Solovyov didn't dare to approach her easily, so he just sat here with little Katia. When the waltz music was replaced by Polonaise, no one came to invite little Katia, but Yulia sat over here. How is it? Yurochka, have you found a suitable dance partner? No one has come to invite you now. Brother, you are here, not inviting anyone, but just chatting with Katia. It's really not like you. In fact, Yulia also knew that her brother had a lover outside, but compared with those playboys in Petersburg, he was just amorous, and even more stable. But she and little Katia didn't know that they were looking forward to becoming gentle and virtuous wives like Her Majesty the Queen, but her brother secretly succeeded. When she said this, little Katia didn't seem to care too much. After all, her mother had been pursued by Potemkin, and this kind of gossip news was not a big deal for her who was a little precocious. I'm just chatting with Katia. Of course, Yura, if you don't have a dance partner, your brother can help you find one. Katia, you can choose now, and someone else will come to chat. Someone will invite you to dance later. As a result, Solovyov really found that Tsar's adjutant Poluxy. As an aide-de-camp, it was easy for him to find a dance partner for his sister. He also exchanged views with Poluxy on Serbia's issues during this period of time. Poluxy will leave for the rebel headquarters near Belgrade in a few days to test Karadziaj's mouth. Solovyov himself will take over the aid plan, so it is normal for the two to hand over work issues. Yulia is quite satisfied with such an Italian dance partner. However, Pauluxy is older than Solovyov, married at a young age, and is a foreigner. It is obvious that he came here to take care of his colleague's sister. However, little Kataya was still not invited. It seems, Kataya, although the occasion is grand today, I'm the only one who has the honor to invite you to dance. Of course, Solovyov did not notice that there was an old witch staring at him viciously behind him. Little Kataya welcomed Solovyov's invitation. After all, she was already very familiar with him. The reason why her elder brother was able to fill the vacancy in the Semenovsky regiment was that she had found Solovyov in order to help little Natalia. As a result, he took the opportunity to retire a group of officers with infectious diseases with Konstantin. It was a lucky coincidence and also fulfilled his father's wish to let her elder brother become a company commander in the guards. Although it was a late start, it was just right. Russia was now at war with the Turks, and there was still a chance to go to the front. As for her dance steps, because she had received strict dance training since she was a child, and she was very talented, she was also an excellent dancer among the maids. She was famous for this, but no one invited her to dance. It should not be just because she was young. You know, Kataya has a really good figure. Although her face is not the best looking, she is also quite gentle and likable. It is not surprising that no one invited her. However, the old witch of Prince Saltykov's family regarded this girl from her mother's family as a suitable candidate for her youngest son's future wife. There is some reason behind this. But in addition to this old lady, there are other people paying attention. Nikolai was relieved like an adult, but he was already almost tall enough to be a line infantry at the age of 10, so this posture was indeed a bit novel. He was relieved, because he didn't need to do the matchmaking himself. The master still did it himself, had enough food and clothing, and could invite a dance partner back. Seeing him like this, Elena wanted to laugh a little. Of course, she also had her own worries, that is, her brother-in-law was not very interested in finding a dance partner. The music in the ball became more and more soothing, which made the atmosphere more relaxed. At this time, little Kataya and Solovyov were ready to dance their first dance tonight. The red thread of fate will also be tied to the hands of both of them. Chapter 393 Letter from Golovkin's Mission to China. During the ball, Solovyov felt that Kataya was too light, and it was a bit difficult to follow her rhythm. When he appeared in the court before, he rarely had to follow his partner's steps when attending a ball. These polonaises were too fast, especially Kataya's fast dance. However, if someone else were to be his partner, they might not be able to keep up like Solovyov. Solovyov just wanted to make the polonaise go quickly, and it would be fine to change it to French or Austrian, but not so fast. Since he injured his leg in the Battle of Novi, he has never liked high-intensity exercise, and it is even more impossible for him to walk from one end of the palace to the other in a series of squats. He is not a Cossack, although he has some good Cossack colleagues and subordinates. Just as he wished, the band changed to Vivaldi's Four-Seasons Suite, and it was winter. If it were spring and summer, I'm afraid he would have to continue dancing with a lively Kataya. It's good, it finally slowed down. Brother Miss Cap, you dance very well, why do you have to slow down? Solovyov couldn't say that Kataya danced too fast, he just said, in a dance, you always have to change the rhythm. If you always dance in a quick step, it will be very tiring. Since you said so, we can slow down. If you want, you can find someone else as a dance partner. They are all too slow, only you can keep up with me. Well, I don't know if this is a compliment. But after the music slowed down, Solovyov and Kataya cooperated better, and he had time to observe the situation on the scene. A servant appeared beside Alexander, who seemed to be handing him a letter. After Alexander saw it, his face was still very gentle, and he could see that he and Badberg were discussing something, probably a diplomatic issue. But he didn't need to care about this. Kataya still needed him, so he continued to dance. I hope there won't be any more polonaise, Solovyov muttered, and when he was heard, it seemed that the band also understood what he meant, and stopped playing, after finishing the last part. It's time now, brother Miss Cap, I have to go back to the maid's apartment. Ah, do you have a companion? Masha and I are coming, and there are a few sisters. I'll take you there. What about Yulia? Little Kataya always cares about her best friends, especially Solovyov's sister Yulia. The girls from the girls' school, will go back in batches by carriage, and she doesn't want me, her brother, to take her back. Ah, that's good. However, Solovyov was just being polite, and he didn't want to get a wife today, and little Katar naturally didn't have such an idea. However, this does not mean that others did not observe it, and two parties noticed this situation. On one side was Princess Saltykov's wife, and on the other side were Elena and Nicholas. Sister, you are really familiar with the boss. He was an officer of the Grenadiers at that time, and often came to the palace, to be a model for my paintings. No wonder. Didn't you see him often, when you were a child? When you went to the aquarium, he always accompanied the emperor and you. At that time. Don't play dumb, Kolya, you are sensible at a very early age, otherwise you wouldn't have arranged to find a female companion for your little master. Are you going to find him a wife? Nicholas blushed instantly when he heard his second sister say this. My brothers and sisters got married very early. The boss is 25 years old. I think it's time for him too. Elena laughed. Nicholas, this kid, could be a matchmaker at the age of 10. Although he was a bit stiff in his actions, he was a little precocious like a child, not a real adult. Marriage is a matter between two people. If I find you a bride in the future, she will also be a princess from another country. What kind of person do you want? Nicholas was even more embarrassed this time. Fortunately, it was only the two of them talking and no one else was involved. Of course I want it, but I won't tell you what kind of bride I want, even if my sister tells me. This kid is also strange. Elena doesn't care about that. After leaving, she will go to her sister-in-law. There are too many children in the imperial village now. Nicholas is more optimistic. He followed Solovyov and little Katar with his entourage. Kirill, do you think they can make it? Your Highness, who are you referring to? That's it. Nicholas suddenly realized that marriage is a big deal and can't use that kind of intimate address. What is needed at this time is a formal address. Baron Solovyov and Princess Dolgorukova, do you think they can make it? Not only Elena, but even the servants who have been serving him all the time are more or less confused about his idea. After all, children nowadays are too precocious. It's hard to say, Your Highness. There is a gap in age and status, but the Krimsky prince's family does not care about rank, but rather appreciates future. Ah, future. Nicholas was relieved when he heard this. If the boss could take the initiative, there might be a chance. He didn't like the old witch, although the old lady often hugged him when he was a child, and the big-mouthed adjutants and maids in the court had already talked about it, but they never mentioned it in front of the parties involved. What Nicholas knew was that the palace was not optimistic about the combination of the two. After all, Sergei Saltykov's personality has always been a problem, and the things in this family always give people a strange feeling. The Grand Duke does have a lot of Paul's shadow in his personality traits, and even this behavior habit has some subtle meaning. He is trying to match someone he is familiar with, but it is much better than Paul's tough arranged marriage. After all, it still gives both parties a period of adaptation. The love between Bagration and his wife only lasted for a few years. Although the couple had a good relationship, as a daughter-in-law, she handed over the huge property inherited from her uncle Prince Potemkin to her husband to manage, but she had a lot of fun outside and more or less forgot about her husband and 3 daughters. Although friends around both sides thought of many ways to deal with this marriage, there were still some minor troubles, and Solovyov himself sent little Katar to the area where the maids lived, and was about to return. Colonel, His Majesty wants you to go over. Alexander asked him to go over at this time, and Solovyov didn't understand what was going on. You know, Serbia's Rajik is still on the way, and the operations department has made 4 sets of plans for Prussia. There should be nothing that needs the operations department to take action recently. But if Alexander asked him to go, he would definitely be there. This time it was still in the Alexander Palace. Solovyov also knew that this place was the wedding room of Alexander and Larissa. The Empress was very partial to them. Alexander himself was still in the study, where Peter Volkonsky and his brother-in-law Sergei were also sitting, as well as Kirill Nerishkin of the Golovkin delegation. Your Majesty, that's right. Yuri Alexandrovich's opinion is that we should at least put pressure on the Chinese court Kirill, now we are fighting in the Caucasus and the Danube, and we don't have the spare energy to deal with the Chinese, not to mention we have to guard against the French. Alexander's mind was very clear, and he didn't want to cause trouble at this time. If Count Golovkin hadn't been cultivated by old Count Stroganov, Alexander really wanted him not to come back from Siberia. And Kirill, speaking of it, also had some fate with Solovyov, from the son of the Grand Marshal, Arkady. Arkady married his sister Alina Narishkina, and Solovyov was considered the Grand Marshal's last disciple, and there was still some relationship between the two sides. Now, I have called the most authoritative experts in St. Petersburg. Your Majesty, I happened to hear the last conversation. I can only say that exerting pressure in Siberia is not a suitable solution. The Chinese emperor is more susceptible to softness. When they look strong, they are not hard. In addition, the two ships of our expedition team are expected to return to St. Petersburg after July. We must listen to what they say then. After listening to this, Alexander was also very satisfied. Now he has lost interest in exchanging treaties in the east, and he also knows that Jarking will not buy his tricks. Even Golovkin's stupidity and Chinquan, a member of the royal family of the opposite Ulyast general, can be said to be a dragon and a phoenix, which finally messed up the negotiations. It can be said that they are as stupid as the royal relatives in the world. Solovyov, who knows the inside story, cannot complain too much. Even if Alexander would be happy to hear it, other people in the court are not. Well, we'll do it when the time comes. But how should we solve it? Your Majesty, it looks like I need to take action at this time. Are you going? No, Your Majesty, China's affairs are not that important at the moment. It only involves the issue of the diplomatic mission. However, according to the past Berlin-Kayakta Treaty, the two sides agreed that our merchants can go to the capital of China for a period of 3 years. At this time, we will present some gifts in the name of the merchant mission, and someone must also explain our country's attitude, which is based on an attitude of friendly exchanges. But the Chinese emperor may not accept such words. What they need is respectful. That's good. You understand the Chinese language. I wonder how good your writing skills are. Your Majesty, that's easy to say. I'll hold the pen. When writing, you have to put in some effort. The handwriting must be beautiful. Why is that? Your Majesty, when I sent my servants to Kayakta, I inquired that the Chinese emperor attaches great importance to handwriting. It must be written beautifully. Even in their civil service examinations, good handwriting is also conducive to ranking. Before Solovyov finished speaking, Alexander probably understood what he meant. This was the same reason why he liked beautiful women. Pretty girls could attract his attention. The emperors and bureaucrats of China also paid more attention to the beauty of handwriting and the wording of articles. Okay, you will write this letter. But Your Majesty, I'm afraid no one can understand what I wrote. This problem has always existed. So far, there are very few people in Petersburg who understand Chinese, and there is indeed a lack of talent who can write relatively fluent classical Chinese letters. The reason is simple. From the Queen's period to now, although bilateral trade has been maintained, the relationship has not been improved. Moreover, before the Golovkin mission, the exchanges between the two sides were at the government level, not at the monarch level. Alexander was somewhat ignorant, and was dug a hole by his Polish friends. Czarist was even more ignorant. As for Solovyov being here, he finally had the opportunity to show off. However, he still said the ugly words in advance. Your Majesty, if you are going on this visit, you must prepare tributes and find someone who is eloquent. The great emperors of China always feel that they have a higher status. This is probably a characteristic inherited from the previous Ming dynasty of Zhu. After all, the Qing dynasty established by the Manchus of the Azinjiro clan was once the dragon and tiger general of the previous dynasty. This should explain that the commander-in-chief of the Giants Guard is equivalent to a second-class official in our country. Anyway, no one knows Kitten better than him. No matter what Solovyov says, others can only listen. Like those magical Qing dynasty interpreters in 1840, Solovyov can also explain the Qing dynasty's official system and personnel in a Russian way. Moreover, Tsarist Russia and the Qing dynasty are a pair of brothers in distress, who are both unsophisticated. there are some similarities in the system. Alexander and his entourage soon understood. So that's how it is. What about earlier times? It's too long ago, and I don't have much information at hand. But the previous Chinese dynasties, whether they were established by the Tatars or the Chinese native dynasties, were relatively easy to talk to, as long as they didn't cause trouble. After all, there is a saying that, even if they are far away, they must be punished. At this moment, Alexander also had the mind to listen to Solovyov's evaluation of several great unified dynasties, and finally came to a conclusion. The current Chinese emperor is relatively easy to deal with. They still have French missionaries stationed there, and our merchants can also go to their capital regularly. As for the previous dynasty, if Marco Polo said it, the great emperor of China was so rich, and he was a superior person to be elected, and he had a close relationship with Elder John. After all, Talu's wife was the niece of Wan Khan of the Karate tribe, who had a 100-person band, and she also believed in Jesus, so she was considered a Christian. Solovyov was sweating when he heard Alexander's remarks. Fortunately, there was no internet now, otherwise Ming fans would have to criticize the Rakshasa kingdom. He simply stated the history from Jiaqing to Jiaqing. Alexander was already very contemptuous of the Ming dynasty, but he attached great importance to the Qing dynasty. After all, the opponent had expanded his territory to the central Kazakhstan, which was right in front of him. Even 100 years ago, Turichin met with the Khan of the Kalmyks, Ayachi Khan of the Torgut tribe. There was still such a high level of importance between the two sides, and Alexander also asked Solovyov to write this rather respectful letter, naturally hoping to get things done. Chapter 394 Solovyov's tutorial on writing letters to state. Speaking of which, Count Golovkin is Kirill Nereshkin's uncle. He married Ekaterina, the eldest daughter of the Nereshkin family, so there is nepotism between the two sides. Golovkin wanted to find a way out by sending Kirill back in advance, and he was ready to return to St. Petersburg from Irkutsk. But his shame this time could not be covered up even in his memorial. Because Solovyov had to prepare this letter, he stayed in the suite of the Alexander Palace. He was afraid that he could not return to St. Petersburg in the next few days, but stayed in the imperial village. As for how to write it, Solovyov was also considering the font, but this was also written with a hard pen, and he always had to think about it. In this case, he had to practice writing first. After all, the documents written here were mostly written in French. At this time, he also had to think about what name to write the letter, and his mind was quickly recalling the information related to the Qing dynasty. Finally, he thought of the fact that Emperor Jiaqing loved hunting, and all the emperors of the Qing dynasty, including the yellow belt and the red belt, loved to listen to operas. As for hunting, Jiaqing also went to Milan Paddock to hunt, where he died suddenly. But he could be given a hunting rifle and various hunting equipment, as well as a hunting dog and a falcon, as long as the falcon did not die. Although Jiaqing was the easier to talk to among the emperors of the Qing dynasty, he was only for the internal affairs, not for the external affairs. If there were foreign tribute envoys coming, they would still pay attention to the rules of the Celestial Empire. Solovyov also thought at this time that it seemed that this unfree trade was only aimed at Britain, and other countries still had some preferential treatment in terms of mutual trade. Speaking of which, at this time, we should learn from Portugal and the Netherlands. These two countries often dealt with China in the east, and they even knew what kind of women to send to king officials, not to mention bribery. It's just a pity that Hezhen has already ordered Hezhen to commit suicide. Otherwise it would be quite interesting to deal with him, and his enemies are almost at the end of their lives this year, so there is no chance to brag to Laoji and Liu Luogo. But now we have to write a letter to the country and redraft the scale of this tribute envoy and the merchant group, so we always need the help of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. However, considering that Badberg and Czartoryski have different concepts in diplomatic occasions, he used to be Badberg's subordinate, and his relationship with Czartoryski is not harmonious, but he has a friendly relationship with Count Stroganov. No matter how you look at it, Badberg's opinions need to be taken seriously. After he wrote the draft in French, he went to bed first, and had to get up the next morning. When he was calculating, he thought that 1810 was a very suitable time. King was celebrating his 50th birthday at this time, but now he had to take advantage of the opportunity of the merchant group going to Beijing. If he had to wait for a few years, the opportunity would be gone, which would not be conducive to the overall strategic planning. After all, trade was very important, and it was also important to dig a hole for the British with the Qing dynasty in the future. Therefore, the method adopted must be more or less justified. In the official documents of Russia, the King Emperor was called Bogda Khan, and the Qing dynasty called Russia Chatan Khan, which means White Khan. Both parties did things in the same way as the Tatars and Mongols in the past, but neither used the official name. But in St. Petersburg, everyone knew that Bogda Khan was the Emperor of China, and they had already started to call him the Emperor in conversation. Therefore, Alexander also took it for granted that Golovkin's failure also made him start to change his track. Judging from the report of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Qing dynasty officials believed that the number of people in the Russian diplomatic mission this time was too large, and it was impossible for them to open an embassy in the capital. Even women were not allowed to bring their families. Badberg was also very satisfied after reading Solovyov's French letter. "It's a pity that you are a soldier, not a diplomat. I'm afraid it's unfair to let you become a 5th-class civil servant. With your ability, you can at least be a member of the Privy Council. In other words, a 3rd-class civil servant. You have to know that Vladimir Ilyitch's father, who graduated from a poor college student and became a 10th-class civil servant, and then became a 4th-class civil servant, and won a medal. This took him 30 years of hard work, and he died before he had the hope of becoming a 3rd-class civil servant. Your praise is a bit exaggerated. But I must also point out that the letters and tributes to the Chinese emperor must also be carefully considered. As for the letters, I also told your majesty yesterday. As for the documents written in Chinese, I still need to complete them, and the craftsmen will decorate them to the highest standards. In addition, as for the tribute, the king emperors were based on riding and shooting. After all, they rose from the northeast of China. When hunting, they always need hunting dogs, falcons, and hunting rifles. Living animals are difficult to transport, and the Chinese emperor should have these. As for hunting rifles, this can be considered. Wasn't the rifle you presented before like that? Badberg had already written down the first item of tribute on the list, 2 breech-loading Solovyov hunting rifles. As for other aspects, Chinese emperors like drama and handicrafts. Although they claim to be richest in the world, the richest must have rare treasures. We can give them jewelry, eggs and nesting dolls. Eggs? What are those? Are you going to celebrate Easter? Solovyov didn't realize that he was talking about something that didn't exist. However, this is a solution. You can go to a jeweler to order these precious Easter eggs. You can tell stories from our side or stories from the East. It seems that you need to go there. If you negotiate with the Oranienbaum Royal Jewelry Factory, only you can state the facts clearly. This job is his, and there are no other experts. In Russia, there are many experts. Golovkin's diplomatic mission failed because of a kowtow issue, and now other methods are needed to remedy it. As for exquisite things, China also has them. We can make clocks based on Chinese dramas, like the peacock clock. If Potemkin's peacock clock is made according to this design concept, it will only take half a year to start working at full capacity with the level of a jewelry factory. When Golovkin comes back, a new batch of tributes should be prepared and stuffed into the caravan to dedicate to Emperor King. As for the design of this clock, Solovyov also knew that the Qing dynasty royal family was fond of the 3 kingdoms, and it could be made into people like Liu Ben's group, but in terms of shape, except for Zhang Fei's Russian shape of a Zaporizhia Cossack, which makes people think of who he is, the shapes of others are hard to describe. Fortunately, his painting skills are not bad. Before Mrs. Lebrun left, he commissioned her and Julie, a mother and daughter, to make some patterns, which made the Russian version of the 3 kingdoms characters look not so outrageous. And some other contents, including the Russian version of the 3 kingdoms album, can also be used as tribute, which is always useful. Solovyov had almost finished making the arrangements. Badberg looked at the gift list. Compared with the tribute carried by the Golovkin delegation, the actual expenses required were greatly reduced, and it was also much more convenient to hand it over to the merchant group for transportation. It seemed that he could show his face in front of Alexander. Tsarist's trick was a complete failure. But we still have one thing to deal with, which is to present the credentials. In addition, we have to bribe the king officials along the way. These people will inevitably cause some problems. Badberg listened and shook his head helplessly. This problem of corruption is also a daily routine in Russia. Those civil and military officials who serve as governors in local areas will have this problem to some extent. As for the various things needed along the way, they can also use the materials carried by the Golovkin delegation, from cattle and sheep for the guides to gold, silver and jewelry to bribe king officials. Everything must be arranged in place. Fortunately, Solovyov did not have the idea of adapting Journey to the West, so it was naturally impossible for him to make up such a highly restored historical plot. That's about it, but the most important thing is the letter of credence and the documents of the various places in transit. Solovyov left a little blank, because Alexander had not decided when the new delegation would set off, and he had to wait for Alexander's idea to finally complete the Chinese letter of credence. But the reason Alexander mentioned was this. Our country wants to establish a crown prince, and this form can be used to convey it to the Chinese emperor. After saying that, Alexander looked at Constantine. Constantine saw this situation and understood it. Although he was always reckless, he was rough and meticulous, and he knew what his brother was thinking. Moreover, from the current order of succession, Constantine is indeed the crown prince, and his identity is unquestionable according to the inheritance law and the imperial edict. Brother, you have to think about it too. You may always have a son. It doesn't matter if I have a son in the future, but he doesn't live up to his expectations, or the child is too young, I still need you. Now, Constantine has not made it clear that he will give up the succession, but all of them brothers know that being an emperor is a hard job. Therefore, there is a strange phenomenon, that is, Paul's four sons, regardless of whether they are in position or the three heirs, are quite humble and yield to each other. This is also quite rare in the monarchical families of various countries. Okay, but my brother must strictly follow the edict of succession and the law of inheritance. The brothers talked about some taboo topics, and it did not affect each other. Constantine did not know the unfortunate deeds of Lan Linking Gao Chang'an. This kind of content has not been circulated yet, and the information collected by Solovyov is always a little worse. So, Solovyov, you write the letter like this. Your Majesty, is this the process for determining the heir? That's it. I hope you can complete this letter, and prepare the translation, and write Chinese characters beautifully. Alexander knew that Solovyov's handwriting was not bad, and the letters were written very beautifully, so it was perfect for him to write. Moreover, he should take advantage of this period of time, when the general staff had just finished the battle plan on the western front and the Danube, and make good use of it, while he had time. In fact, he is Maria's eldest brother. There are 9 brothers and sisters, and only Alexandra and Alina are not very troublesome. Solovyov will write it slowly when he goes back, but it is written in the official script, and there are some differences in the handwriting of the small regular script. Fortunately, he used a hard pen, not a soft pen like a brush. Therefore, the font he wrote is more or less angular. If you are serious, I'm afraid it is still a knife pen. But after Solovyov wrote it down, in addition to the main text of the letter, there are also subsequent contents to explain and reiterate that the relationship between the two countries has always been friendly. Since Nurkinsk, there has been no war for 120 years, and even in the content, it is necessary to mention the friendship between Qin and Jin. I just don't know how King will understand his rhetoric in the end. But the Qing dynasty's marriage to Mongolian princes is always much better than the stingy Ming dynasty. Not marrying a princess cannot establish a friendly blood relationship. At the critical moment, Sanyangzi is still more useful. Therefore, the Qing dynasty learned a lesson, and many Mongolian princes and nobles married into the Qing royal family, and even princesses and princesses were directly married to various tribes. But if King understood it, I'm afraid there would be many ridiculous stories. After reading it, although Alexander did not understand, he was shocked. After all, Solovyov translated part of the content of records of the Eastern Zhou dynasty, and this excerpt could even be seen in Laois's place. There is no way. My wife likes to study too much, and such a studious queen is indeed rare. Even so, Alexander did not suspect Solovyov, because the manuscripts he translated would more or less circulate in the court. Laoisa always loves to read historical stories and appears in the Queen's palace. In addition, there are textbooks being made for Nicholas and Mikhail, which also contain the content of Zhuozuan. Alexander himself also wants to learn, but with his impatient characteristics, there is really no way to study in depth. Moreover, the biggest threat to the Russian court is still France and the West. Since Golovkin had failed in his diplomacy with the Qing dynasty, he had to change his approach. The problem that King would stick to with words was not a problem for Alexander. He even acquiesced to Solovyov's diplomatic documents that lowered his posture. Getting things done was much more important than being rejected. Although Alexander was ambitious, he was also quite pragmatic. He also promised that, if he could succeed this time, he would give him a medal. From this point of view, it is interesting that the awarding of medals in Russia seems to be a continuation of the tradition, which started when the Empress perfected the medal system. Chapter 395. What the old witch did was not in compliance with the Russian basic law on marriage. To write a letter of credence, and to make it in 3 languages, and to ask the officials of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to translate it into Latin, is indeed a big project. Then, Solovyov encountered a problem from Alexander Saltykov, and the other party did not use any Humphrey's long and difficult sentence to start, but asked very directly, "What does this Kinjin Zhihao mean?" This is a testimony to the friendly relations between the two countries. Alexander Nikolaevich, if you buy the books I translated recently, and read the notes below, you will know. Fortunately, this does not involve idioms such as, and which would be embarrassing, if it were translated. But Kinjin Zhihao involves marriage. When Solovyov was finishing the manuscript, he also mentioned this issue when he went to visit Laoisa. His visit was very serious. After reading it, Laoisa hugged her 5 precious daughters, and warned Solovyov not to have any bad thoughts about her angels. As for Alexander Saltykov, his situation is different. We will not have any territorial claims on China's inland areas. Even if we follow Tsarist previous idea, and have any ideas about the Amur River basin, we will not go deep into the inland areas. This is not appropriate. It seems that the enlightened Prince Saltykov is still a sensible person after all. However, because he has always offended Alexander and his cronies, although he has a high position in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he has no real power. It is indeed not appropriate. Moreover, although the power of the Chinese emperor has weakened a little compared to the past, it is still a country much larger than the Turks, second only to our country in terms of territory. And I think what should be done is to rely on trade with China, to make Siberia and Kazakhstan prosperous, and consolidate our rule in these areas. There is no need to consider where to turn the elbow. Solovyov knows that the land that Muravyov seized from the Qing dynasty took 100 years to develop, and then it weakened due to the cost of ruling and such desolation. As for Muravyov, he himself was awarded a title after this merit, and ran away to Paris to live freely, which made later generations suffer a lot. For example, the village where the anti-Japanese Allied forces camped in the north was still the same as it was after 1860 and 1940. The son of Sergei Volkonsky invested in the development of the village, but nothing happened. Although the land was not abandoned, the situation was not optimistic. Even the farmers who received the land often fled. Even after the October Revolution, the treasury was short of food. After Vasily managed to get the food, he almost couldn't carry it. He couldn't carry it. Muravyov himself was very happy, but he left too many problems for the people behind. Even if Solovyov's idea was to invest in the construction of railways, clear the right of way, and manage Russia himself, it was still reasonable, but it might lead to the loss of this book. After seeing off Alexander Saltykov, Solovyov was also meditating. The prince would come again tomorrow, and they would discuss some details of the letter of credence. Then, during this meditation, there would be some strange ideas of breaking through the dimensional wall. That won't do. If Muravyov really does that, even though I can live to that time, this story will be ruined, and I won't be able to write a sequel for my son. That's right. He already has an illegitimate son and 3 illegitimate daughters. Larissa is pregnant with another one, and he will have to marry in the future. Yes, wife. Andrei's wife is very beautiful, but of course there are a lot of troubles. Maybe there will be more troubles when he marries a wife. After some strange thoughts passed, he was ready to go to bed. He spent the past few days in Tsarskoye Selo instead of returning to his home in Laundry Lane. Summer has arrived, and he is also preparing to go to Peterhof. To be honest, he can also build a house on the land he has just acquired. As the eldest son of a branch of a baron family with a title and property to inherit, Solovyov also found something strange. That is, their family seems to have only 2 ancestral estates in Rouen, one of which belongs to his uncle and cousins, and the other is on his father's side. Then, the manor was just ordinary, and it was far from the Romanesque and Rococo decorations of the Russian nobles who were extremely extravagant. And what about Baroque? I'm afraid that the Baroque style is more offensive in this era, and after discussing with his father, Solovyov also planned to build a nice manor here. When he went to the vicinity of Peterhof Palace in the summer, his family could have a place to escape the summer heat. Speaking of which, many of Solovyov's rewards were under his father's name, and this old man was willing to manage it for his son. Another additional problem is that he has actually split up the family now. The title without a certificate during the reign of Catherine I was indeed a pitfall. In order to make his family official, the certificate he asked Alexander for did avoid many problems with velvet books. Now, he can indeed take some credit for himself. He is so close to becoming a general, and he has enough military merits, so he really needs to work hard. The next day, Alexander Solovyov came again, and also wanted to discuss the details of the letter with him. Solovyov's Latin level was too ordinary, and he could not complete this part of the work independently. That's it. Your grammar is really not good, but it is very convenient to communicate with people. I think it's better not to let me be a diplomat again. It's hard enough in Paris and Stockholm. You don't have a chance to go. My father's rank of marshal looks like a title, and soldiers like you are more practical. Can you imagine my father leading troops? If it was Nikolai Ivanovich, he led troops too long ago. My father was not married at that time. It's good that you know it. This sounds strange. As for my mother, obviously, his life was not very satisfactory because of his unsatisfactory officialdom. His father-in-law messed up the job again this time, and he needed him to help clean up the mess. It is very likely that he will continue his political career as a second-class civil servant with no real power. It sounds like a second-class civil servant is very high, and he is in his early 30s, and has reached this level, but it seems that he is not much different from taking a gardening vacation. But when he mentioned his mother, he didn't know why, and he was hesitant to speak. What do you want to say? Nothing. She has a bad relationship with you, and as for finding a wife for my brother Sergei, I just fell in love with the daughter of the Dolgorukov family, the granddaughter of Prince Krimsky's family. Ah, you mean Katya? That girl is only 15 years old. Isn't it too anxious to get married? And there are many older girls in the palace. If Sergei is looking for a wife, he can also go to them. At this moment, Solovyov's focus is still on Masha, not on little Katya, whom he regards as his sister. But the old witch seems to have won, and he will hear what Prince Solovyov said next. Ah, you know, my mother comes from the Dolgorukov family, so she also wants to arrange a relative wife for Sergei. That's impossible. But you, and Dmitri, if you mention my eldest brother, he is blind, but that doesn't matter. I understand. In short, the two of them wanted to tell some dirty jokes, but they restrained themselves in the end. Now Nikolai already has a son. Come to think of it, mother would favor Sergei in this way, and want to find him a noble lady, and one with a more noble birth. As far as I know, Prince Krimsky's family doesn't mind if their husband's family background is not as good as their own. After all, my father is the adjutant of their son-in-law, Vasily Vladimirovich, the husband of Yevdokia Vasilyevna. Ah, that nobleman from Moscow. Indeed, the prince's family has a good family tradition. When Prince Krimsky got married, he married the daughter of an old boyar family. She was still alive last year. but it depends on the person. I heard that the lady who married Praskova of the Musin Pushkin family was not very good. She occupied her daughter-in-law's property. This method was really not good. Don't worry about that. I'm also wondering if mother is too anxious. Katyr is too young, and I know my brother. Sergei is a good brother and friend, but as a husband, he may not be very good to his wife, especially a little girl. If she is a little older and has experience in social circles, she may be more suitable. You also need a good family property. Although the Krimsky prince's family has a lot of property, they also have a lot of debts. My father was in charge of the operation of his estate and found this problem when he checked the accounts. It seems that this Humphreysky is more or less opposed to this marriage, and he is more concerned about his brother's happiness rather than having a girl from a good family marrying in. I think the child is well taken care of by you. Why don't you propose to her? Me. I'm afraid it's not suitable either. Vasily Yurievich promised to arrange a marriage for me, and Her Majesty the Queen also said so I dare not act rashly. Saltykov shook his head after hearing this. You are really good. You are very brave in war, but you are always very cautious in this kind of thing. Maybe you will run away. I have a lover abroad. And did you go to Madame Rakemia some time ago? Yes, even if you are so secretive, you can't escape other people's sight. You must be very proud. That lady is not easy to approach. I have known her since I was in Paris. Now she is a poor-rich widow, but she insists on living a single life and has no intention of getting married unless she meets someone who truly loves her wholeheartedly. If Solovyov was a civil servant, it might be okay, but he was an officer, and he had a relationship with Napoleon that could be connected in many ways. Of course, he was also a relative of Larissa. After all, Larissa's brother married the niece of Josephine's ex-husband. It seems that there will only be good memories, not horror stories, like my mother, who is almost like the one in some stories, you know. If that's the case, it's better to follow the Russian tradition and let Sergei take the initiative and extend a birch branch to little Katyr. If he gets a good response, he will have to wait for a year. That makes sense. If it's a rejection, it's a good thing. You know, I also found a good girl for Sergei to date, but I don't know if it will work out. Which family is she from? The Golitsyn family. How about it? Speaking of the Golitsyn family, it is even more famous, and there are so many branches that a male family member can have more than 10 children in a huge family if he marries 1 or 2 wives. This is enough to keep it secret. If it's the daughters of the Queen of Spades, they are now full. He was talking about the family of Stroganov's mother-in-law. There should be unmarried girls of marriageable age in other families. It's good that you know, but I can't stop my mother. First, I live separately from the family, and second, she always makes the decisions about family affairs. My father is like a parquet floor and has no decision-making power. That is to say, there is no oil industry now. Otherwise Prince Nikolai Saltykov, Marshal, would be a Russian kowtow machine. This kind of minister, in the Qing dynasty, has not been degraded, and it is possible for King to be a military minister. But you help Sergei find a fiancé. Will your mother agree? In any case, we can't delay this good girl, little Katyr. Even if she finds a husband and has many lovers outside, but can respect her at home, it is always better than my brother. Well, this is said as if it was directed at Solovyov, but he is the kind of person who will be much more obedient after marriage, not to mention that so far, except for being more active at Madame Rakemia, he is always the one who is pushed back. Then, he and Madame Rakemia have no children, but everything else has blossomed and borne fruit, which is really strange. I hope so. If the emperor is willing to arrange a marriage for Sergei, wouldn't that be a good thing? Yes, but his majesty is not the late emperor after all. He will not arrange a marriage so casually. Isn't that the case with your senior brother Peter Ivanovich? So we still have to find an opportunity. But the last time at your house, His Highness Nicholas suddenly interrupted the marriage. But as his teacher, I don't understand what this kid is trying to do. Are they going to find a wife for you? Although no matter what His Highness Nicholas said, this kid is a little precocious. It shouldn't be like that, right? But the fact is, sometimes it's just so abstract. Chapter 396. Solovyov is going to increase Nikolay's strength again. After the letter of credence was completed, Solovyov returned to St. Petersburg, which seemed to have resumed his daily life. Although the formal establishment of the Imperial Village Middle School had to wait for the first batch of preparatory students to start the formal entrance examination, which was equivalent to the primary school to junior high school, and the school system of the middle school was the merger of junior high school and high school, and then graduation. In this era, this was equivalent to a higher level of higher education, and the school system was not standardized. Solovyov came back to teach Nicholas and Mikhail. He had previously made a curriculum, and he had to complete the course equivalent to the Imperial Village Preparatory School in 1810, and then the two Grand Dukes had to take the entrance examination. Although they could be admitted, no matter what the score was, as a teacher, Solovyov decided to give them both a hard time, after discussing with General Landstov. In addition to the teaching content, they also needed to complete homework and the exams that had become a routine. For the two Grand Dukes, the most troublesome thing was undoubtedly that there were too many teachers, and several top teachers were dealing with their two children. What's more, the mother and the emperor still agreed to this course. Moreover, the homework was added. "Boss, you've given us more homework today. Can you please leave it for tomorrow?" "That won't do, Your Highness. We've already given you a holiday, since we asked you to go, and welcome your sister back. You've got 2 days less to do. With your brain, you can still finish this amount." "That's not good. There are fireworks on the street today. What's the point of watching fireworks? Don't you like to play with guns and cannons? There will be a test firing of new cannons at the exercise field this weekend. Do you want to go and watch?" Solovyov was very cunning, and had a good understanding of the psychology of these two children. Moreover, he personally supervised the completion of the homework of the two Grand Dukes. While they were doing their homework, they could also do some work by themselves. Nicholas was very troubled. After all, once Solovyov started to work hard, the relatively basic elementary school math problems he used were a bit difficult for him. Why? It doesn't work. If the equations we listed before were fine, and we could directly calculate the numbers, what is this? This is an indeterminate equation. You will be able to use it when you learn functions in the future. These are also the basics of artillery. It's not like cavalry and infantry. It's enough to know how to fight. To fire accurately, you can't be good at math. I have said this many times. And when firing artillery, the trajectory is there. Nicholas didn't ask him to be too good at learning, but at least he shouldn't fail. General Landstov also supported him to do so. When Nicholas finished his homework, Solovyov had already done some translation manuscripts. He didn't end up with the hero of Ryazan, but he did it one by one in order, and the editorial department was also urging him to update. "Boss, what is this? I translated the Zeduo Zhuan before, and this is the Water Margin story, which is also a famous Chinese novel. It's a story about kitten. I saw that many officers and soldiers of the guards were passing the picture album around. Did you read it too?" "Of course, but I don't have the patience to lock myself in the study and read books all day like my sister-in-law. No matter what you want to do, Carla, you are the Grand Duke, and you will always have to do things in the future. Whether you lead the guards like His Highness Constantine, or supervise a region as a governor, you must always be patient. With patience, you will be able to do things well in the future, and if you lead troops to fight, you will be able to win." Solovyov always had some room for words, and did not say in too straightforward a way that Alexander was killed in a trap. He always had to advise Nicholas, and when he was lost in these manuscripts, Solovyov added another question. "Your Highness, let me ask you, if you add integers from 1 to 100 in order, what will you get?" This question was a piece of cake for Gauss, who was of the same age, and he could also use the calculation rules of arithmetic progressions. It was nothing to teach a child of Nicholas' age. Solovyov was also testing him, and if he didn't know how to do it, he could teach him something. Anyway, according to Nicholas' current level, he could still master the thousands. Not too bad, and should still be at the level of his age. Well, from 1 to 100 he thought about it at this moment, and Solovyov still had time to consider the words and sentences of the translation. Alexander had promised him before that, as long as a letter of credence could be submitted through the merchant group this time, he would get a medal. Speaking of which, the medal he got was always genuine, much better than those strange things. Russia often had a lot of counterfeit medals when issuing medals, and the review was also very rough. Speaking of which, Russians are addicted to awarding medals, which they learned from Europe, and pull also tied bonuses and pension benefits to it, which can be regarded as the root of evil. At this time, you can't forget your medal. Nicholas, on the other hand, began to scratch his head and complained as soon as he added up to 12. This is really boring. Although I can calculate it by adding them up one by one, it's troublesome enough. How much have you calculated? 12. Nicholas didn't respond, but Mikhail reported the progress. That means it's 78. Adding them up one by one is very troublesome and a waste of time. Then, Solovyov called Nicholas over and told him about the arithmetic progression. So, from the beginning to the end, it's 50 times 101, and the final result is 50-50. I met Dr. Gauss in Dresden. He calculated like this when he was a child, and was also called a child prodigy. By the way, the investment of the Duke of Brunswick is still worth it. If Napoleon had not quickly passed through Berlin, the Principality of Brunswick would have been destroyed for a while. Gauss would have been funded by him, and directly became a professor at the local university instead of going out to teach in Göttingen. That's really amazing. When I'm with my sisters, they all sing, paint, and write poems. You can do these things, boss. What? Your talent is limited. I can let you learn some mathematical knowledge, but it's unlikely that you will have any groundbreaking insights. And Solovyov thought in his heart that I was forcibly robbing the mathematics professor's job, and the professor only saw that the two of them were Grand Dukes, not the little Dukes of Saxe-Weimar, and they were a little studious and really had some mathematical talent. With the cultural level of the male family members of the Romanov family who burned books and buried scholars, it is really hard to describe. The best Alexander taught by them also had many problems, and could not learn in depth. On the contrary, there are many daughters-in-law married by this family who are studious, which is really strange. But if there is a daughter-in-law who is feudal and superstitious like their family in the future, the country will not be far away from being destroyed. The strange thing is that all the daughters-in-law of the Romanov family are studious, and this is also when the country is on the rise. As for learning a fart, Solovyov will not allow such a thing to happen. Just learn these contents well, and you won't have homework today. If the monthly test results are not good, you will have to do more homework. He will not allow 3 points to be enough. As for the indeterminate equation, it is still a mathematical concept left by Diophantus, the person who set the questions on the tombstone. Since Nicholas has learned it, he has finally entered the door of algebra, but he just doesn't want to be as immature as Alexander. Solovyov remembered the saying old Tartars are immature at this time. Because of the relationship with Peter the Great's maternal family, the Nereshkin family, they also have some Tartar blood, but it is very thin. As for the Queen Mother, since she has already endorsed this matter, he doesn't have to worry. Nicholas didn't have homework today, but his whole body felt 2 pounds lighter. But the time for the fireworks display had passed, so he had no choice but to go to Alexander Palace to play with his second sister. Elena always brought back 3 children, and Nikolai's eldest nephew was only 4 years younger than him, so they could still play together. What about Solovyov? He ran to Count Bobulinsky's restaurant at this moment. The editor wanted to discuss details with him. This was not a problem of any other kind. Although the Russian censorship system was basically non-existent in the early days of Alexander's rule, it always existed. Since it existed, it was impossible for it to do nothing. So we had to find the problem in the story of the Liangshan heroes. The situation is just as I said. After reading the content, Prince Kurakin thought that this book was all about rebellion and was not suitable for serialization in newspapers. So what? Baron, you have to consider it. After all, 30 years ago, the rebellious Cossack Pugachev and the Kazakh herdsmen made quite a stir. Then, did Prince Kurakin say the same thing after reading the later content? Yes, even these people, like the Cossacks who surrendered back then, are not suitable for publication. Ah, so boring. The good thing about this book is, Forget it. Since the Attorney General has said so, I will just give up the translation of this book, but it doesn't count as a breach of contract. It really doesn't count as a breach of contract. This is the force majeure factor we mentioned when signing the contract, and you added this clause. As for the content to be serialized, it's not that there is nothing else that can be published, but this content still has something to do with the Cossacks. Solovyov was quite open-minded. If he wanted to plagiarize Fire and Sword directly, it would be a bit disgusting. After all, what kind of characters were praised in Sienkiewicz's book? He and Bao Hong's descendants were both in the Guards, so he could write some short stories and novellas from the perspective of the Zaporizhia Cossacks. No long stories. There is not so much content. Just writing like this has proved that the Poles are the ones who caused their own death. What he wrote is more like a political analysis, but Solovyov still has some appeal among readers. He wrote these contents, and I'm afraid that only Czartoryski was unhappy. The Polish girl was not sensitive to this aspect, and the Polish prince who loved to commit suicide would not be able to say anything if he saw it. After all, Solovyov always likes to restore history in his writings. If these protagonists find the archives, they can also find that they are not very good. The Poles did those immoral things in the 17th century, just state them directly. Similarly, if they did something good, they didn't need to exaggerate it. They led to the siege of Vienna, and finally attracted Austria and Prussia to divide it, and they had to ask Russia for help. However, the Russians also have reasons. The Russian princes still have claims to those places in Ruthenia, but the Poles came to occupy them. Between the Western Slavs and the Eastern Slavs, only Russia and Poland have always been enemies, and the others are all small Karami. Speaking of it, the Poles also did what they did when they were strong in the past, and finally suffered the bitter fruit in the past 20 years. If Poland wants to restore its country at this time, it has to rely on nearby powers. They are so deadly that they can soon look forward to Napoleon, but this restoration will be extremely short-lived. As for the Poles, Solovyov's sympathy is not for those Polish nobles. Instead, he plans to use this novella to explain how the Poles are finished. After telling the editor about this idea, the other party also agreed, and Kurakin did not continue to embarrass him. But there are also unhappy people, such as Nicholas. In addition to liking military affairs, he was also interested in these fighting and killing, and even mentioned it in front of the Queen Mother. Colonel Solovyov was translating a kitten novel while supervising us to complete our homework. I know he has this ability. What are you going to do, Carlia? Although Queen Mother Maria came from Württemberg, she was somewhat proficient in Russian. I want the complete version, and I want it published. But Your Highness, because this book involves a group of bandits, the Minister of the Interior and the Procuratorate have asked the newspaper not to publish it. This is not a problem. Kurakin is a bit nosy. I don't like Solovyov very much, but he has some skills. He is Nikolai and Mikhail's teacher, and he has some writing skills. We can't ban him completely. We have to print it on a small scale. For example, you have to send me some content. Speaking of which, the Queen Mother is still interested in some poems and novels, and she can also call a reading maid to read aloud to pass the time. Speaking of which, the people of the Württemberg family always served in the army in big countries, and they were not interested in these books. After knowing this, Solovyov could only smile. What he didn't expect was that the Queen Mother, who had never liked him, actually allowed this matter. However, there was no way to publish it in newspapers on a large scale, or publish and distribute it. It could only be circulated in a small range as a form of entertainment among the nobles. That's okay. However, he also accepted a task from Alexander to give an open class at the Imperial Village Preparatory School. Chapter 397. Open class at Imperial Village Preparatory School. It was not difficult for Solovyov to give an open class. However, if he was asked to give a lecture, he could only express himself without a syllabus. When he saw the list of students, Solovyov had an idea in mind. These were basically the children of noble families in St. Petersburg and Moscow. Moreover, the names of Pushkin and his cousin would always be impressive when they were read out. As for what Solovyov was going to talk about, he still hoped to have an inspiring course, so he chose Chinese history, but the content he chose was not familiar to Russians. They had no concept of the Tang dynasty, but they had a good concept of the Khitan. The reason was that the Western Liao dynasty had a very strong presence in Central Asia, and it beat the Seljuk Turks so hard that they could not take care of themselves, and their reputation spread to Kievan Rus. The content to be taught in class must also involve poetry to some extent. Moreover, there were also members of the royal family who were going to attend this class. The Queen Mother seemed to be very concerned about finding a study companion for Nicholas and Mikhail. Alexander and Constantine had no sons, and Constantine's wife even returned to her parents' home. Under such conditions, if the two older sons were not still young, the Queen Mother would have considered the next stage of intervention. Before Paul and Maria, the Romanov dynasty had only Tsar Alexei, who had several sons who succeeded to the throne. The problem was even the same as Paul's at that time. Fedor was sick and childless, Ivan had a low IQ, and Peter was young. If Peter had not succeeded in the coup, Russia might have been doomed long ago. As for Ivan's line, he once relied on the support of the Moscow nobles to obtain the throne, but he simply did not have the ability to maintain his position, and finally disappeared. Solovyov could probably guess this kind of thinking, but the history of Russia in the 19th century was almost blank for the Chinese. Obviously, they are neighboring countries, but I'm afraid that we can only know a few people who are completely separated from different eras. There are many memorable figures in literature, painting, music and science. After so much trouble, I'm afraid you don't even know what kind of person Murabyov is. You just hold on to 1.5 million all day. You have to know how you lost it, and what the other side looks like. It's also a pity to be unfamiliar with neighbors and opponents and only know how to clamor. Solovyov felt that he had to study it carefully when he came here, especially the strange network of relationships in the Russian court. As for the class, there was also Lauisa among the auditors, which was quite embarrassing. But Solovyov could also remember that Lauisa had told him in the past that she wanted to preside over the Imperial Village Middle School and the Smolny Palace Girls' School as the main sponsor or even the manager. No wonder she came here and sat next to the Queen Mother. The relationship between the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law is not good, especially the Queen Mother knows that the child Lauisa is pregnant with now is most likely not Alexander's. But Queen Mother Maria has no way to restrain it now. Alexander has said that if the child is a girl, it is acceptable, and if it is a boy, he will be sent to the monastery on the White Sea. As the First Lady, the Queen Mother could not interfere in too many affairs in the palace. Although Alexander's power structure was relatively scattered, the military, internal affairs and foreign affairs were still firmly in his hands. It was only because the young Tsar lacked courage that a deadlock was created. Before the class of the day began, Solovyov distributed the content of today's class to the children who entered the classroom. Okay, gentlemen, what we are going to talk about today is Chinese history. In Petersburg, everyone knows that I have some research on Oriental studies, but I can only lead everyone to have a certain interest. To really increase your knowledge, it depends not only on the teacher, but also on your own efforts. Solovyov saw the little curly-haired man wandering in the sky under his eyes, and he knew that he was Pushkin, a famous poet in the future. As for his appearance, he was really reluctant to deal with him. Therefore, only if you are truly willing to learn and master all kinds of knowledge can you complete your studies. Like, Pushkin's attention was not focused, and his eyes were already running towards Lauisa. He didn't know why, but he had a natural liking for the young queen, especially Lauisa, who was pregnant at the moment. She was full of maternal aura, but class was not the time to pursue maternal love. Solovyov had heard that Pushkin had been very attached to his mother since he was a child. Being distracted in class was not only because he was not paying attention, but also because of his lack of concentration. Therefore, he had to remind her. Alexander Pushkin, where was I just now? Mikhail Sergeyevich, you said that only by being truly willing to learn and mastering all kinds of knowledge can one become a useful person and serve the motherland, the emperor, and the people of Russia. Sasha, you are quite clever, but I want to ask you a question. What do you want to ask? What is the structure of Chinese poetry? I think your literature teacher should have talked about this content. It seems a bit difficult for a 7-year-old child, but it depends on the place. For example, among the 30 or so people in this class, the future success rate is relatively high. There is an imperial prime minister, several generals and senior civil servants, as well as many Decembrists and this great poet. If Solovyov had not seen with his own eyes how Katar was strictly educated by a tutor when she was young, and how she had never neglected French, music, dance, and court etiquette since she was 6 years old until she entered the palace, or if Elena, who married to Mecklenburg, used her belly as a bookshelf when she was pregnant, he probably would not have prepared a curriculum for the Imperial Village Preparatory School that exceeded the average academic level. At the same time, he would not have made Nicholas and Mikhail do homework in class every day, homework after school, weekend homework, and holiday homework during holidays. But the Queen Mother was satisfied. This teacher was very responsible, and his grades were visibly good. He also asked Nicholas to get approval when he went to the exercise field. Normally, it was no problem to deal with these children in the Imperial Village. But Pushkin's such fixed format poems, like sonnets, are really meaningless. The form should be freer. It's a bit interesting. You didn't answer my question directly, but it's also an answer. It's just like this. Sasha, we don't learn Chinese here. This is just my personal hobby. And the real mother tongue. Chinese poetry also has a relatively free form, such as the Tang Dynasty. Before the Khitan, there was a great poet. But that person often got drunk and did all the abstract things. But we don't understand the Chinese language, and we can't understand this unique literature. If I have time, I will teach you, just don't misunderstand it. It's naturally better to read the original article. Therefore, when Solovyov translated the Analects himself, he was very afraid that someone would misinterpret the meaning, so he never taught Chinese to anyone in Petersburg, let alone classical Chinese. Otherwise, with Nikolai's IQ, he might have made it into something strange like Lunayu. He was unwilling to teach 10-year-old Nikolai Chinese because of this worry. Sir, you can't just hold the key and not open the door for us. Fortunately, there are many interactive contents in this class, mainly in the teaching mode. While increasing the homework, it is also necessary to reflect the interaction and expand the thinking. In this regard, Pushkin, who was distracted just now, is a suitable supporting role, even though he is just a child and is also relatively young among this group of students. I will always teach you, Sasha. Then, he continued to tell the children in the preparatory school about some content related to ancient China. Even professors in St. Petersburg and Moscow rarely hear such professional lectures, which are even more profound than the superficial knowledge mentioned by Mr. Voltaire in Essays on Customs. At this time, in addition to the students present, there can also be royal family members, parents of students and teachers from various colleges who are listening to ask questions and conduct interactive learning. Solovyov soon received a question from Count Stroganov. He lived in the court of Louis XVI for a long time and had a personal relationship with Mr. Voltaire. Of course, he would be interested. Mishap, then this should be a new subject, and we always have to fill it with content. Considering that the old count himself is also an amateur scholar of the encyclopedia school, it is not surprising that he is curious about what Solovyov said. Yes, I'm making some reasonable inductions, based on Mr. Voltaire's essay on customs, and according to the historical narrative that China already has. This is the case in both history and foreign literature. There may be more complex descriptions in the future, like Egypt. As for Egyptology, we don't know what those symbols mean now. Perhaps the stone tablet taken away by the British and excavated by Bonaparte's French army can explain some of the content. If this task can be completed, it will be a great contribution to civilization. We should build rather than destroy. We hope that the world will develop in a good direction, and everyone should have the best future. Of course, he couldn't say it too bluntly. On the contrary, great nobles like the old Count and Prince Yusupov did whatever they wanted. They said that the serfs would be liberated, and their indentures would be cancelled. If they wanted to have fun in France, they could go abroad immediately without worrying about offending people. Although Solovyov himself is now a hereditary nobleman with a title, his family foundation is not good, and he has to rely on hugging thighs and marrying a good wife to maintain his status. Therefore, He can only speak to a certain extent, and if he wants to change something in Russia, he needs to make efforts on one hand, and the resistance is indeed very great. As for the best future, if the lyrics are written, the future is indeed very uncertain. I hope it will not be so cruel. In the interaction, the progress of this open class is also very fast. Solovyov divided the students into 4 groups, each of which was given a topic for discussion and research, mainly to inspire, rather than instill knowledge. As for the classroom effect, it is naturally a bit off. After all, the final result will inevitably lead to self-release. Especially with Pushkin as a live treasure, the child has been naughty since he was young, and he is also very smart. I'm just a little impulsive. There's nothing I can do about it. Well, now that we have a general understanding of China, if it were you, which era would you choose from what I've talked about? Solovyov hoped that the children would answer on their own initiative, but he also saw that Gorchakov, who was wearing small glasses, had been pulling Pushkin to prevent him from standing up and speaking. Mr. Gorchakov, what are you doing? Although Sasha has an idea, I think it's still not well thought out. After he said this, Solovyov also noticed that this child was relatively stable. But we are in class today, so we can all speak out. I think that the Tang dynasty established by the Li family is a very good place to go. It is not only like the Shangdu mentioned by Marco Polo, but even more beautiful. If possible, I hope so. Obviously, Pushkin has had some romantic tendencies since he was a child. Solovyov found it interesting. No matter what he will become in the future, it won't surprise people. As for poetry, it's obvious that he already has some ideas. Gorchakov was not wrong. There are some immature and poorly thought out places. Point that's it. Today in class, we mainly use our personal talents. The effect was not bad. At least after listening to it, the Queen Mother had some ideas, that is, to send Nicholas and Mikhail here when the Imperial Village Middle School officially opens in the future. If the Queen Mother had spoken in this regard, the resistance would have been much smaller. Nicholas and Mikhail were not able to enroll in the Imperial Village Middle School because of the opposition of conservatives, and they were not successful in the end. As for the preparatory school, it will also exist in parallel in the future, and many parts of the previously set teaching syllabus will not be changed. But he himself could not have thought that the time of dealing with these children had just begun. Of course, respect is one aspect, but in the future, homework and the Ryazan secret scroll will be enough for these students to drink a pot. Although Solovyov does not need to teach students at the Imperial Village Middle School or the preparatory school regularly, as long as he does not have official duties and combat missions, according to the requirements of Queen Mothers Alexander and Maria, he still has to complete the homework for Nicholas and Mikhail regularly. This also makes Solovyov feel a lot of pressure, but his hair volume is enviable. You know, Alexander is now beginning to be bald. Chapter 398 Return of the Global Fleet. Long before the war with Napoleon began, even while the Russian fleet was negotiating with the governor of Haiti in the former French colony of Saint-Domingue, the expedition had already set out from St. Petersburg. Now, the fleet was returning quickly to the Baltic Fleet base in Kronstadt, completing Russia's first circumnavigation of the world in the early 19th century. According to the estimated time, in early 1806, the Admiralty had already reported the fleet's final return plan. Since the Nadezhda also had the task of replenishing supplies to the Russian base in the Aleutians, this ship would return after reaching Kamchatka, and therefore could not return with the Neva. The two ships acted separately, each carrying back goods traded in Guangzhou, in addition to some precious furs and walrus ivory, which were recently obtained by the Russian-American Company through hunting in the Russian-American colonies. As for when to return, the Admiralty gave Alexander a time between July and August, and if he caught a favorable wind, the speed would be even faster. It should be taken into account that the Neva had undergone a transformation before setting sail. The bow was no longer the same as when it was completed, but a clipper bow made of wood, which could greatly increase the speed. The Nadezhda did not undergo a corresponding modification, and when the two ships were in formation, it actually limited the speed of the Neva. On the way back home, since the Nadezhda would be about a month later, the Neva could also choose to sail at full speed, especially when approaching Kronstadt. Sir, our speed has reached 13 knots. That's not bad. It seems that this modification is still useful. As the commander of this voyage, Kruzenstein and Lysyansky commanded the two ships separately. Although the two cooperated well on the surface, they were also competing secretly and expressed dissatisfaction with each other. Lysyansky did not support the modification of the ship because fast sailing ships were generally faster, and Kruzenstein still modified the ship before departure. Although the facts cannot be proved, because the two ships have different return times and different tasks, one thing can be confirmed, that the Clipper ship sails faster, not only in the actions of the naval fleet, but also in scientific research and commercial transportation. Soon after reaching the maximum speed, the lookout shouted, "Look, it's land. We are about to reach Kronstadt." Then, there was a cheer. The Neva was the first to complete this round-the-world voyage. Although it was not comparable to the previous voyages, it had 5 crew members and fought with natives in the middle. But now it is considered completed, unlike Magellan who died halfway, or Captain James Cook who became a dish on a certain voyage. The mission went very smoothly, but among several important tasks, except for selling a batch of goods in Guangzhou, none of them were completed in the end. This is very bad. Before departure, the Russian ambassador to Japan was arranged. Obviously, the shogunate did not buy it, and almost detained the ship in Nagasaki. As for Guangzhou, although there was a similar dance, the governor's office of Guangdong and Guangxi didn't need this ship, so they just released it quickly. Under normal circumstances, the speed of handling departure procedures was not so fast. Alexander received a report from the Navy Department on the same day. At that time, he was resting in Peterhof Palace. "It's really time to come back, but it's just such hot weather. But Your Majesty, according to the law of monsoon, it's quite suitable to return now." A few months ago, they were still waiting for the wind to return in St. Helena. If they didn't return from Guangzhou in advance, the speed would not be so fast. So, what should be done? This question was finally kicked to Sergei Kuzmich. As the Minister of War, he actually had to assist the Navy. Speaking of the War Minister of Tsarist Russia, for a period of time, he looked very much like the Minister of War. There was no way. During the Empress's period, Paul was the Minister of the Navy. Therefore, this department did not seem to be very important. The most managed thing was to resettle those retired officers and sailors, and issue pensions and benefits, making it more like a veterans business department. Your Majesty, I think you should board this ship at an appropriate time, to pay tribute to our glorious sailors, who have accomplished this feat. Anyway, this statement was not painful, and Alexander would soon accept it. Then, when arranging the attendants to board the ship, Alexander specifically mentioned the continuous schedule. Count Rumyantsev can go to express his condolences first, and we will board the ship in 2 days, and listen to the report. He arranged it this way, because everyone would remain quite curious later, but Solovyov was very dissatisfied with this arrangement. On the one hand, he had to board the ship as Alexander's attendant first, and then accompany Nicholas again as his teacher. He was not very willing to board the ship these days, not because of all the inconveniences, but because the time spent on the transport ship between Kronstadt and St. Petersburg was delayed on the road. The recent summertime is still quite precious. Taking advantage of the longer daytime, Solovyov was still laying the foundation in his own house. The construction speed was not very fast, but he was completing the design drawings himself, and he also had to make some simple composition and decoration plans. No one could have imagined that Solovyov, who was so brave on the battlefield, wanted to build his manor in Rococo style in private. It was unexpected, but considering that he was quite proud of the young widow, Mrs. Rakamiya, if he didn't get married, he might have to take this lady to stay for a while after the completion. Well, it sounds like the young officers of the guards in Petersburg envy her. The lady is really beautiful, but it's a pity that most of the officers of the guards are uneducated, and Sukabuli is out to make a living. This voyage was initiated by Count Rumyantsev. Speaking of which, the Queen Mother has always had correspondence with him, and there is even some ambiguity. It is perfect for him to go first to express his condolences. As for Alexander, he called Solovyov over, and there are still some issues to discuss. Your Majesty, you summoned me here at this time. I wonder what you want to do. You should have known the news of the return of the Neva. Don't be ignorant here, Solovyov. I want to ask you some questions. Your Majesty, since it is a round the world voyage, it will always involve Chinese issues. I can provide advice in this regard. Yes, you are an expert on Chinese issues, but this time it also involves contact with Japan. When Count Rumyantsev comes back and presents the report, we will also discuss this issue. Obviously, Alexander was quite excited. After all, this was considered to be a contact with China. Krusenstern had a personal relationship with Drummond, the representative of the British East India Company in Guangzhou. Although Golovkin was not good at his job, this time the round-the-world voyage, as long as they could pass by the ports along the way, they would definitely reach Guangzhou. Your Majesty, just at times like this, I can't help but think that the Chinese government has always adopted a non-stick pan attitude. When frying steak, there will be no crust at the bottom of the pan. Alexander was a little displeased after hearing this, but considering that Solovyov's judgments were always very accurate, he still motioned for him to continue. Since we were able to complete the mission and bring back a large amount of precious goods during our voyage, it can be confirmed that we can make a profit by going directly to Guangzhou through the Aleutian Islands in Kamchatka and selling goods there. But we should also note that the Chinese government, like all local governors, will inevitably set some conditions during the first negotiation, and I'm still not optimistic about future actions. You are always so pessimistic. If Lisa wants to find you a wife, I'm afraid that the girl will find it difficult to like you. You always need a positive and optimistic young man to be the girl's husband. Your Majesty, this is just based on the name of reality. Alexander had heard some rumors about Napoleon's strength and his love of using reality to pressure people. Although Solovyov was not so aggressive, he especially liked to put the truth out. Why are you learning from Bonaparte? The Tsar himself was a little curious. If he knew about the complicated relationship between Solovyov and Napoleon, this chain would inevitably become abstract. Your Majesty, if you put it that way, there are many people in Petersburg who will imitate that Corsican. Their ideas are quite different from mine. There are pro-British fanatics and pro-French fanatics. I'm a realist and I don't lean towards either faction. Alexander didn't say much. This guy didn't answer the question at all, but introduced himself. Well, I think the report will be up soon. And, I think you should know something about the issue involving Japan, right? Shogunate? Although Solovyov knew something about Japan, Alexander's exploits would make the Tsar himself the first to go bald. Although I'm not an expert on Japan, I still know the situation in Asia. Then you should be on standby at any time. We still need experts. Your Majesty, I'll take my leave for now. When leaving the office of the Little Winter Palace, Solovyov also saw Count Rumyantsev. But the two were not walking the same way. Solovyov gave way to avoid a direct encounter. I don't know who he learned this from. As for what to do next, he also had to take advantage of the familiar terrain of the Winter Palace to get out of the palace and quickly go to the guard's headquarters. There, he also had to arrange the guard work in Kronstadt, which was his expertise. As for Alexander, he received Rumyantsev's report in his office. If this is the case, in the distant East Asia, it seems that these countries do not support the opening of their ports. They can only conduct mutual trade at designated locations according to their wishes. Yes, Your Majesty, the smooth progress of trade in Guangzhou is also due to the good relationship between Mr. Drummond of the British East India Company and us. This is why we can sell some goods through the British trade route. Obviously, the official attitude of the Qing dynasty, the background court and the Governor General's office of Guangdong and Guangxi are obviously consistent. Then, they were so eager to let us leave the country, and the exit procedures were very fast. Your Majesty, it cannot be said that it has completely failed. We just need to get Solovyov back. Although the content of his letter of credence can be recognized by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, there is still a problem. That is, many events need to be explained. Don't worry about it. The distance from St. Petersburg to the capital of China is so far. The time for our merchant group to go from Irkutsk to Kyakhta and then to Beijing is not at this time. Distance can make people have enough patience, and Alexander pays more attention to the situation in Europe. He receives letters from the ambassador to Berlin every week to obtain the latest developments about Prussia. France and Russia are actually in a state of truce now. The Neva returned so smoothly along the way. In addition to the support of the British Royal Navy, the French government gave permission for navigation. In this way, the journey is indeed unobstructed. As long as the weather permits, there are not many pirates on the African coast now, so you can sail freely. As for the problem in Asia, Russia's double-headed eagle is actually not aimed at Siberia, but more attention should be paid to the south. Some time ago, representatives sent by the Serbian insurgents also came to St. Petersburg and returned with Alexander's adjutant Pauluxy. This time, a big fight was inevitable in the Russo-Turkish War. The Ottoman Empire had declared war on Russia and began to mobilize their army, which was seriously understaffed and underpaid, to prepare to confront the Russian army along the Danube. As for whether they had the ability to attack, in fact, they were repeatedly defeated in the past wars and could see that they did not have that ability. Since Suleiman the Magnificent, the Ottoman Empire has been weaker than the previous generation. But with the threat of the French, the problem of the Far East is really not important. As for the state letter and state ceremony, they can indeed be readjusted. Solovyov, who was in the Guards command, was still drawing a battalion to strengthen the port defense work, but he didn't know that the content he had worked hard on before would have to be adjusted. The leaders of Russia are really no different from those of other places. They all like to increase the stakes temporarily. This is like a bad habit that can be extended to the whole world. It is indeed common. Solovyov complained in his heart, but he could only accept it. After all, he is not even a general in his current position. You have to accept this situation. Even me. Grand Duke Constantine spoke to him like this, and it was obvious that people with higher status could not avoid this. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399. Who doesn't have a national situation? However, Alexander still approved of the report provided by Count Rumyantsev and even went to the Neva for an inspection, even eating on this ship and confirming the final results of the round-the-world voyage. When Solovyov went to arrange the guards for duty, he didn't know what Rumyantsev was up to. The father of the Count was Marshal Rumyantsev, the old boss of the Grand Marshal, so there was no conflict between the two sides. But the Tsar himself had to eat on the ship, which was quite funny. In addition to some high-end passenger sailing ships with strong self-sustaining power, which can provide more supplies and allow passengers to eat fresh ingredients all the time, even the battleships of the Royal Navy cannot always keep fresh meat. Solovyov has never served in the Navy, but he has an old subordinate who was chased back halfway during this voyage, that is, fired at Tolstoy. He continued to cause trouble during this trip and had repeated conflicts with the officers on the ship. In addition to being a troublemaker, Dolokhov's isomer, he always complained about the food, which led to conflicts with others on the ship. As for this round-the-world voyage, the cook of the original ambassador to Japan, Nikolai Razanov, shot himself on the deck. What to eat in the second half of the journey, I'm afraid, will taste even worse. Moreover, more than one person attempted suicide during the journey. Long-term sailing activities really test people's endurance, especially after a few years. During this voyage, only 3 people died in conflicts with Indians, 1 died of illness, 1 died of recurrence of old injuries, and 1 committed suicide. Compared with the previous voyages, that often suffered heavy losses, the Russians' round-the-world voyage was considered a success, and there was no scurvy throughout the journey. This was originally something worth celebrating, because during the Russian Navy's voyage, although the living conditions were poor, only the highest ranking officers could always eat fresh meat, and ordinary officers could only eat corned beef, and the sailors' meals were even worse. There was no case of malnutrition throughout the journey, which can be said to be very successful. However, after Count Rumyantsev and Count Stroganov boarded the ship, Count Rumyantsev told the cook on the ship, "The Emperor is coming to your ship, so you need to prepare better food." This sentence, anyone who heard it, understood it. So when Alexander came to the Neva, he highly praised the food on the ship. Solovyov was also an accompanying staff. When he boarded the ship, he also felt that this kind of thing was not very reliable, but he couldn't say anything. But Alexander had to ask him questions here. After all, there was a canned food problem. Solovyov, you have always advocated the use of canned food in the army and navy. I think this voyage is very good. But your majesty, Solovyov just wanted to say, Alexander, you should put away your magical powers. I don't want to answer this kind of question. Just tell me. The canning factory in Rouen already has finished products. How about the storage capacity of your glass cans? If it is sterilized and properly sealed, this canned food can at least survive the winter. As for the longer shelf life, the flavor of the food will be affected, but it won't be as bad as eating corned beef. Corned beef. Solovyov pretended to be careless. In fact, he also exposed Count Rumyantsev's trick, but he would not be resented. He was not the only one who spoke like this. Alexander did not feel that he was deceived. He was very smart and knew that there were always people below who wanted to fool him. Yes, your majesty, corned beef. The British eat this more often, but our situation is different. We always bring livestock on board, so the fresh meat we can eat is very limited. Moreover, there were no refrigerators in this era, let alone freezing. Even refrigeration was difficult. Eating an iced watermelon might upset your stomach. The reserves on board are also limited, your majesty. After he added this sentence, Alexander's expression was very interesting. But at this time, he did not intend to say it. The Tsar himself directly issued an order to reward the crew, especially their commander. As for the issues involved in the report, Alexander raised them to Solovyov on a battleship in the Kronstadt naval port. Solovyov, if we want to visit China again and send an envoy instead of presenting the letter of credence through a merchant group, what should we do? We still need to prepare in advance, your majesty. The Chinese emperor obviously doesn't know enough about our situation, so he issued such a strange order. Yes, if Guangzhou is opened as a port, it will actually affect the port trading character. It's hard to understand their thinking, your majesty, but this also has its advantages. At least it proves that the Chinese emperor still hopes to maintain a stable relationship with our country. It's just that their vision is limited to places like Kayakta or Tarbagatai, or the trade routes in Central Asia. You are only a deputy chief of the operations department of the general staff, and you really can't make the best use of people. But your majesty, asking me to join the civil service is a bit torturous. Moreover, the promotion of civil servants is still different from military merit. Alexander found it funny to hear this. Solovyov's military merits were indeed very strong, but he could also be quickly promoted through the cultural level. This must be because he was unwilling to be deeply involved in the court and politics. Even if you become a civil servant, you are still a 5th level civil servant, not a 10,000-year 9th level civil servant, so you don't have to worry about that. Solovyov was unwilling to be a civil servant, probably because Chekhov's thoughts were imprinted in his mind. After all, the images he created were too ironic, including but not limited to chameleon, man in a shell and death of a small civil servant. And in Russia, besides the regime change, no matter who is the emperor, the following is still very exciting, but the homogeneity of the drama is too serious. But your majesty, I was also thinking that, if we were to go on a diplomatic mission to China, we would have to let the other party know clearly about our official rank sequence, and the two sides must be able to correspond. What about Japan? I think this is Mr. Rozanov's problem. He is currently on his way to Rosberg to supply food there. However, Kruzenstein's report also made it very clear that there were indeed inappropriate behaviors among the crew, but our diplomats did not do any homework on Japan. It seems that you have been thinking about the issue of Japan again these 2 days. In comparison, Japan is more closed than China, but from the knowledge level, because of the long-term existence of the Dutch, they know a lot about the outside world. Moreover, Japan is a small country, and its territory is comparable to some European countries. Naturally, they will learn from the outside world. At first, envoys were sent to China to study, and later Chinese monks went to Japan, and the maritime trade between the two sides has been talked about a bit too much. In short, the Japanese are willing to learn, but closed to the outside world, and they are not friendly. The Chinese emperor, although there is some arrogance of the Celestial Empire, is generally friendly. It's just that the understanding of us also depends on whether the emperor himself is excellent. Solovyov's evaluation of Emperor Jaking was that he was a good person, but that was all. But he couldn't say that. If he talked too much, there would be too much subjective content. He still needed an objective statement. As for their rules, Solovyov, how much do you know? Your Majesty, at least there is no need to rush now, but we must let the Chinese emperor know that Russia's attitude towards them is still friendly and committed to mutual exchange. But the Chinese emperor is indeed very rich, and their palace is not inferior to the palace of Versailles, and they may have better exquisite objects than we have. But there are other ways. Solovyov despised the British approach. If he used a black humor to talk about Britain's trade with the Qing dynasty, it would be that free trade might not be open only to the British. The rest of the European countries coming from the sea, that is, the barter ports on Russia's northern border, will be politely rejected according to the King Emperor's edict, and even the speed of leaving the country will be accelerated, because they are to be expelled. The efficiency of the procedures is far greater than any departure procedures of European merchants, and they have not even asked for benefits. You know, the Dutch are very good at it, and they know what kind of women the adults like. Their money recognizing characteristics are also very useful here. This involves the national conditions. There will always be rewards for the tribute to the Qing dynasty. In addition to ordinary barter trade, this kind of reward under the tribute trade is also a high-level trade model. The problem that Solovyov considered was that if he wanted to take the sea route, he would definitely have to fight a lawsuit, which would test the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. At least Tsarist was not good enough. But it does not mean that others can't do it. Count Badberg and Count Rumyantsev both have this ability. Even Alexander Saltykov is not bad enough. The specific problems Werther's and Mrs. Solovyov was in the army to avoid these troubles. But the mission of the diplomatic mission will probably fall into his hands in the future. If he has a higher position, he can be the chief envoy and have certain decision-making ability. If he is a deputy envoy, there will be more trouble. Solovyov, no matter what method is used, you have to participate in it at that time. Yes, Your Majesty, I have also considered this. It was Alexander who spoke in time and confirmed that there would be a large-scale diplomatic mission in the future. There is no way. The tribute is too much. This excuse is still acceptable, and it is also thousands of miles away, and the British do not know the rules, which is probably the consensus all along. Well, if you can reach the official position of the 4th level civil servant or above, I can consider letting you serve as the chief envoy. Alexander's words actually set the tone. Solovyov, whether it is based on real ability or military merit, has obviously reached the threshold. The rank corresponding to the 4th class civil servant is Major General. He is now a colonel. If he really marries a noble lady in the future, this rank will be promoted accordingly. Moreover, for Russia, the 4th anti-French alliance is just around the corner. It is only a matter of time. There are also potential threats such as Turkey and Sweden. Fighting them can also accumulate some military merits. This is almost enough for a major general, and there is even a chance to move up. With his age and qualifications, he would only be a lieutenant general in 1815, and it is impossible to be higher. First, he is relatively young. Second, his title and family background are not enough. And third, his military merits can only bring him to this position. Alexander promised this because he considered that there was indeed no one in Russia who was more familiar with the situation of the Chinese than him. In addition, this time on the Neva, obtaining these special products such as furs, walruses, and tea purchased from China can still make a lot of money. It is said that it can make money, but it is also necessary to consider that on the way near Guam, due to the storm, the ship took on water, and some of the spoiled goods were thrown into the sea, which was worth 20,000 Spanish beaters. In addition, there is a way to operate the North American colonies, which Alexander has considered. He is not willing to leave Rosberg full of French people, and he will still let the Russians go there in the future. It is only a stopgap measure to rescue people from Saint-Domingue. After all, these people do not obey the rule of the current French government. As for the Duke of Enghien, he is not only proud of the chiefs, but also has a good relationship with the colonial officials and governors of the strongholds sent by Spain. As for him, the only descendant of the French Prince of Condé, the girls are all crazy about such a handsome uncle. In this way, even though Spain is an ally of Napoleon and has a bad relationship with Rosberg, the governor of New Spain and the governor of Rosberg are relatively harmonious. Compared with the British, who would send out people at any time and even attack the viceroyalty of La Plata, the Russians were still able to deal with them. At least in such marginal areas of power projection, they would not come up with any strange ideas. According to this series of reports, Alexander still had a more ambitious idea. Although he needed to borrow the British strongholds in the middle of the next circumnavigation, it would always be useful to establish good relations with Portugal, establish Russia's own strongholds in Africa, and establish good relations with African chiefs and kings. He did not explain this to Solovyov. After all, he believed that Solovyov was just an Oriental expert and might not be so familiar with other aspects. Alexander himself, the Tsar, did not have such a wide range of knowledge. But this was a bit of judging others by oneself. Solovyov still had some skills there, and he was very studious. He was even supplementing various materials now. Chapter 400, Solovyov's Birch Tree. Although Solovyov set the tone of Rococo style for his new house, he was also thoughtful and delicate, and also paid attention to making full use of the trees in the rewarded land. When accompanying Alexander to Kronstadt these days, Solovyov also learned that after careful consideration, Prince Vasily Dolgorukov rejected the marriage proposal of the Saltykov family. Nikolai Ivanovich, an indecisive old tutor and field marshal, actually agreed without consulting his wife, which was also a strange story in St. Petersburg. Perhaps his youngest son Sergei was not really suitable for such a little girl. Little Katar had just turned 15, and his wife was a little too hasty. In addition, Sergei did not serve in the army. Prince Vasily Dolgorukov was, after all, the son of Prince Krimsky. It would be better to find a promising young officer for his daughter. Under such circumstances, the old witch targeted other young noble ladies who were still single, preferably those who were closer in age, such as the wealthy Oliver, whose father left her a large inheritance. However, this marriage would probably require competition with Count Kamensky. When the rumor reached Solovyov's ears, he had to say that the old man had his own ideas this time, and he had chosen a good girl, but the competition he faced might come from the military. Moreover, unlike Katyar, who had no competitors, and was more likely to be obstructed by others, Count Kamensky was a serious and promising person. During the previous expedition to Italy, he was favored by Marshal Suvorov. Even when teaching Nicholas, the boy heard the corresponding statement from the eunuch. "Carla, what are you doing?" Solovyov found that children of this age were more naughty, especially boys, who generally deserved to be beaten. However, considering Nicholas's status, only Her Majesty the Queen Mother and General Langsdorff were qualified to beat him. Now he, the teacher, still had to talk. "I thought of something happy, boss." "What are you so happy about?" Nicholas looked around deliberately to see if there was anyone around. Indeed, today's class was originally a private lesson for Nicholas. After all, he was older than Mikhail and had a stronger understanding ability. Then he said, "Have you heard? Sister Katyar of the Dolgorukov family finally doesn't have to be treated as prey by that old witch." Prince Vasily formally rejected the engagement request. "Isn't this a normal relationship?" Nicholas, the silly son of a landlord, didn't know what was wrong with him and said mysteriously to Solovyov, "In this case, boss, isn't your chance here?" "Huh? That's it? You can't concentrate like this when I'm teaching you privately. That means I can't beat you, Your Highness. For this kind of thing, you are not old enough to ask around at your age. Even if you reach the age of marriage, you can't talk nonsense. In a few years, if Nicholas grows up to be over 1.9 meters tall, he can't be beaten. But, boss, if you wait for my sister-in-law to introduce you to a maid, you don't know how long you will have to wait. Besides, Sister Katyar is my sister-in-law's reading maid. Isn't that perfect? How old are you? And you're already thinking about getting a wife. Not for me, boss, but for you." This kid has some respect for his teachers, but he uses it in a strange way. "It's class time now, not a time to be casual. But if my house is built, I can take you and Mikhail to play for 2 days when I'm not in class." Nikolai didn't say much. He and Solovyov were not old or young, and it was true that this master looked younger, even though he was 25 years old. This contrast was indeed a bit outrageous. If he said more, he was afraid of bringing trouble to himself. Why are you silent again? Usually I'm very happy when I say I can arrange for you to go out and play in the future. There's still some time left. Building a house takes time. That's true. The foundation has been laid on the plot of land, and it will be a 3-story building. Although the core part is not large, if the construction progress is accelerated, the main building will be almost completed before winter. By the beginning of next spring, the follow-up projects will be almost ready, and it will be completed in summer. This speed only takes into account the house itself, and there are no supporting facilities. As for the decoration materials of this era, considering that the ventilation of the mansion has always been good, there will not be too many problems. What's more, Solovyov is still good at building houses. Although this is not a family craft, considering the requirements of military engineering, he still has to learn some. In addition, it is the materials he chooses. Considering that the Rococo style decoration itself is relatively expensive and complicated, the materials also need to be paid attention to. He hopes to choose things with better quality, which is also his father's strong point. Considering that this might be the eldest son's wedding house and long-term residence in the future, and it is also the nearest place for the family to escape the summer heat, Baron Sergei is also very concerned. He has asked his friends to inquire about materials everywhere, and he has to go to the door to purchase them personally. There is no way. This son is too promising. He spends most of his time on work and has received medals awarded by the emperor many times. As a father, he obviously has to work harder in this regard. And Nikolai's interruption in class really made him think that he should go and see it. The land that Alexander awarded Solovyov for his military exploits is indeed good. There is a naturally formed pond on one side, birch forests on both sides, and even in the plot, divided by his family, there are a lot of trees. According to Russian traditional folk customs, the tender buds of willow trees can also have a healing effect, and there is nothing to say about this. And birch trees, in addition to representing young girls and wives, also have a bit of love in them. Russians are still a little superstitious about this. If branches are given as gifts, birch branches are a good way to test the waters. If the other party is satisfied, according to traditional marriage customs, they can get engaged a week later. However, there will also be a cooling off period for marriage, especially when nobles are getting married. If a yellow-haired man like Anatoly intervenes at this time, it will be quite troublesome. Master, this piece of land is not bad. The house we built is only in a corner of the manor. What should we do with these trees? Leave them in the courtyard. They are already here. Uncle, go get some birch branches. I have some uses for them. Don't you want to make a crown of branches? That's right. You still know me very well. Although you are often not at home, we all know what you are used to doing. Okay, go get some, and they must be fresh. In addition to the laurel wreath made of laurel, there are also several other tree branches that can be used to make crowns, which represent the winners in the 4 major competitions in ancient Greece. However, the birch wreath has some romantic meaning in it. Solovyov was also somewhat helpless about his love. It was difficult for these lovers to have further results. After all, they were just lovers. He was also at the age to find a wife. Although he was amorous, his reputation was always good. Unlike those troublemakers in Petersburg, he also had his own career. After the birch branch was brought over, he also looked at the situation. It was very fresh, and had just been picked from the tree. There must be a bride to marry, but who is this girl? Will she accept a husband like me? Now it seems like a mirage, and he is already a little worried. Larissa, on the other hand, has not been confirmed. She also knows that these maids in the palace have a good impression of Solovyov, but they rarely have in-depth interactions and do not know his secrets. Although she believes that Solovyov still likes to be a secret lover after marriage, he should still be responsible for his wife. You know, compared with some great nobles in Petersburg, Solovyov's approach is quite simple. Larissa even knew how many lovers he had, how their relationships were going, and the situation of Madame Rakhamia. She was also considering this issue. As for little Natalia, she was going to arrange for her to marry into the Goncharov family. The other party's parents had agreed, but little Natalia herself had not met Goncharov yet. She had also made arrangements for the other older maids. The queen mother had already arranged for most of the older maids to marry, and the ones left were all younger girls. Miss Vorontsova, who had not arranged a marriage, returned to London to accompany her father. In fact, only the young girl who had just arrived here needed to be arranged. This made Larissa more worried. Little Kataya's father had just rejected the Solovyov family, and it was not appropriate to arrange a marriage immediately. So she was going to arrange a secret blind date. As for engagement, both parties needed to reach a secret agreement. Although it sounded a bit strange, it was more appropriate to do so. Blind dates were just general meetings. As for the engagement agreement, the cooling off period, and the wedding ceremony, they could all be put off until later. After all, little Kataya is also the granddaughter of Prince Krimsky. She can't delay her life. If Solovyov is not suitable, the girl can get out in time. With this mentality, she arranged for little Kataya to be by her side when she was recuperating in the Tavrid Palace. Your Highness, at this time. Don't worry, it's just an attempt. I will talk to your father, Prince Vasily, about this matter. And if it's not suitable, this engagement can be cancelled. You are still young, and I don't want to delay you, so I need to be more cautious. Your Highness, if it's brother Miskab, he still takes care of me a little, but I don't know. Sorry, I don't know how to say it. You know that his sister Yulia and I are good friends. If we get engaged like this, it's inevitable. Larissa also knew that Solovyov was indeed a little fickle, but when he was with a woman, as long as he established a little emotional foundation, he was still very attentive. It's a good sign that little Kataya didn't resist, but just felt a little embarrassed. As for Sergei Saltykov, the problem lies with his mother. If the old witch knows about it, it may cause some trouble. But this kind of engagement and proposal is always accompanied by duels and various disturbances. Solovyov's background, on the contrary, still depends on the Dolgorukov family. Although this family is no longer as influential in the army as it was during the Empress's period, it is still suitable. After returning home, little Kataya mentioned this matter to her father Prince Vasily, and the result was also a positive response. The couple was also quite satisfied with Solovyov, whom they had met many times. But we are also worried that, although he is a promising young officer and very capable, he is bound to have some minor problems when he comes from the guards. Even so, compared with brother Vasya, it is much better. Little Kataya said this about her eldest brother, not without reason. He was arranged by Solovyov to fill the vacancy in the Semenovsky regiment. He has a position in the guards headquarters, which is very convenient. However, as soon as he arrived at the guards, Prince Vasily mixed with the young officers of the guards. In the eyes of little Kataya, her brother had brought many young ladies around the streets of Petersburg in a few months, and brought them to Prince Saltykov's house twice. Compared with Solovyov, who had only one public route, and had a long-term close relationship with Madame Rakamiya, the latter was more restrained, and did not play so much. Instead, he looked quite conservative. She knew the rules, and knew that young officers from aristocratic families could not all be like Count Stroganov, who had a very good relationship with his wife and was loyal. She was always more sensible, and the situation of her two brothers was different. The second brother was more stable than his age, while the eldest brother was like that. If we really compare them, Solovyov, the Miska brother, is more suitable, but it also needs observation. As for Prince Vasily and his wife, after considering it, they agreed to meet first. The parents of both sides also knew each other in social occasions, but they needed to avoid the sight of Princess Saltkova, the old witch. As for the next thing, Larissa wanted to find Solovyov to discuss this matter. Before that, Alexander's approval and endorsement were also needed. When the Tsar himself heard his wife's idea, he didn't have any objections. He just felt that Solovyov had several lovers before and after, and he was not the most suitable candidate. However, it is much more reliable than the previous plan of the old witch to force Kataya to become her daughter-in-law. No matter how it seems, Solovyov is capable and promising. For a young officer who is not dependent on his family background, he should be promoted to general according to his merits. As for Sergei Saltykov, he still relied on his father's status to some extent. His ability was not so good, and his reputation outside was also average. Moreover, the nobles would have some unclear things, which made Solovyov stand out. Even if he knew the secret, Alexander would do so. After all, he could get rid of this person. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.